And gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 25th, 2026, and today is an absolutely wild one because after the bell yesterday, there was this rumor coming out of a 1-month ceasefire plan between the United States and Iran, and even Israel took a look at it. People were getting gassed up on it. Oil dropped 5, the futures went up, and then even throughout the night, we didn't get too many updates. And then about 30 minutes ago, Iran State TV, they reacted. They said they want to end to the war, not a ceasefire. There was other Iranian military people saying, well, this isn't true. The Iranians are negotiating with themselves, or the Americans are negotiating with themselves. There was even reports last night saying the Iranians only want to negotiate with J.D. Vance. The White House said that wasn't true, but all in all, you'll probably notice something, even with the denials, even with people pushing this idea, the gift that Trump received, all of these different factors, the price action is still holding this up. You haven't really seen this. You know, lately, as we go through these rumors and off-ramps and on-ramps, you would actually watch either oil go back to where it started or the market, but now it's still holding up. So I think we're going to have 7 hours of going back and forth. Oh, hello. Took a look at it. We're going to have 7 hours of people confirming this, getting updates and details. But now, here's really the thing that we were just talking about and that I think all of you need to know. This is your first sign of a more credible step to an off-ramp than you have had since the beginning of this conflict. So whether it happens or not, there's pretty much, we are arriving or getting to a fork in the road, especially as we enter a critical timing with end of the month and what's going on here also to the first beginning here of April. It's essentially, this is the first credible off-ramp and it works. Otherwise, if the first credible off-ramp fails, then you are going to turn into the demand destruction, the longer drawn-out conflict, and then, yeah, there's where all the other problems come out. So, other than that, there's a pretty big Google update with some chips in memory. Keep your eyes out if that has a reaction, but it should be a good day, my friends. I think you're blessed, and I hope you're ready to spend the next 7 hours here. But before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, man. They're doing it right now. I don't know if you've seen the news, man, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, active service, past service, like I'm saying, all the people there. And regardless of whether or not you support the war, I know that is a contentious issue. Fact of the matter is, man, I don't think you could ever take away the honor that somebody gets from serving their country, any country, but especially United States, man, the freedom and everything we got. So easy to take it for granted. So I'm just very honored and I'm very, very grateful. I hope y'all feel the same, but at the end of the day, veterans, I love you. I know a lot of people in here love you, man. Thank you guys for every single thing you have sacrificed. Even your families, they have made that sacrifice as well. So God bless every single one of you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, no. Oh, are you ready? It's going to be a good day. Did anybody tell you that? Are you prepared for a good day? Are you I think it's going to be a funny day, you guys. I think it's going to be funny of everybody for like the next 7 hours debating on whether or not we won the war. Because did you hear? I don't know. Yesterday, before any of this news, they said we won the war. So I think and then now with these headlines, you got confirmation, you got denial still on the table, but you got some rhetoric, and now look, everything's pinned, bro. Oil futures are down, again, back to $80 on oil. Looks weird now, even though we started at 60. People are tripping out that Brent is even below 100. So, my, oh my friend. So, yeah, we got about a minute and a half I'm going to be watching ARM, Pinduoduo, GLD, SanDisk, TLT, NBTX. That is a buyout potential. Lunar, Sats for the space stocks. And then keep your eye on Orbs and VCX if people want to go crazy with all of the private equity. So watch out for that. I need to go to the bathroom. I didn't go to the bathroom yet, bro. I've been too hyped this morning, man. So get ready.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib before it's
Alright, man, we got less than 20 seconds. We eating hummus. Terrible. Alright, man, get ready for all of it. Don't pump on brothers. Do whatever you want, man. Do it. You guys have had no rules in March. I hope you've enjoyed it. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. We eating hummus. Oh, I think that's great. Oh, they're protecting all of these. Oh, I have an idea. Yeah, you can't trade any of these cheap, dog. Yeah, dude, memory's already down 5%. So again, that's, I think, related to all the Google stuff. But the premiums are horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Alright, go through one more set. Yeah, some of them are already at 500%. 100% in some instances. Alrighty. And then TLT got a bid. Software. Spy's doing good. And then watch the private equity. I'm sorry, I was going through a chain. What is it? All right, maybe we'll wait a second. Oh yeah, where is gold? Because again, gold, that was a big gap up last night on the rumor. And again, future SPY still holding. We're going to keep an eye out there for your boy oil. So SPY's up 1. Russell is up by 1.4. NASDAQ 1.0. And Dow's up by 1.2. So again, watch out for the other one. No rule. I think no rules turned it into Reddit. But it's good. I mean, I'm glad though. I mean, I think the locked in, they have the rules. They've been good. I mean, it's up to you guys too, like I've been telling you. I mean, if you are just listening, if you want to engage with each other, be my guest. But I do hope you hear the info and try your best to process it the best way. GLW. I think we saw something on that the other day. All right. Oh, SMCI. I forgot about that the other day. So I'll give you one. I'm not taking this one yet. Some of the ones that were going for really, they're all up several 100%. That's the unfortunate part about it. Oh, there might be one. You're still going to pay a lot, though. A lot of money. Let's see. Well, I mean, again, the fact oil's still staying down is like the trippiest part about this. Again, the market's even holding up. I don't know. Did we fill that one gap? I think we did. I think we did that the other day. So you're still at the gas field level from last Thursday. But again, you've already had denials. You've had White House say some parts weren't true. You had the Iranians this morning. And the fact that it's like holding up, I think that's the craziest part about this. But that's why I'm saying if you're having trouble understanding it, just whether you agree or not, this has been your first like credible path towards an off-ramp. That's it. Just the last couple weeks, this Islamabad talks, the escalate to de-escalate, and now this type of news. So that's why it's like, again, by tomorrow, even Friday, this Thursday, Friday, and then going into another weekend, this is either going to be a weekend where we're debating this failing or working, essentially. So yeah, that's where I think it puts us all. Those are already bounced 2%. I found one with 30% premium. I kept that one very small, but I found one. Oh my god. So be careful. Not a recommendation. But yeah, otherwise you wait, give another 30 minutes, an hour, and then we'll see. And then if that news spreads throughout the day. Iraq's oil output plunges further as storage fills and Hormuz is blocked. They had Chewy earnings, Doc, and again, there's a couple of buyouts. SPY's still working its way up here. So again, you've gapped up about 1% and it's still holding. And you're getting Iraq news in terms of oil, but it's not really reacting. SMCI pop. And then where's Orbs? Orbs in the VCX. Yeah, SMCI is up 5. Again, there was so that's why AMD, Intel, there was reports of raising like CPU and some of these other prices there. That's why they were going up. Meta to lay off hundreds, the information. That's coming out now. Airlines are up. I mean, again, the longer oil stays down. And then ARM, part of the ARM stuff yesterday. You guys got to see that kind of materialize in real time. Yeah, TLT's loving it for now. The thing that I hate about this is still bond volatility. You know what I'm saying? You're down 1%, you're up 1%. You know, bonds, the long end especially, it's not really supposed to move like that. And then SAT's on the high. That's up 8%. So again, those space stocks, Habibi. Dude, we eating hummus. You know how many times I've said that out loud? I feel bad. We eating hummus. It's a great one, bro. Meta cuts affect staffers in Reality Labs. Zscaler. Again, IGV's even going up. Where's Google? Google is only up 1.4. And then Staples too, though. See, that's the thing, man. Until the Staples start buying it, I'm still not really a believer. Nvidia's on the high. Again, chips are ripping. Nvidia's up 2.3. So, yeah, they're going up. And then, dude, I don't know if you guys know this. There was a headline this morning. This was the first time that retail sold stocks since 2023. Did you guys know that? Again, I know some of you are like, I'm selling. I'm going all cash, Josh. The world is ending. But yeah, so literally you had one of your first retail outflows since 2023. Could be a software rotation, but that's kind of the unwind of what you saw yesterday. But I guess software's up too. I was gonna say, if software doesn't really go up that much, I won't believe it, but we'll see where it ends. I mean, again, it's not like staples have ended where they started, but for now, that's it. AMD's gassing on this price increase news for all of these chip guys. Again, even Intel gapped up too, and overall, all the chip makers, and then you got the little tailwind from ARM as well. TLT should do good if the war ends, yeah. I mean, again, it's already up 0.8. You've unwound pretty much all of the last couple of days. So this is the highest TLT's been since Friday. And that's considering, and remember, Friday was a lot of freakouts related to the deployment of troops. But yes, I do think they will do good if that was the case. So SanDisk and Micron, all those are on the high right now. Oil should be $500 a barrel. Wow. Okay. Do you not drive a vehicle? I don't know. I don't want that to happen. I would maybe like 150 max, you know. Bro, I went to Costco the other day because it was like on my drive home. It was night and I filled up at Costco. And like I'm in the G-Wagon and the guy working there just looked at me in disappointment. So I was like, man, I'm like, it's hard out here, bro. I need that 50-cent discount, bro. You don't understand. So I don't know how I would wait at Costco if gas was $500 a barrel. You know that? I would wait. I would wait in line. I would do all that. But, you know, on my way home, it was easy. It was very, very easy. Apple, they're holding up. You said when retail sells, it's a buy signal? Yes. Like I'm saying, that's why I don't think we're there just yet. If this fails, you know, imagine if this credible off-ramp turns into a credible demand destruction because we couldn't find any semblance of a deal here, and then you start to get a bigger sell when you have seasonality and other things in your favor, then I think sentiment is going to get really bad, and then that's where you'll know. But for now, I mean, think about it. It took this Iran conflict was the first thing to get, the only thing in the last 3 years to get retail in mass to kind of unwind. Because remember, I mean, people were shocked, like there was a lot of Liberation Day propaganda, or the tariffs even before the beginning of Trump, but people were buying crypto, they were getting positioned on all sorts of things. Retail bought the dip pretty well. I don't know if you remember those charts from last year. I was showing you guys how at some point, like, you know, hedge funds were under positioned compared to retail. But now this time around, this what geopolitics was the one to do it. Press TV has access to information about Iran's response and Iran's conditions to ending the war, which will be published in a few moments. Mayor. So we might get something. I mean, oil's not reacting, and be careful. Like I'm saying, we're either going to get something really credible that will move oil in the dollar, but also, too, just remember, we've already had several responses from last night till now, and that's why it's like if they don't play out like that, where we get these updates and then it's not really moving anything, I mean, we still might just be waiting for the ultimate answer. That might be the, or again, we might even have to wait till tomorrow, which, like I said, might be one of the funnier outcomes. You don't feel the gas prices because of your Tesla? Yeah, man, you don't remember? That's what they said in 2021. They're like, why are you complaining about gas? Buy a Tesla, buy an EV. But yeah, you don't really, I mean, even if you pay for the Tesla charging, I think it's only a couple bucks. So must be nice, Tesla drivers. Must be nice. Microsoft on the low. They're only at 0.5. So SanDisk, Micron, they filled the gap. Where did that one do what I thought it would? Did you go down 60%? Nah, you went down like 20. Not bad. Yeah, Press TV has access to info. Again, SPY's still holding up around 1%. Dow is the leader. Actually, NASDAQ overtook it 1.2 and then Russell at 1.6. I got free charging on my Teslas. I'm an early adopter, bro. Early adopter. There's no confirmed date or venue for possible Iran talks in Islamabad, and Iran has not yet agreed to talks. Pakistani officials. So that's interesting. That's coming from Pakistan. That's where the meeting was supposed to be. So Pakistan is saying that they have not confirmed a date nor venue, even though they were just saying the other day that they confirmed that they were looking to have a meeting in Islamabad, but they have not progressed beyond that. Lunar space stocks going up. I feel like everything's up right now. Let me see the numbers. SPY, 64 in the red, 437 in the green. Dow Jones, 24 in the green, 6 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 89 in the green. Habibi, what is this, man, huh? VCX went up again? No way. Yeah, 480? Yo, dude, it was at 360 last night. That's amazing. Again, Orbs is Sam. If Sam Altman wasn't an alternative human, it'd probably do better. It makes me sick. Bro, we talked about it yesterday at $200. Now, so that's like, what, 2,000% premium to NAV? That's God bless them, dude. That's amazing. Alrighty. Bradley Frizzle! Oh, the peach, ladies and gentlemen. The peach. Peach Nation. Oh my gosh. Don't matter if there's rules in the chat or not. Do you even know the unspoken rule of the peach? Oh, they don't feel, dog. Good morning. Good morning, my brother. The freeze. What's up, Amy? Oh my, I think we won the peach war. You know, the grape. Did the peach ever? I don't know. I think the peach has been like Switzerland. It's amazing, man. God bless you. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. The peach is here. We eating peaches. We drinking hummus. I love it, man. We need to make a peach song. The Strait of the Peach, bro, I still think is there. What happened to the video from yesterday? I had to delete it. Because YouTube does not like the Straight Outta Hormuz song. They were going to ban me. So, I got it. I got rid of it. Sorry. You guys wanted it. I posted it on my Instagram, though. So, yeah, man. It's a very, very touchy subject. Alright, hold on. What did I just click? All right, let's get to the today chart. Well, you're back to open. That little quick burst of tech and everything else. Again, Sats, the space stocks are actually doing good. SRPT, they had data this morning. Alpha on the low. SanDisk, the memory stock's still down a decent amount. Again, though, chips are doing good. Memory is the one coming down. ONON. Again, the CEO left of ONON. I think that's surprising, considering they were one of the more faster growing apparel companies. Lunar is still kind of going nuts. Lunar. Can't you see? Sometimes the space just hypnotizes me. Gosh, these premiums. You think Claw automates the donation and put the peach out of a job? Holy shit, dude. You hear that, Bradley? They were like, yo, is AI going to replace the peach? Is Bradley Frizzle's job as the peach? It's not even a job. He's volunteering. They're like, is that going to replace him? Is AGI going to get rid of the peach? That's amazing. You're actually the first person who said that. I'm very surprised. But yeah, I've never thought about that in my analysis. Damn, Lunar just popped again, another $1. Again, those are all very expensive. I mean, there's some shorter term ones, but yeah. Anything with time, the game. Remember, we flipped those. I think I might still have an old free one, low key. We eating hummus. Why do I like it so much, dude? I think those are new contracts, so they're down. Never mind. They jacked up the ask 100%. Like I'm saying, you could look at the last trade. You know, you were able to get them without any premium. Remember, we've played this before already, but people, this is just that, remember the beginning of the year idea that I was telling you guys about all these space stocks. I think even the Lunar CEO sold like 1 million shares recently too. But yeah, they're all going up. I would have liked the Sats, but then that one's just way too expensive. We eating hummus. Stayed below. SPY's still going down again. A lot of the premiums are clapped from yesterday, but you are moving. Mayor's international mandate needed for Middle Eastern involvement. 100% on Rocket Lab early April already. Yeah, they're already moving. That's what I'm saying. Anything, they gapped up 7%. So I took the cheaper ones. Yeah, it's all the SpaceX stuff. And it's this whole private equity thing. You know, look at VCX, look at anybody trying to chase, private exposure. But then, yeah, mixed in with the soon, they're going to file soon for SpaceX, but then it'll probably launch, no pun intended, around June. And yeah, everyone's turning into a crackhead on that. SPY going lower. Yeah, the Pakistan, we've been dumping since that Pakistan headline on no confirmed venue. We talked about Iran, ARM yesterday during that Investor Day thing. Yeah, I mean, again, that no confirmed vent. The SPY's moving more than oil, though. But we did get somewhat of a movement, but I don't think it's enough yet to get us shaken out of here. Like I'm saying, you're at the low end. So this morning, when Iran was like, no, we want no ceasefire, we want end to the war, and they commented on it, this was like the low. So another like 10 more points. So see, but if we start breaking the pre-market levels, that'll be one thing. But then where it gets interesting is if the equities go below pre-market, but then the damn oil doesn't move at all. That will be the weird part. Okay, Micron, SanDisk, memory's coming down. Rocket Lab, all the space stock, Rocket Lab, Sats, Lunar. Again, it's anywhere from like 9 to 15%. Kind of disgusting. Video, USO and BNO are now starting to move. So like I'm saying there, if oil, you're about to break the lows of the, you're about to break the lows there in the morning, but in terms of the futures, but oil just hasn't gotten past that. Again, oil with the 8 handle is insane, but we'll see emerging currencies reverse gains as oil pairs declines. You're at 0.6, so you sold off just about half of the morning. Russell's still up 1.3, Dow, NASDAQ 0.7. Like we said, I mean, earlier at one point you had everything in the green. We eating hummus. Is Intel and AMD still up? All right, well, Lunar, space stocks, those are just going nuts now. Habibi. They said SpaceX, VCX. You know, and somebody in the chat, they got me, bro. Because I was like, bro, if they add fucking what's it called? They add SpaceX to the S&P. I'm like, I don't think that's like indicative of the economy. But then they were like Starlink, and I was like, damn, I have used the Starlink. So you know what? Maybe, man. But that is like just different, you know, where they're going to try to include SpaceX into the S&P on day one. So I don't know if they got an approval for that, but so that's one thing to keep in mind. And then everyone's going to go over when the IPO gets filed, we'll get the details. And then again, they are looking to do it as soon as March. Doc N, 3M on the low, Gap on the low. Low ticker is actually pretty picked up here. So SPY still near the low intraday. Again, you've lost about half. I might have to use the futures here. So yeah, you're getting right to the low of this morning. That was your first little update on the peace talks that got you moving down. Thursday down. Yes, today's Wednesday though, I think. Emerging currencies, reverse gains. Pinduoduo, they had earnings. Earnings wasn't even that good, but they're going up. I don't think that's ever happened before for a company. Not that I could recall. I know many companies have been added very quickly after IPOing. Like it's, you know, they perform good, give it a couple weeks or a couple months, but I don't think anyone's been inducted to the S&P off of IPO. Coherus, GLW. Where's software? All right, SPY still near the low. Again, you're looking at the futures, not the SPY. Again, you're about to break the low, but then oil's still literally kind of towards the lower end of where you were at 1 in the morning. Intel, AMD, those are all holding up fine. The memory came down, but it didn't like go nutty. Oh, I don't have the wire up? My bad. You may have the wire, my friend. You may. May the wire bless you. HPE. Must be that part of chips. Yeah, they're up 7.5. And then ASTS, more space. So yeah, chips are loving it today, man. SMH. Still, it's only actually up 0.6. I'm sure some of the other ones are holding it back. Maybe some of that Micron and shit. But, yeah, dude, HPE's up 7. All right, where's the dollar? Dollar slightly up. That was barely down yesterday. Pinduoduo is going to go past the pre-market high. Repple. Oh, who was the buyout one? There's a buyout biotech. NBTX. They had a rumor this morning. They ain't moved for shit. Micron on the, or MO. Let's see if the Staples catch a bid. That's the thing I was saying. I mean, again, even in the morning, Staples were not believing it. So I don't know if that's still going to be the canary, but I do think that part of this, if there really was a legit end to conflict, I think Staples are going to have a lot more work to do. But they haven't believed it this whole week, every single time. Yesterday with the software decline, but even by the end of the day. So they move slower. So you're going to have to see, again, SPY still near the low of the morning. I mean, ironically, that's even where you were around midnight. And then oil has barely budged, which is probably the more odder part out of all of this. Oh, yeah, and latest headline that kind of started this decline was Pakistan saying no confirmed time or venue in relation to the Islamabad meeting. J&J on the high, Google on the low now. Watch if big tech, Zillow selling off actually. Zillow just took $2 down. And then again, Google's up 0.5. Press TV set to reveal Iran's response to U.S. plan and conditions for ending the conflict, according to Mer News. They're reiterating that. Orbs pop. Turn got bought out already. NBTX was the one with the rumor. Orbs is starting to go. It's up 15. But again, like, I don't know if it's because they have that active offering or whatever it is, but Yeah. We'll see if this hype keeps... I mean, again, VCX at $400, so... Well, I don't know. QSR? Burger King down 1.8. Straight out of Horvath's movie. I saw that one. I thought that was funny. I remember Jake Gyllenhaal. I thought that was pretty comedy. But the Straight Out Horvath is stuck in my head. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I listened to it on the way to the gym. That's what I was afraid of. But yeah, dude, it's bad, dude. Straight Out Horvath. We eating hummus. Iran will end war at time of own choosing. Press TV. If I choose tomorrow, I choose tomorrow. If I choose next month, I choose the next month. No Donald Trump will make me decide. Contents have not been disclosed. Announcement signals they're preparing to formally outline their stance amid ongoing conflict and diplomatic pressure. All right, SPY going lower. Oil is looking like it wants to. Again, that's what we're getting so far. We got another reiteration and then one more detail. I don't think that's the full scope of it. I think we're going to end more or hear more, but they're saying they will end the war at a time of their own choosing. Press TV. All right, man. Space stock's still going up as this stuff's all dumping. All right, so SPY is now barely lower. You got now another 10 points probably. Just about 5 or 6 points, and then you'll be at even the lowest of, you'll be at the lowest of even last night at any point. So again, I guess it only took, what, 30 minutes? But again, I do think we are going to get another, I do think we are going to get another update on that. I owe Newark Airport an apology. I don't think I do, man. But you could humor me. Iran won't allow Trump to dictate timing of war's end. Okay, you're getting a bigger candle on that. Iran says they reviewed proposal and considers them excessive. Okay. So they decide they think it's excessive. Again, U.S. offered 13 things they want, and then Iran gets 3 things, or 11 things U.S. wants, and then 3 things that Iran gets. It's Iranian press TV. I'm surprised it's not coming from Fars. I don't know. Well, I don't know if they're choosing violence. I mean, the one thing, I think they're trying to save face. You know, again, they work with the Chinese, but I do think the Iranian, especially the Iranian regime, I think they want to save face. So I don't think they, and I don't know, I think the U.S. might be down to give them a deal that will make them look better than not, but I don't want to do that. Would I take a ceasefire if I were Iran? If I was truly weak, I would do something of that nature, but like I'm saying, I wouldn't do it while losing respect, if that made any sense, right? I'll take the deal if you make yourself look like a bitch, but if you're gonna make me look like a bitch, then fuck it, dog. I got the fuck, you know what I mean? I'll do a lot with these 12 mines, you know what I'm saying? So I haven't even, man, do you guys even know about like the Islamic prophecies? Y'all don't even get me started, but yeah, y'all think everybody out here with the Bible prophecies, you know, there's prophecies in the Quran too, right? So, and again, I mean, even Shia prophecies, but I don't know, some of y'all, I don't know how recently you joined ISIS, if you're familiar, but yeah, I would do it if I could save face. Yeah, like I said, they don't have to really win the war. They just have to kind of drag this on, more or less. But yeah, if you could save face and do this in a way that, you know, still allows you to have a semblance of keeping your leadership in respect and try to even keep the protesters at bay. Although I support the protesters in Iran, I do think that's what their objective would be. Iranian defense operations will continue until its conditions are met. First condition is end of attacks and assassinations. So Tehran delivered a regional intermediary that will continue defending itself. They reviewed proposal, considers excessive. You already got that one. So their first proposal is end the attacks and assassinations, which I do think was already on the table. War resolution contingent only on meeting its own conditions. Oh, it's not March 8th. Yeah, so here's the full, this is literally the first, this is the full article from Iran. This is their international news agency. Spokesperson Bagai Esmail, who the fuck is this guy? Foreign Minister Esmail says no one trusts U.S. diplomacy after the aggression against Iran. During an interview with India Today on Wednesday, he said Israel against Iran during the indirect was a betrayal of diplomacy. That stuff you heard last night. They entered negotiations twice. Both times attacked Iran. We made it clear there's no talks or negotiations. We've had very catastrophic experience, I should say, of U.S. diplomacy, he said. We were attacked 2 times in the span of 9 months. He rejected Donald Trump's claim. Washington have entered a ceasefire negotiations. Trump has had no contact with Iran and U.S. in the past 24 days, and Iranian armed forces continue to defend the country's territorial integrity. According to the spokesperson, Iran has received requests over the past days for various countries offering to meet. Sounds like yesterday's article. I cannot deny the fact that many countries and beyond have approached with offers to act as mediators. These messages have been coming in for several days. Said they're not trustworthy. Aragachi's meeting with counterparts, including Pakistan, stressed he sees friendly intentions from neighbors to de-escalate. Pakistan's our neighbor. We have good relations. We believe they have good intentions. They'll continue charging countries vessel fees for safe passage. A series of measures is in place for passage through Strait of Hormuz. It sounds like yesterday, man. Because that was the article. Again, you got these headlines that kind of moved us, but it's kind of feeling like yesterday where we play the, add 1 or 2 statements and then reiterate the same set of news that we already got, essentially. We eating hummus. I'm so sorry. I can't stop. Oh, those filled instantly? Fuck. Alright, I made that first play free, not the memory one. It's 100%. We eating hummus. You can't, dude, it's terrible. I'm so sorry for ever exposing you to that. For that auditorial stim. I don't know why. It's so fun to say. Arm on the high. It's on my Instagram. I can't play it on YouTube. YouTube does not like it for some odd reason. R.I.P. Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini. JD, China. Yeah, Pinduoduo just ripped, dude. Another $3 or $4. K-Web is even on the high. So again, you got a couple things moving. Space stocks are still near the high. I don't know where memory is kind of chilling. They're coming back. Chips are even doing great too, actually. So yeah, you're getting a weird mix. Oil's taking a candle. Iran demands establishment of concrete guaranteed preventing recurrence of war. And then Claude elevated errors. UK government awards £28 million contract to maintain smaller vessels for Royal Navy. GIS. I would like GIS, but now that Kimberly and TAP are both back to like lower prices, I would prioritize those names instead. And then, like I said, you know, I get a deposit coming in very shortly, but the general idea is that for any of these value plays, I might burn like a month of time, let them kind of stabilize a little bit, but more so usually after they make a big move, and then, you know, they'll move around dividends, so we could wait, give ourselves a little flexibility. And I think they've moved enough where even if they start bouncing and something changes materially, I'd be down to pay a little bit off at the bottom, because it'll probably still be lower than where we got it. So, but yeah, we got a deposit coming up. I mean, I told you I like Kimberly, I like TAP, I like Nike. I mean, shit, dude. I had a weird idea yesterday. Pinduoduo had earnings. That's why they went up. SPY still near the low. Again, futures, you're pretty much hugging the low of yesterday. VWAP came down with that. Oil trying to move, but not really. Iran demands clear determination and guaranteed payment for war damage. Boo. So that's not a good sign. Anytime they say pay us for the war damage, that's not, I just don't think that's a real. That doesn't show that you're down to, like, they're not trying to end the shit. Because I don't think they'll accept that. Yeah, Fastly's been killing it. Lunar still. McKesson? Where are they at price-wise? Or McCormick? Everybody likes spices, Joshua. How come you don't like spices? Spice not bad, actually. Maybe. I'd have to see. Because I don't know. I don't think they were, as we were getting some other stuff, I don't think they were that cheap. Everybody uses spices. Still up a lot, but, you know, good discount from high. With like, but dude, I was thinking about this the other day, bro. Yesterday. I told you. Sadly, bro, what if I want to buy Microsoft? I don't really want to, because like Microsoft is going to either do two things. It's either going to this is like pretty much its long-term trend. It's either going to bounce off of here, or then everything changes and people don't use Windows anymore in the next 5 years. I don't know if that'll happen, but I like Microsoft a lot. So, but then again, we already got our little Oracle allocation. We have our chip stocks. You know, we already got a decent amount of growth. And I don't know if we're going to play the Mag 7 lags. So yeah, this is like its long. If it fails here, you break the long-term trend off of Microsoft, and that kind of changes its structure. Otherwise, if that holds up, I mean, this has usually been a good buying opportunity. And then, like I told you, the one thing beyond all that bullshit is that I just like the price to book value compared to a lot of them. But yeah, it's Microsoft's pretty attractive right here. Again, anything below like the 380, but like low 370s. But then again, it's like if this doesn't hold up, it's probably going to go to $300, or it's going to bounce and get you right back to the mid fours. Tehran says it wants end of the war on Iran and other resistance groups and regions. That's good, Habibi. I wouldn't buy Meta. We're already in Meta at $90. We ride the wave. And that's why, like, compared to Microsoft, it's like Microsoft is like fundamentally getting cheap. That's why, that's the thing I like about it. But it's still like nominally it's expensive. Nominally it's up multi-year. I mean, you're still higher than what? You're at 2024 highs, so you only get like a 2-year discount essentially. But their earnings have grown quite rapidly. And then again, price to the assets is still very, they own a lot of shit. That's what I like about them. And they don't spend nearly as much as Meta. That's why Meta, we just got it. I love Meta though. I'm a big Meta fan. Baba and China, dude. So Pinduoduo, I thought that was starting it, but they're all going. That was kind of insane. A lot of 8 to 10, 20% moves today. I mean, even Fastly's up 6 again. R.I.P. Komine. Oh, Fastly, Habibi. Wow. The Fastly, man, very, very high. You know that? So 500% now. Wow. So good. Linux is making its way. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this. Like AI, like you could get certain AI computers and systems, and even if you wanted to train a model, you don't necessarily need Windows. So again, every system uses Windows. Most businesses and other stuff. I don't know how. That'd be a long time to transition away, but theoretically in the world of AI, you don't necessarily need Windows. Again, Linux, you could operate off the, some of them are even making their own new little operating systems, but yeah, that's something to keep in mind. But most software now still uses Windows. That's kind of the problem. But then if you could use it on Windows, you could use it on Linux most likely. It just takes a little bit of work. Amazon's good. I mean, someone said it the other day, doesn't Amazon own Windows technically is inferior to a degree. I mean, again, it just depends on what you're doing with it. But yeah, someone brought up Amazon owning Anthropic the other day with all this VCX hype. Iran wants international recognition of authority over Hormuz Strait. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it is our river. Wow. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Earlier, I'm telling you, I think they want to make a deal as long as it doesn't make them look like a bitch. That's the simplest way to put it. Saving face, as long as they look a certain way, and as long as you don't, emasculate them, I think the deal is closer than people would think. But at the same time, I don't think you could hit. I think a hardline approach. They're gonna keep playing this game. Yeah, HPE still going, bro. That's another 3%. I don't think they're gonna charge everybody for passing, but I think they want. I don't know if that's what that means, but I think they want more. Again, I think they're going to want the sanctions removed. They're going to want, pretty much, like, think about it. This is like their Gulf of America. I want it to, it's called the Gulf of Iran now. Okay, Donald? Thank you, taught me that one. It's Gulf of Iran. No, it's a Gulf of Iran now. Say it, capitalize it. RKLB. All right, man. Space. Fastly. Where's Net? Even Net's on fire? Damn, Net's up 5%. What Islamic prophecy? Well, where are all of the Islamic people who get mad every time I say something? And I love Islamic people, but I do not like Sharia law. But do you guys know? Does anybody know the Shia prophecy? I don't want to give it away. I'm surprised nobody has brought it up this far into the war. But let me ask. I mean, why? There's one part of conflict that plays into Islamic prophecy that most people do not know, but I'm surprised nobody has brought this up. So you could take some guesses. If you could get close, I'll tell you. Intel. Again, Intel at the high. Put the call ratio on HPE. Did it trigger? We eating hummus. BZAI. It's not showing up as unusual on the call side, so the PCE or the put to call ratio might be moving. like turn. That's the buyout. Orbs, actually. Orbs has a 2,000% move on the call volume. Just volume itself. And then SCO, too, believe it or not, which is surprising. Oh, shit, bro. You got it. Yeah. Holy shit. Yosef, good for you. The Mahdi. You got it. I'm 100%. That's why I'm saying most of the people who have been fucking harassing me with this, I'm like, do you even know your own shit, bro? Yeah, the 12th Imam. Most people are not aware of that. So there's like a prophecy in literally Sharia, like Sharia Islam, or excuse me, Shia Islam, where they believe like it's kind of like their Messiah, where the 12th Imam, so most of them believe he still exists and is alive, but the idea is that when there's a bunch of chaos, the 12th Imam comes back to restore justice. So that's an Islamic prophecy. That's why some people have the idea that, like, why would Iran attack everybody? Why are they so willing to engage in such war? I mean, part of their belief is that they will have a Messiah come that restores justice, the 12th Imam. So go look it up. Mahdi, or the 12th Imam. It plays into the whole idea of what they believe. Good for you for knowing. Is not JD Vance. SanDisk Pop and Might. Yeah, and Micron. Dow 52-week high again. Fastly 30, bro. Those Fastlies are hitting. Inshallah, Habibi. Good for you. No, I don't think it's all Muslims. No, I think it's only Shia. Yeah, Dow keeps going up. Intel just rock, dude. Dude, there's so many 6 to 10% movers right now. It's kind of nuts. Let's go back to the checkup. Uh, 89 green, 12 in the red on the NASDAQ. 21 green, 9 in the red on the Dow. And then SPY, 304 green, 198 in the red. Intel taking off. Oh, it's not. The pun is better for the space stocks. The whole JD Vance thing. I think they're not. They're like, this guy, Jared Kushner, lie, man. He been around Donald too much. I don't know. Who's a Witkoff? I don't know Witkoff. How about Witon? But yeah, they don't like, that's what that, but White House denied that. I don't know. I don't know if they want, even then though, I don't know if like JD Vance, I don't know if you'd want to send him into a situation like that. I don't know if that's a security risk, but at the same time, it's funny too though. I also believe that you got to think about it. You know, the Iranians, I don't think they're a strong country. But I do think they're, you know, they understand things. I think they're smarter. They have more, you know, they know how to leverage what they have. They leverage the Strait of Hormuz, and I think they want JD Vance because they know he has political ambitions, and they know that maybe you could use that to sway things more so than not. That would be my only idea as why you would want to get JD Vance involved. So then you could swing the carrot of political ambitions in the future. Because if JD fucks it up, they could use that, and vice versa. Yeah, and he has been a proponent of no war, exactly. But then he's also stayed silent on a lot of this. Iran talks won't happen until the 5 conditions are met. That's not good. See oil, so now they don't even want to talk until you recognize the Strait of Hormuz and until you stop the attacks. And then I don't know what the other 3 are. You don't think there's any way there's not a ground invasion? Well, we'll find out by this weekend. This Friday. But like I was saying, I mean, sadly, I think ground invasion might turn into a buy the dip opportunity, or it just depends if they use all of that to just start going after the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, we're still waiting for the damn the military escorts. So that's still a little further out, but I think that's going to kind of pair up. JDV, that's me. All right, oil's going again. Last headline is Iran said they will not have any talks until those conditions are met. I don't know what the 5 are. I know the first 2, which are pretty big. Stop assassinating people and then recognize the Strait of Hormuz. What else did they say? Because, again, some of this is old. That's why I'm saying they had an international recognition of the Hormuz. It wants to end the resistance, clear determination, and get guaranteed payment. So that's the other one, the reparations. So that's 3. Establishment of preventing the recurrence of war. That's 4. And then I don't know what the 5th one is. But again, these are stuff we've heard. Whoa. Senior Iranian official to Reuters, an initial response to U.S. not positive, but Tehran is still reviewing the proposal. So now you got a Reuters headline. So again, you just had state TV outline pretty much the old conditions, which make it seem like nothing happened. And now that candle was crazy. It already came back, but senior official to Reuters, Iran's initial response to U.S. not positive, but Tehran is still reviewing the proposal. CNN. So that's, again, the CNN algos, they love the hit. But that is coming from Reuters. They might just be putting it out. At what point does the market throw a tantrum? The market throws a tantrum once the demand, like if this goes for a long time and then we get the demand destruction, like I've been talking about here, because then this is what we talked about last night. If that occurs, you guys got to realize that takes the central banks off of the table. If anything, it makes it where a central bank will fuck up, like the UK or the EU. Because now, if this goes on for 2 months, let's say, 3 months, 4 months, higher oil, it starts to impact the economy, it starts to feed through, it impacts supply chains. Now we're talking a market where the Fed is non-existent. There's no such thing as rate cuts. You're not talking about what are they going to do to step in. That's even globally. And then all of the bonds are breaking out. Global bonds moving up. Like, that's why people keep saying this whole economic warfare thing and kind of playing out the time. But that's when the market would throw somewhat of a tantrum or just kind of even react to the situation, because then that could even start to find, like, for now, profits aren't being affected, as weird as that may sound for some people. You know, again, your S&P and a lot of things are still growing. Things are still, you know, people are still buying chips. They're buying the AI stuff. You have, manufacturing domestically has still been pretty hot for the last couple of months. You know, people might not be buying houses the same way and stuff like that, but you are, things are still chugging along. But the longer this lasts and it starts to affect that, higher energy starts to weigh down on things, other things stop moving as much, and then now you're removing the Fed and central bankers from the equation. Now the only thing that would save even policy You know, you could do a lot of policy. You could ban the exports of oil, but these are all just, you know, going to be either temporary or band-aids. But until you get this kind of settled, I'm only speaking if this talks for a really long time. That's the whole idea. But you're removing one central part. There's no more Fed put. There's no more central bankers are you know, again, they're more likely to raise rates and cause the market to freak out and cause assets to try to get more price stability, though they're more likely to fuck up rather than even just be a force in the market that could affect things. So that's a big part. I don't know if people are putting two and two together, but that's where this longer time frame starts to lead into it. ASTS, more space, Habibi. Court stick, yeah, 5%. Oh, I swear they had something early. That one's really going. It's kind of cheap. It says 30. Last trade was at 10. Okay, it's gone. Chad took it. We eating hummus. These other ones are new. Let's see what it is. Yeah, 10%. That has to be a buyout. Something with court. I don't see anything yet. Court. Is it halted? Yeah, they halted it. 10%. There was that one for 30. Again, I just didn't like the last trade. I would have taken it, but it would have already been 300%. One of you got it. FDA approves Reliquant for Paxatel for platinum-resistant epithelial ovarian fallopian tube or primary peritoneal cancer. I don't know if I said that right. It's amazing. Oh, RMD will be the sympathy to the downside, probably. ResMed, watch, there could be one for the downside. So I gotta verify. And then gas inventory's coming out. But yeah, ResMed down 2. So anybody who deals with that, there might be some reverse sympathies. RMD is ResMed. Court is the one that got halted. Eating hummus. Got a bow you ain't passing. I don't know if ResMed is the one though. Let me see. I'll check right now. But they responded instantly, 2%. But watch, if you notice any other biotech selling off. And then SPY just at VWAP after all of this. Keep in mind you've got a lot of headlines. Why won't my shit work? My shit is lagging. My shit's really laggy. Crude futures down 3. No, they're more sleep apnea, sleep care. ResMed might not be the one. But again, they're down 3% off of it. So yeah, they're not a cancer company. So that one's a little interesting. Let me find out who does this. Yeah, that was their phase 3, April 26th. That was on the schedule. Relicorlent. pancreatic cervical crushing syndrome. Let me check. Merck, Amgen, Pfizer. That's the first set I'm seeing. None of them moved yet. And then wait till court gets unhalted. Let's check the platinum-sensitive ovarian cancer. PHM, that's foreign. Pancreatic cancer. Merck, ONC. And then Z-Lab. Those might be a little bit more promising. None of them are moving. RDW, another space stock up. ACAM on the high. I'm trying to find, again, I think ResMed was the only biotech, kind of biotech. That's bio, what is it? Medical supplies is ResMed, technically. Core, ZERS. No, they all, I mean, ZERS might even go up. So see, if no one has, I don't think anybody has an approved drug for it. That's probably why it went crazy. But then if ZERS goes, some of them might even go up off of the news. And then Planet Labs. Yeah, there was one. I mean, there's still two more. I'll tell the locked in. Which one was it? There was only that 30-cent one. But if you look at that one, when it unhalts, that might lag at a cheaper price. But it's still going to be overpriced, if that makes any sense. Got a bow you ain't passing. Ah! War. Companies expect West Texas oil price of 74 at year end. Dallas Fed survey. Sarepta has its own thing. All right, we'll see if court opens up and where it does. And then other than that, though, I don't think there's any sympathies. Antipsychotic induced weight gain? That's all they have. Court is the only one. Guild maybe, or Ruckus, or Cohere. Again, that drug is very unique. I think that's why. If anything, more people went up on it than not. Is the watch list good for you, Habibi? If you put the time, it's great, you know? Be prepared. I even think today's funny, man. The fact we've even got these updates and we're still like just trading near the low. Oil's fucking pinned for 24 hours, 12 hours. You're watching the video on IG now. It's a good song, bro. Ayatollah Khomeini. R.I.P. They gonna pay. Oh, dude. So what did somebody say on the car? They said the song of the summer. Oh, man, Habibi. Oh, man. Bro, Fastly at 30? Habibi, he's amazing. Dude, man, it's tempting, man. I want to make wartime propaganda. It's hard not to want to after that. Yeah, still, I mean, has it been 10 minutes? 29? It'll unhalt in like a minute. SanDisk on the high now. Where's Googly? See, if tech starts moving, I mean, that's going to lift up the SPY. Even then, you're up by 0.8. Russell 1.6, NASDAQ 1.3, Dow 0.7. The staples, man, the staples are not buying it, bro. AMAT. The Lego ADMA. Is this one of them? Again, Shop, Uber, Bros, Team even on the low. A couple software names. DraftKings. A lot of things just randomly dumped right there. A lot of random ones. I saw the Lego Iran one a couple weeks ago. But that one was that not the song. But that wasn't even the good propaganda. The best propaganda was the one I showed y'all with the White Eagle Alliance. White Eagle Alliance versus the Persian Cats. Oh, dude, if you haven't, that one, that's true propaganda. Like that other, the Straight Outta Hormuz song sounds like propaganda, but that second verse kind of balanced it out. So I was like, all right, fair enough. Fair enough. TNXP. Battle, and then UNH on the low. So watch, a lot of things move there, and then tech wanted to get a bid, and then otherwise chips, man. Even Nvidia's up 2.8. We're back to 180. So not bad, Habibi. Not bad at all. DXYZ. I'm surprised. That was the first one, man, with the whole private equity thing. I mean, they're still up 27%. So they're kind of catching the VCX hype. Where's Orbs? Orbs chilled out. Where is VCX? 533. It's amazing. Fly, Lunar. They're actually coming down the space stocks a little bit. I don't own Fastly. I don't even own Net. I have option plays on them. Again, if you watch that Instagram video, those plays are up 500%. So shout out everybody on the Instagram. God bless. Yeah, I think I posted it on YouTube. YouTube just still don't even show you the shorts, but I guess that's your algorithm's fault. But yeah, man, I hope it helped. The link, no, man. YouTube doesn't like the song. They don't. I can't show you. Just go on my Instagram. It's the best I could offer. Okay, SPY, again, now you're going to one push through everything on the high ticker. Court is still halted. It's been more than 10 minutes. And then SPY, oil's unbudged. The taco. I want to tell you guys something, but you might get mad at me. There's a new taco going around. Would you like to know? Or if I tell you, like, listen, if I tell you, you can't call me a Trump supporter, and then you can't insist that Netanyahu is paying me. Okay? That's it. Guess what? Now that I told you that, you're probably going to still call that. So I guess I might have just negated it. So I'll tell you anyways. Yeah. It's called TAW. TAW. Trump always wins. That is going to be, again, now it does have certain connotations where he wins by finding out what he could do to, as long as it's acceptable and it could look like a win, he'll just back out and win. 7,000 has been deposited into your account. Man, I wish if it was that. I'm telling you, man. That's what I said, bro. Send them my routing number. Get me at least paid for this. I'm down, but you know, I'm here to tell you the word on the street. TAW. Trump always wins. I don't know how the taco crowd is gonna. I still think the taco. It's so easy to explain taco, just because it's like a cute little acronym. But I still think that was one of the stupidest ones last year. Just like chicken. Trump always chickens out. I have not used that terminology in a long time. Because he has a time machine simulator. Listen, I believe, I don't know if he has it, but I do think AGI is going to give you something like that. I don't know. I have my own little time machine, so I could only imagine if I was the government. Yeah, wait, didn't we already win? Speaker Johnson, Operation Epic Fury is almost done. Venezuela diplomats and restore to DC to restore ties. Yeah, the last Mission Impossible was about it, bro. Yeah, you could stick with taco. It's fine. I just get confused now, bro. Yesterday, someone was like, I'm getting tacos after this. And I think I'm just too naive because I was like, dude, that sounds so good right now. But I'm like, oh, we're talking about politics. Oh. I was like, I'd love a fucking good carnitas. But no. That's the first time you've heard taco? No. Dude, you don't remember? That was taco came from like February, March of last year. And I was shocked. I was like, there's no way. It was, I think, Financial Times. Was a Financial Times author who authored it. And then it was quickly adopted by Harry Sisson. And, yeah. It was all downhill from there. Yeah, court still halted. Not really any sympathy either. There might be plays that go up off of it, so pay attention. Because if court gets unhalted and you start noticing any biotech with like overlap in that drug, that might be it. Turin, the buyout's at $53 anyways. Google on sale? No, not as much as Microsoft. Again, Intel running up now, 4 to 7. Elon, I don't know what happened to Elon, but I told you guys my Elon tin early. I told you guys from the beginning. I said Elon's #1 goal was to just get the military money, and he got it. And y'all thought they were even mad at each other. I said, why would Elon be pissed? He's getting so much for these rocket ship defense shit. It's not even, that's it. So unfortunately, I still like Elon, but I knew what they were there for. Maersk CEO says no structural slowdown in global container shipping demand. Denali, they kind of moved off of it. I don't know, but they're already up 7 though. Let's see, Denali. Enzyme replacement. No, they don't have anything with cancer. They're like Alzheimer's. Ulcerative colitis, Parkinson's. Yeah, chips, NVIDIA, they're doing great. I mean, again, there's news in the morning with like AMD and like memory stocks and memory prices going up. I think XLP, it could be because everyone's buying chips and software, kind of. I mean, software's only up by 0.8. Again, NVIDIA's ripping now even more. That might lift up the SPY. But it could also be the staples just don't believe it. Any of the until there's like a real off-ramp, and then you're on the off-ramp, I don't know if the staples are going to be down with it. Tacos El Frank? No, is that that's not the Michelin star one, is it? But no, I haven't. All right, well, you're moving up, but I think it's all because of what's it called? Nvidia. Nokia, BSX on the high to Court. I don't know. You think they're gonna unhalt Court? Court might go crazy then. Maybe I should have grabbed that cheap one. GG's if you got that. It's been like a 20-minute halt. But yeah, Nvidia, I'm surprised you didn't get a bigger candle off of that. Because Nvidia just took another, what, $1 right there? Dow, 21 green, 9 in the red. What time is it? 7:50? Still very early, man. 70 green on the NASDAQ, 30 in the red. And then 328 green, 170-ish in the red on the SPY. It's indicating 48. Oh, that's not too bad. I was like, man, if it went near like 60, because that chain went really deep. That's why some of them were like cheap, but then relatively overpriced. Yeah, I think XLP, though, remember, XLP has been a very volatile asset this year. But yeah, I think it needs a real off-ramp. It has a lot to gain, just like the bonds. I mean, more or less. TSM now, that's going up. Is HP, that one chilled out a little bit. But now Marvel, I mean, Marvel's still up 5 for crying out loud. Fastly keeps going. It's Michelin. There's that Tijuana taco place. It was a food truck in Tijuana, and they got a Michelin star. I think they opened a shop in San Diego. I just haven't been yet. I think very big line. What does an off-ramp mean? What do you think it means? You know, think about on the freeway. If you're on a freeway and you take the off-ramp, you are exiting the freeway. So we are on the war freeway right now, conflict freeway. That's what we've been on for 3 weeks, right? You're speeding, you're going fast. So we're looking to slow down and exit, essentially. So we came up, I think the last time we talked more about off-ramps was literally Russia-Ukraine. You grabbed the 1K of the one I said was on sale. Well, be careful, Sisar. If it hits, you're going to love me, but sometimes those plays, you don't want to go too crazy, especially if it's not as, like, nuts. But I hope it works. But, yeah, I'd be careful with the sizing on, like, some of these low ones. Like I'm saying, some of them, you expect a 20% success rate, right? So if you're going to go 1K on them, you better go 1K on all of them. That's kind of the issue. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's been halted for a while. You're going to probably get another 10% pop. I know, will that be 30? Yeah, if it's at 40, so it might be up 40% total. UGRO. I mean, on the easier ones, if you wanted to go big, but yeah, that one, like I said, I left that one there. There's 2 of them. The one I already told you, see when that one unhalts, that might still lag. But yeah, the other one was still it didn't meet the criteria of like an easier one. Because like I'm saying, it was up 300%. Even on the ask. It was lower than all of them, though. Jazeera Airways, we are currently flying to 7 countries from Saudi Arabia. I don't know if anything happened with NVIDIA, but it's going up. The Politico reporters recirculating. Speaker Johnson, Epic Fury is almost done. If you got in on court, would you set limit prices when it gets unhalted? Depends how many I had. I might do it. I mean, think about it. If it goes up crazy enough, if you could sell one of them and you have multiple to get all of your money back plus change, why not? Again, I like making it free on these. And then at the same time too, though, you've seen many times, like sometimes remember that Boeing, Like, we've had a couple of like 2,000-3,000 percenters. That first like window when it's just going nuts, you're gonna get more money. So that's something to keep in mind too. But all of them, every single one of these, I like making them free. That way we could either ride it up, or, you know, it sucks because like even on that Boeing, I made it free and then it went up another 1,000%. So that's what you got to think about. But that first window, as everyone's going crazy with it, you're gonna get a higher price than not. So even if it stays like, so if it pops up at 45, that will be the highest price for the option. And then even if it'll come down, and then even if it goes back to 45, unless it does it very quickly, that first 45 will be worth more money than the second 45. Does that make sense? We have a gut feeling we're going to go down. Well, just be careful, man, okay? I'm telling you, bro. 2 weeks ago, the last guy who had a gut feeling everything was going to drop and then said the market's going to stay pinned. I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. Where is he, bro? Jeremiah, where are you? Y'all don't remember Jeremiah in the chat? He was active every day. There was a lot of puts. He was telling you it's going down. He said, I promise you. And then, bro, after that last promise, bro, I have not seen him once. It's been 2 weeks now, bro. So, you know, just like I'm saying, just never be too certain. Stay alive. I keep reminding we got a long time ahead of us. Even before you know it, whether this war goes on for a long time, we're gonna deal with other stuff with it. You know, you could either have demand destruction. If it ends quickly, we're going to move on, and then maybe we have to deal with software again. Maybe we have to deal with a new Google chip. Maybe we have to deal with something you haven't even thought of yet. So regardless, just don't let the emotions get the best of you. Because, again, this was the first time retail has had an outflow since 2023, bro. You know that? That's crazy. That out of all of the events that could have got mother effers to like move around and move shit, bro, they haven't. They literally haven't over 3 years. This was the first one. Geopolitical events, the ones that are actually that get brushed off the easiest, as weird as that may sound, the ones with the historical accuracy of being up 100% of the time, this was the event. Again, I mean, think about it. World War III, bombs going off, the visuals, like it's very emotional, but like I think that's fascinating. That was the first thing that actually, that got this shit moving, bro, or got even retail. So again, some of you were like, I'm selling, I'm going all cash, Josh, this. So I'm just telling you, man. I don't know. You have no rules in the chat. I think you guys should know the truth, and I think you should expect stuff. Indiana barring autism therapy company piece by autism billing Medicare programs. That's a Wall Street Journal exclusive. But yeah, man, I don't think I haven't even been emotional with you guys, so I hope you don't be emotional. Just you better stay alive, dude. Stay alive. You guys know what the right thing is. You know, the hardest part right now is it's not even hard, bro. I'm just used to it. There you go. Court 48 up 30%. So there you have it. So yeah, those went up 300%. That one. So you probably got that. And then the ask is at $6. Put in an order at $3. You might get filled. For the guy who bought 1,000 of them. Okay, no, more. Put 450 now. Yep, they're at 350. That's 1,000%. GG's. The one I told you didn't move at all. Okay, now it moved. So yeah, there's still one lagger on there, 2 laggers, but they're not. You got to go up way more. That first one, the guy Caesar, if you took that first one, that's 1,000%. GG, baby. That's 1K into 10K. See, but that's what I'm saying. Just be careful on the other ones now, because if you go 1K on the next 5, you might lose 5,000 of that 10K. They came down though, so now look, 290. So that first 2 minutes, that was your 1,000%er right now, and now they're already dropping off of the bid. So like I'm saying, that first couple minutes now, if it comes back to 50 like quickly, those plays are going to go back up again. But like I'm telling you, that first $50 is going to give you more on the options than the second $50. That's what you got to understand. So yeah, like I was saying, the hard part right now is that things get emotional. You got to stick to the rules. So like I'm telling you, man, it's just straight up. I'm just used to it at this point. I mean, you guys have watched me for a really long time. I've given you these rules. I just very robotic, very mechanical. That's how you're gonna do it. But like you're seeing, these emotions have gotten people to go against the rules. You've been all cash since 23. You're doing great. I mean, it depends how you define it. I mean, maybe that could explain your what's it called? That could explain some of your anger based on your chat facts. But other than that, I mean, I don't think staying all cash from 23 was a good idea. I bought bonds in 22 and 23. I took advantage of that, but at the same time, it's there. Can I explain that? Look, the stock's at $50 right now. That options ask is what the bid was just at. So that second 50 is worth less. So it's back to 290 bid, $4. I won those. Some of those went for $4 or $5. So now it did it quickly. It did it in 2 minutes, but that second 50 isn't there as much. But yeah, so it's like, I mean, this is the rule I've been telling you guys. Don't have too much cash, don't have too little cash. You want to diversify, stick to the rules. If you do, it doesn't matter how emotional anything may be, but like if you're able to do that, I mean, you'll be fine. But, you know, again, things get bad, people get emotional. Things get good, people get emotional. Like, you know, that's all this game is, bro. You have a sound intellectual framework for regulating emotions. You are going to be fine. Court was that play there. So again, I called out one. I didn't take it. I said there was one lagging. That's what I've been doing on the locked in for a lot of people. If I take it, you'll hear me take it. But if it's decent, I'm a little bit on the fence with it. I'm not feeling it too much. Or again, if I want to, throw you guys a bone a little bit, I'll tell you, I didn't grab the 91. That's what I told you though. That was the other one that was lagging on the chain. That's why I said if it was gonna lag, that would be it. But then, and it did. So those were supposed to go for 20 or 30 cents. Last trade was at 60. But now after the drop, the bid was gone. But then another one opened up on the chain. But those were the two lagging contracts. The one that Caesar got and then the other one that I called out. You're out, man. Well, GG, bro. I hope you did good, man. Locked in. What's up? The logic behind, I mean, you got to ask more specific, but I have a bunch of YouTube videos on the trading fraternity, and even that one was easy. That was just a biotech thing, and then we saw it. That was a trigger. I've always told you, if it moves through, again, by the time it was up 10%, I thought it was going to be a buyout. It ended up being what's it called? So maybe we could do another one right now. Estee Lauder, if that moves 3%, that's going to be something related to their previous buyout. So that's 3% on the day, but not 3% in the candle. So that was it. I just went to the option chain quickly, and I could scan it really fast and find, the deals, the better deals. You could call it a deal. It's just risk to reward. Like I'm saying, that first one, it had a decent risk to reward. It was slightly outside of my range because the premium, but then the news was bigger than that. That's why if you bought it even with the premium, it would have worked. And then the second one, I didn't take that one, and then it was halted by then. Same exact thing, risk to reward. NBA backs first expansion in 20 years with Las Vegas, Seattle. What does that mean? I don't have Microsoft, but I'd be down. Yeah, you didn't. I mean, again, you had a minute there. You would have had to spend a little bit more on just because of the delay. But even with the non-locked in, you guys got that information before everybody in the world. And I think it got halted within 2 minutes. So even not on locked in, you had a minute to make a decision on it. They don't feel me, bro. How do you know which one is lagging? So you guys didn't watch the video? I have a video I posted within the last week that gives you a really good tip on the trading fraternity. But you have to watch it and you have to follow instructions. So there's a video called How I Made 30,000% on Boeing, even though it's only 3,000%. But if you watch that video in its entirety, it'll give you a better idea. But essentially I scan the option chain very quickly. Again, I've been doing this for an extremely long amount of time. While most people started their careers of trading in 2021, 22, I have been staring at option chains minute by minute for a good portion of my life. But that I do have some tricks that could help you, but you're gonna have to lock in. Not with the membership, but like, again, I have some videos up there. They're very good gems, but they're just sitting there. They're just waiting for you to watch them. You know that? They're just waiting. They're waiting for you to click on it, waiting for you to take notes on it, waiting for, then once you know, you put it every day. We practice. You know that? That's why I say maybe it will happen on EL. Maybe another one will come in. Because I think that helped a lot of the locked-in guys too. And the people who really care about it, because after that one video now, as these plays come out, you're able to watch. Now you're looking for something even more in real time. That video I could tell if you don't watch it, because that had very simple instructions. It takes you 6 minutes total for that one. Yeah, orbs did pop. Sock is on the high too, not a trigger. And like I said, that's one of the things. If you ever do like 3% in 1 minute, it's there. You open each of them up. I have a lot of them opened up right when I go on the chain. So right when I click on an option chain, it opens up several of them for me. Recently on the analog, is that the Google thing? Google had an update with like stuff that could affect memory. Otherwise, I haven't. Videos are on the trading fraternity. Go to youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Gutierrez says Middle East war out of control and war is staring down the barrel of a wider war. Who's Gutierrez? Number of initiatives for dialogue and peace are underway and must succeed. Nah, man. I mean, game is game, bro. I've been dropping dimes for a decade, but like, it's not. I heard that Indian philosopher Krishnamurti. He's the one who said it, bro. It's like a flower. You know? Y'all gonna think I'm high as hell right now. Look at that. I don't know how. Like, man. I ain't even doing shrooms, and I'm like, I feel this shit, bro. I'm a flower. You understand? I'm a flower. That's it. If you want to enjoy the flower, you want to smell how beautiful it is, you want to enjoy the flower, you could enjoy the flower. If you want to ignore the flower, you could ignore the flower. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, bro. So I don't think I'm either teaching or anything or helping or doing anything. It's just, I'm just a flower flowering around. If you want to smell it, you can smell it. If you want to glean any beauty or joy from it, you can. If not, if you do whatever you like, you could stomp on it too. It's up to you. It's just flower. That's how a flower works. You know, imagine the flower just sits there. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's whatever you want. What you choose to do with it. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's waiting for you. Take a sniff. That sounds like I'm selling you drugs. You normally like to smell the flowers. Yeah, it's just one of the arm is up. That one, I mean, we saw yesterday during the investor day. Yeah, arm's still again. That's up 17%. I don't know if smelling you would be weird. It depends, Habibi. I probably smell like hummus. What? Eating hummus? UN Secretary General. Thank you for that's Gutierrez. Prolonged closures, choking movement of oil, gas, fertilizer, critical moment in global planting season. Microsoft, PayPal, low ticker just woke. Is it reacting to these Gutierrez comments? Lyft and Baidu expanding partnership. Do you think World War III has already started? No, but I said, I mean, my mom asked me this. I told you guys this like right when it all started, like 2 weeks in. My mom was asking me. We were talking about it, but I just said, like, if there's World War, sadly, I believe this. I'm not even like, this isn't even tinfoil. You could laugh at it, but I laughed at it. But like, I legitimately think if World War III is gonna start, it's gonna be over AI. Like, not like, oh, AI, let's fight. Like, I swear there's a AGI that exists, and motherfuckers, that would be the only reason you would be willing to have a world war conflict. Because then whoever comes out, whether it's China, Russia, you know, whatever Eastern alliances or Western, you name it, it's all for this power of AGI and building and laying the infrastructure of what comes next from it. Because that's the only thing that makes... Otherwise, I don't think it's World War III. I know, Microsoft was on the low. That could be the drop. It's breaking down. Dude, 370 already. MSTR big red. Yeah, I think Bitcoin probably too. And a couple more biotech or medical device plays coming down or coming up. Yeah, or all software just kind of flushed. Dude, software IGV just took a knife. Where's Micron and SanDisk? Watch the member again. Homeboy was just asking me about this. I think that Google chip thing. It is. It's like kind of the Cold War of AGI. But then again, that would be in my opinion, that would be the only thing that would make motherfuckers start World War III. That would be the only thing that's worth it, if that makes any sense, right? You live in a world of high cooperation. Even then, like, you know, you've had conflicts like Russia, Ukraine, but even then, Russia has found people to collude with or have cooperation with, vice versa with Ukraine. And then even China and all that, but like a real powerful AGI and having the lead and control of that would be the only thing worth fighting for at this point in time, I would argue. And I think I don't think I'm the only one who believes that. All right, well, SPY's coming back down. Again, software just took a knife. See, Staples, energy's moving up though too. Again, you had the Gutierrez. And then look at Staples are coming up. I think Staples just needs software to come down. So that's interesting. But that's the highest oil has been almost. You're like, what, 25 cents away from the overnight high on oil. And you're coming down. SPY's 0.5. You lost 0.5 from the morning. Dow 0.5. NASDAQ 0.7. Russell 0.9. My favorite Disney movie. And how Disney's doing pretty bad. My favorite Disney movie is Frozen and Toy Story. I look forward to the new Toy Story. But yeah, Frozen went fucking hard. First energy, all these energy plays are going up. And then China still. NVO taking NVO got really murdered right there. Kind of weird. See, if Eli Lilly goes up, NVO down, it might have a headline. And Hims is dropping too. I don't know. Could that be related to Court? Court says something about weight control. It was like cancer, weight control. That drug was really weird, man. The hook. You're still thinking about that, huh? I never knew. They have a 30 PE. I think they have a 30 PE, but now the forward PE, you know, again, how they've been performing here and looking ahead, I think it drops to like 21. I don't like SoFi at all, unfortunately. I prefer a bigger bank. I still think SoFi is weird, but a lot of people like them. All right, man, you're approaching the low of the day. Oil is about to hit the high of overnight. The latest comment was the UN guy, Gutierrez, saying direct meeting is the last opportunity to avoid a full-fledged escalation in the region. That's about it. The long term's 90% cash, and you've learned a lot from me, but that's how you learn. Well, I mean, do whatever you like. I mean, if this was last year, I would say you haven't learned anything from me, but at the same time, I still believe that. So, dude, it's up to you, man. I agree with you. You will have to learn. I mean, that's why I was encouraging people. Do not get left behind. You have to take advantage of it. You have to secure your future, but you know, you guys know the rules. You're at least one step ahead in at least being aware that that is not what I teach. So you could say you learned from it, but yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I would have banned that last year. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Because I would say stop with this shit, dude. But you know, I don't, like I say in advance, your guys' life. But he has Kirk over. His name is Kirk Fashke. So he probably he's been trolling a little bit. But ever since I didn't ban him, he's been a little nicer. So he's like, wow, Josh didn't ban me. We're friends. See, we can be friends. I'm down. But like I'm saying, I don't. Last year too, though, I'm like, I ain't trying to be no fucking friend, dude. I ain't want to be nobody's friend. I want you guys to fucking run it. Trump. Truth Social blame the Democrats for airport security. All right, I may call up National Guard for more help. So yeah, you're going lower, but Trump did a Truth Social. Iran Bushehr nuclear power plant struck again. Iran Press TV. That's the reason. That's coming with a lag. 2-minute lag on that one. That's why. So now you're dumping on Iran Bushehr nuclear power plant getting attacked. So pretty much, as we're playing this game of peace talks or not, just as always, in the middle of a peace talk, they're attacking. This feels just like Russia-Ukraine. Oil ripping. Yeah, again, that was oil hit the high of the morning. It's only $90 only. But yeah, think about it now. So Iran comes in with all that. You get the warning from Mr. Gutierrez. But then, yeah, I do think that is putting people more. They're going to doubt any progress if we're attacking nuclear facilities. An Afghan Boeing 737 reportedly overrun the runway at Kabul. Yeah, bro, that was 17 minutes ago. Hold up. That's so late. No. This might be old. It's 17 minutes old, but they could be reiterating it. They said struck at 21:08 on Tuesday. Yeah, this is old. So this is literally, Iran is reporting. I think Iran is figuring out how to fucking fuck with the algos. No, because even the headline, it says it was struck on 21:08 on Tuesday. Oh, I guess maybe there's a gap in their timing and our time. Maybe I'm just an idiot. But this article came out 17 minutes ago. So literally right at 8 a.m., right when we dropped here, the market didn't even react till like 5 minutes later. The source on that is Iranian International News Network. Yeah, that's old though, relatively speaking. And then you had the Trump comment, but it tracks. We started dropping, and then oil literally at 8 o'clock. It reacted 4 minutes later. But I don't know. It says Tuesday 21. I don't know if it's because of Iran's timing, the gap, everything else, but here we are. UGRO, and then ARM is in La La Land. They're a day ahead. If they're a day ahead, then that's old. So they're reporting the attack from Tuesday night. So then are they on Thursday? Are they on Thursday morning? Or are they on Wednesday night? It's 6:45. So yeah, it is old then. So they're putting out an article about an attack yesterday, and the market's responding right now. So that means anything they've said about negotiations, they were probably aware of that already. Closing their puts. No. Okay, only Donald Trump could front run. Nobody else. Why would you think that? Like I'm saying, bro, I haven't seen. Well, nobody's accused one Iranian. Y'all know, look at you Americans, bro. You guys are so racist. You guys, they don't know how to trade. Only Americans know how to trade. Only American would understand the front run of politically sensitive information. How dare you? Y'all gotta watch more movies. Well, I mean, again, today was sensitive, but not. Dude, oil's at $90. We're still holding up this little peace thing, but this peace thing is just, that's all. It's like, again, even the UN guy kind of said it. I mean, it's simple. This is a credible off ramp. This is the closest you've been to a credible off ramp. But if this off ramp does not get taken, that's it, man. The next exit don't show up for several more miles or weeks, and then that's where it gets a little different. French Energy Ministry, European wants financing scheme to be the scheme they agreed on in Czech Republic. They have bigger problems. I don't think they're looking at markets. No, I think they are. I think they're I think this is where they're smart. They're playing their strengths. Again, economic warfare. That's what they called this already. This is an economic jihad. They don't need to I don't think they are strong physically. I think this is that's why I'm saying that they're learning how annoying Donald Trump is in terms of the jawbone and the talking. They've even said it. They've even used the term jawboning. Iranian, one of the military leaders even mentioned it. But yeah, this is all economical. So like they're not. That's it. All you got to do is be at the straight, nowhere else. That's it. You could let everybody waste the money. Trying to you may lose a couple people and they're losing some of their leaders, but this is purely economic. They don't need to win. They just need to drag it on. The longer you drag it on, the more leverage they get. That's why Trump would even want people there. I know we keep talking about the troops, the deployment, all of that, but they just want option. I think Trump just wants optionality, but then also too, it just, again, they are incentivized to drag this on. That's it. They care. They are mentioning oil prices. Why do you think the guy yesterday was like, can you print gas pumps, or can you print prices at the pump? Like I said, even bringing up the J.D. Vance thing, they are aware of our politics. They are aware of our economic situation. Even that Chinese propaganda video that I showed you, even then, like, they brought up the average person who's like, why should I have to suffer? They know that. They know how to play on the social aspect. That's why I'm surprised more people aren't aware of the Iranian propaganda. That's why, like, when they even do false flag attacks, because they know how the American public will react. I mean, this is, again, if Mr. Ayatollah, the Khomeini man, if he knew anything, it was playing on the Western sentiments and how people react. So I do think they're looking at I think they're probably only looking at the market and the economy. That is their only thing that they are formidable on at this moment in time, at least in my opinion. But yeah, I do think that's the game they're playing, and they're smart enough to know how to play it. That's what I don't think they have a strong military, but I think this military tactic is indeed playing the economy and being aware of it. Again, they're not dumb people. That's one thing I've told you. Whether it's the Shia law or Shia Islam, or if it's what's it called, Sharia law, I don't think these are dumb people. I think they're actually very educated. Most people don't know that. Most of the Islamic leadership and some of like the extremism Islamic leadership, these are highly educated people. They're educated than more normal Americans. These are people who studied at Oxford. They studied at international institutions. Even in America, they are very well educated. The people at the top, they're smart. These are not dumb people. So that's what I'm saying. They know how to play the game, and they're aware of things like jawboning. They're aware of the markets and everything else. So I wouldn't assume that they're not. I wouldn't assume that's just a U.S. thing. I think that's very arrogant to to think that they're not, and like to think that these are just guys in the sand focusing on, oh, we must stay alive. Like, no, they know exactly what they're doing. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the fog of war, the propaganda, it's very critical. And I don't think they're bad at it. I think they're better than most. KKR and GIP among bidders for Draw's multi-billion French fiber network. Some are educated, most of them are dumb. No, man, it's like the leadership. That's what you guys gotta, like, the leadership is extremely intelligent. I mean, bro, you gotta be pretty smart to get somebody for you to stay alive for 50 years and get motherfuckers to blow themselves up for a holy war. You gotta think these guys know what they're doing. They're not, like, you gotta, and that, some people haven't questioned that, but these guys, the leadership is extremely intelligent. That's why I've never doubted their intelligence. I doubt their capability. I doubt that they're even, I don't think they're a physical force as strong as people make it out to be, but the people at the top who are leading the more radical side of it, these are again, you trained them. They've been trained through the West. They're not dumb. What is it, bro? Was it somebody, one of you guys will know probably. What was it? Was it the Holy Foundation in the right before 9/11 and even after 9/11? Does anybody, is it the Holy Land 5? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There was even, I don't even know, they probably scrubbed this shit, because there was like documents that literally there was like a Islamic group that they were based in the United States, and they were linked to a lot of terrorism, terror funding, even Iran, and a lot of terrible things. But if you've read their documents, and dude, they were predicting a lot of the social justice and how to game it. They were talking about this in the 90s. So I think it's the Holy Land 5. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, they're not. And that even highlighted how intelligent these people really are, and what they were. They're not. They are very educated on our culture and how to game culture, and they have 10, 20, 30-year goals of both infiltration and then how to execute these goals as well. You built your wire out? Well, I got somebody would like harass me last time I said this, and then they reported my videos. This was several years ago, but I think Benzinga's dog shit. So ditch the Benzinga and go start scraping RSS feeds and go find other news wires, and you might have a better shot. I mean, Benzinga Pro could help, I'm sure, if you have nothing, but I think Benzinga is one of the worst news sources. I don't think I've ever, like, again, sometimes I've gotten some on the back end. Usually it's for the shit stocks that they'll come up. But yeah, I don't think I've ever given you one where I'm like, yeah, Benzinga. Is it the Holy Land Foundation? The leaders? I think it is. It's Holy Land, but like, they had a manifesto. And it wasn't a public manifesto. Maybe manifesto is not the word. But like, they had like a constitution of their objectives, and if this was, it was well ahead of its time. That's the scary part. It was well ahead of its time, and it was talking. It knew exactly where America's social setting was headed to, and how they plan to use that, how they plan to even use the First Amendment to further their goals and to trap the social system into not being able to defend against it. Yeah, again, you V-shaped because that headline was old. We reacted late to it, and then even the source of it, it was saying that happened a long time ago. Iran negatively responded to American proposal, insisting that secession will only occur on Iran's term. Iran's reiterating it. Yeah, Trump even had his thing on there too. Al Jazeera, we confirmed the elements from 82nd and otherwise communications will be deployed to the Middle East. Guilts extend. Oh, they're down. That's good. 5.4 though is crazy. $3, yeah. Again, delayed headline, delayed. That was just all delayed. From the actual content of the report to how it hit, and then you're right back to where that started. Oil hit a new high, though, intraday, first time. Velo CEO comments. Hey, Apple's killing it, bro. Play the plug. God bless you, man. I'm a little late on that. A lot going on. Estee Lauder was turning up for a little bit, but then it stopped. Court came down. So, again, now that the price is lower, even if you took that first couple minutes, that was the highest amount of money on that. Where did those plays go to? I bet you they're still up, but definitely. Oh, no. Honestly, now that play, you're up like same price on the bid, 300% on the ask. But you won't get filled on the ask. That's why it's sitting there. So, yeah, monetizing that in the first couple minutes would have been your best outcome. Again, sometimes waiting a little longer is better, but more instances than not, if you get a low enough price, monetizing it is there. And then, again, who knows what will happen tomorrow. Like the Fastleys, that one has just been continuing up day after day, week after week. So again, every situation's different, but if you are trying to play one of those flips, try to understand it. Lynn, all right, man. What time is it? 8:30. You guys want to do some push-ups? I need to go to the bathroom. I need to stretch. I'm gonna do some planks. You know, I'm gonna get my core working. Woo! USA. USA. Push-ups. Make push-ups great again.
Of consulting services at Revenue Management Solutions, attending our Bloomberg Intelligence Farm, Food, and Fuel Conference. Have you had matcha? Have you had ube?
I've
Ube.
had matcha, and I will never have it again. I did not go for the taste. Everybody puts stuff in it. That's what used to say.
All right,
Wait,
this
is
Bloomberg.
it ube or oob? You know that my girl was fucking with me. I ordered one. I was ordering a ube thing, and then I was like, ube. She was like, it's oob. And I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, it's oob. And then I get up to order it, and I'm like, can I get the oob? And then she just starts laughing, and I'm like, what? She's like, it's ube. I'm like, you just told me it was oob. It's really good, though, bro. It tastes like Fruit Loops. You know what I'm saying, bro? Besides how to pronounce it, is it ube? Nah, yeah, she's Filipino too, bro. That's why they were fucking with me. And I'm like, this is racist. I'm like, you guys are trying to use cultural domination over me. But nah, ube. Ube. It tastes like Fruit Loops, though. I love it. There's like a Costco Starbucks drink. It's like ube and coconut. It's fire, dude. But it tastes like Fruit Loops. I don't know if you're into that. You gotta like Fruit Loops. Or it tastes like cereal. All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom and do some planks. I don't know. I should probably do a sit-up. I like the core workouts, bro. I'm building it up. All right, I got no propaganda for you. Wow. I'm not sneezing as much as beginning of the year, but they still show up. Post that court does not have FDA approval. Report was misleading. Let's see. Oil slow, because again, I mean, the idea of an off-ramp is very pervasive. It's probably the better way to put it. I don't have the FDA site on it, but the label is not yet available. PDUFA date was July 11th, 26. So they still have time for that. But they were on the schedule for it. But that's, I mean, again, still up 27, but faded a decent amount. Macron to hold technical video conference with Army chiefs in restoring maritime navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. And then Trump on Truth Social, radical left Democrats. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Point where the physical markets are going to start reacting to what's going on, which is the Strait of Hormuz being closed. I think what you're seeing in terms of the day-to-day, management of news cycles, 12 and 24-hour news cycles, it's a master class in verbal intervention by the president. Call it talking the market down, feeding a narrative to keep the price down. They're doing a really good job of it. But I guess we're coming to a place, though, where the physical realities of markets, shortages, lack of tankers, fighting over barrels is going to take over. And again, I think we are on a path towards escalation militarily, not de-escalation. And you talked about a deal. I'm happy to go into that as well.
Yeah, why do you think we're on a path toward escalation if the market is thinking de-escalation?
The market is thinking de-escalation because we've trotted out this 14-point plan. Iran has talked about its own plan and its own demands. These are two very, very extremist positions. They're entrenched. There's nothing new in any of this. They're non-starters for the U.S. They're non-starters for Iran. There are no indications that there's talks going on. So you hear about presents being offered. You hear about talks and meetings and President Vance, and none of it seems to have any real legs to it. And I think when you look at it, it comes down to one simple thing. Either we reopen the strait or we don't. There's no way that President Trump can back out of this without opening the strait. So opening talks is a non-starter for the Iranians at this point.
It seems as if those realities are understood by the parties involved. In other words, we cannot indefinitely have the strait closed and deal with the consequences of what it might mean in oil. Why is that not, at this point, do you think, a motivator, whatever the posturing is right now in terms of demands, not a motivator for an actual ceasefire process to get underway?
Because I think at this point, let's just look at what we're seeing. What we're seeing is probably one of the largest U.S. military concentrations in the Middle East since 2003 in the invasion of Iraq. Thousands and thousands of troops in theater. You're starting to see, I would say as early as this Friday, we could see a movement to seize one of the islands, to start seeing suppressive fire. There is force packages to do three things: to actually figure out what we're going to do on these islands, which are a very disruptive presence with tankers. The Iranians have said we are going to continue to have the Hormuz as basically our own toll booth. But that's a non-starter. So Trump is in a position where he's going to have to start taking actions that are defying this idea in the market that we're on a de-escalatory path. I think we're getting to the point where early April at the very latest, you start to see the market shift its mentality, even in the face of more tweets and more reassurance. I think it's just a matter of time where military escalation in the Gulf is going to force people to say, wow, we are in actually something
I'll show you a different clip.
That looks like it is a militarily necessary reopening of the strait.
I was
and at
watching
that
some
point,
of it.
I think these ideas in the market that maybe we're on a de-escalatory pathway go away. They start to fade.
Well, then, okay, so then does it sounds like you're...
Do you guys, how do you feel about the young generation? Do you think, because people are arguing, I think this is hilarious, actually. Here's a Fox News clip. I'm surprised this is on Fox. I don't know if they're trying to highlight the kids are dumb or that will be okay. I like EDM now.
Facing America is the most important to you.
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity is terrible.
Ice, not personally, I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking about Starbucks, what I'm gonna get for today.
The elevators don't work. You got 43 floors. The elevators don't work.
I could take this little glass of water, drop it in the magnets. That's the end of the elevator.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out?
I don't with Trump, but that does.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times!
You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
What? Who? What?
What is that? Who the is Ayatollah?
I have never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran.
He's dead?
We killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny, whoa!
If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him.
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of them.
I would bomb the out of them.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic.
Have you heard anything else?
Dude. No.
Nothing. I have heard nothing about Venezuela.
70% of them were like, we're going to use women
Where is
to
Venezuela?
defeat the Ayatollah.
I don't know. I'm drunk. I
will
really
flirt
I
with
don't
them.
know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show.
That's the guy who was eating the steak, remember? It was like in front of the vegan guy.
Oh, Jesse Waters. Do you know who I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, Johnny.
Amazing. We know too much, Chad. You know that. I'm just old. I feel old after watching that. I say, like, why? But I knew this shit when I was young. Even when I was on spring break, dude. I knew what the fucking Ayatollah was. But then again, I mean, I guess they didn't interview any Middle Eastern people. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. But what did he say? He said we got Maduro, the leader of Colombia. Oh man, it must be nice. Well, no, but I mean, people are saying it's not a bad thing. Because at the same time, like, if you're on the internet, they're like, these kids are, like, if you're on the internet all day doom scrolling, you're like, I know what the Ayatollah is. Oh, my God. Like, those motherfuckers ain't doom scrolling. He said, Starbucks, my elevator doesn't work. Oh, that's great. Well, they're probably college kids. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. The Lord blessed me with enough education and stupidness where, like, I could turn this shit off, bro. You guys see me play 2K, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I go to the gym. I still watch TikToks, you know? So it's great, man. It's great. I have, you know, that's why I encourage you not to be, like I said yesterday during Philo, man. I hope you're not so terminally online where you believe the lie that life isn't fun and beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that great? I think that's a great thing, man. I for real. I think, you know, some deep breaths in, deep breaths out. Enjoy your life, bro. Again, I know the media, that's the fucked up part about, like, politics and the politicization of the internet and what it's created. I'm old, man. I'm old. I don't know how old I am anymore, but definitely old. But then I was like that even when I was young, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, when I was 18, I was really, like, I mean, I did get a degree in political science, so that's probably my problem. But yeah, man, who cares? Enjoy life. You don't have to enjoy it, but I hope you can recognize how beautiful it is. They did look a lot happier. Those guys didn't even look tall. You know what I'm saying? Imagine not one. Man, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's it. Maybe we should do that. You guys want to do that on the meetup? We should go to the beach. We'll have one day at the farm, and then maybe we should end it with at the beach. We should just go to the beach. You know, I like the beach though. I'm a big, you know that? I do the grounding. I like the beach, bro. I don't like not being able to shower, though. That's the thing. The beach and the sand, bro. I don't like sand everywhere. I really don't. But, like, I do. I'm a big fan of the beach. You know, we should wrap up the meeting at the meetup at the beach. I'd be down with that. Honeywell and LMT. NYSE American Options investigated reporting technical issue related to trading and post-trade market data. There's a problem with options? You've never been to the beach? Shut up. Where do you live, dude? Dude, they got beaches in Texas. I guess the beaches are... Don't they have beaches in Michigan? Or that's a lake? A good lake counts. Honestly, I feel like a good lake counts. I could get behind that. Mm-hmm. It'll probably be, I mean, it'll be near San Diego. I would never take you guys to a beach not in San Diego. Like, bro, you're like, oh, I can't wait to see the beach. Do not go to Venice. Okay, bro? Just do not go to Venice. Like, I would hate for you guys to get stabbed by a crack needle. You know, but yeah, I don't like the beaches in LA. Mm-hmm. How many acres? The farm is 30 acres. 30 acres in a long term. So, well, it was created from a long term, technically. And it's honestly terrible. You know that all that acreage sounded nice till I had to fucking manage it. Now I'm like, that's too much, man. Too much. I wish it was 3. To be honest. You know that, man? I wish it was 3. I wish it was 3, but still beautiful. You would come up? Well, yeah. I think June, if you guys really want to. I'm going to give more updates throughout the next couple of weeks, but we got to plan it. But I think June, probably around Juneteenth, because it'll be a 3-day weekend. But yeah, and we're going to do some AI workshops at the farm, chill, some fitness too. We're going to get Derek in there, Derek's boot camp. He's kind of like David Goggins, but from Texas. And then, yeah, and then we'll even have a battle pit for all of y'all with beef with each other. There's only one way, you know, a healthy release of aggression. The Chadson Hole meetup. That sounds disgusting. We're not gonna. I understand what you're saying, bro. I do. Even I feel awkward saying Jackson Hole sometimes. But no, we'll just maybe a potluck, whatever it may be. I'm not getting involved in that. Mission is dope. It's kind of sketchy. Yeah, Mission's more like college people, but it's not bad though. Mission like walking, if you want to like a walk on the boardwalk. But I feel safe walking on the sand in Mission Beach. It's not. I'm telling you, bro. Venice walking on the sand is terrifying. I like how Venice and Santa Monica looks. Very pretty to look at, but not to like, if you want to like get like a towel, put it on the sand and chill, I would never do that in LA. Yeah, North LA. Malibu's not bad. Malibu's rocky though. And then I know like Santa Barbara and other places are pretty chill. What's the one where Nikki B's from? Fuck, why am I blanking on it? They got nice beaches that you could chill at. Bro, Tennessee? They don't have a beach in Tennessee? At least you got Elvis, right? Don't you have Elvis? Or am I thinking it's somewhere else? No, that's Elvis. Wasn't he Tennessee? Ventura. Yeah, Ventura is super chill. Yeah, bro, you got Elvis. Call it a Chadference, like a conference. I like it. Well, just do it, bro. If you ever come out, I will take you to the beach. It's a cool, honestly, man, it might change your life. It might just hit you different. Because it's a trip. It really is. That's what I feel. It sucks that I've gotten like, you know, I grew up in San Diego, unfortunately. But like, if you, yeah, I've shown people the beach. We had a couple of people come out a while ago. Like, I've had friends from other places that never seen it, and it's a trip, dude. You know, and then you might turn into my mom or my dad, where you're like, it's God. Look at the God. Look how marvelous. You know, because it is a trip, bro. And it's a self-regulating, all of it, dude. And it's good for you. It's good to smell the salt. The salt water is good for you. Not to drink it. Google exec wait times to Virginia grid have grown to 10 years. Again, oil's climbing up again. Commander, 6 minutes ago. I'm fucking following all this Iran shit, dude. You have 2. Iran, Qatar, Headquarters firmly, strongly rewritten the laws governing passage through Strait, and the authority to grant passage rests with us. And then Commander of IRGC Aerospace Force, General Saeed Mousavi, says the ultimatum given to Iran is an act of war, adds that Iranian strikes on strategic points in Dimona and Haifa in recent hours were response to the U.S. 2- and 5-day threats. Interesting. That was 6 minutes ago from the Iranian press. I think it was it Mission? I think it was Pacific Beach or Mission Beach in San Diego. People did a work from home on the beach. And you're like, wow, everyone in San Diego's out of touch. But yeah, it looked fun. I don't know if I could do that though. 40% of Russia's oil export capacity been halting following major Ukrainian drone attacks across the country. I know everyone has ignored the Russia-Ukraine thing. I mean, I think just, we're 4 years into it? It's kind of weird, though, because maybe they don't want... Maybe Ukraine is like, well, fuck that. They don't want Russia to get strength through providing... assistance right now. Because again, that's what people were talking about, where all of this kind of just benefits anybody with oil. Iranians told us they will get back to us tonight. The media is reporting they said no, but we have not received any confirmation from Iran. All right. Again, you hit a new high on oil there. The news ticker, why is it going crazy? They just had a little headline dump. A lot of price target increases and decreases. Houthi spokesman, the situation will not return to what it was before. What will happen is what we decide. We have reenacted the rules of passage in a firm, strong manner. The law is clear, transparent, and understandable. You and everyone connected to have no right of passage. The decision to grant passage is ours. He claimed the more you flee from prolonging the war, the more the resistance our people and strength has grown moment by moment. You reach conclusions about the war yourselves, and you agree to negotiations with yours. This is the same one as yesterday, but this is saying Houthi spokesman. You agree to negotiations yourselves. Look into the heart of our people who are on the battlefield, where there's nothing but hope and determination to fight. And then Iran Tazim, citing unnamed military source, says Iran could activate the Bab el-Mandeb Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territories or islands. So you just got a data dump from all sorts of Iranian affiliates. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying it's surprising. I mean, 3 weeks into the war, all of this talk, all of these back and forth, and oil is at $90. Whether you like Trump or not, there's been some level of efficacy through the jawboning. But yeah, we'll see how long this continues. Again, that's why these next couple days are quite crucial as it relates to an off-ramp, and then before you know it, end of the week, and then that first week into April. I mean, that's where the repricing starts to get real tight. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, that news is coming in now. Both oil and SPY are moving up, though. Well, they're saying tomorrow night. Thursday was like the original one. Some of us early in the week were thinking Friday. And then other than that, I hope we get a clear answer or something more to move the, progress the situation. Otherwise, we're going to do another Another Friday of what's going to happen this weekend. It's on the other side of Saudi, between Saudi, Yemen, and Africa. That's not, isn't there one that the Iraqis control? Or like they said they wanted money, but they never used it. Middle East conflict will constrain chemical production and trade. Fitch. Always done when trade. Well, you could trade the futures, but yeah. Like yesterday, that move was like, that was while I was going to the gym. It was just, that was, and then it held up. We're still holding it up, man. That's like the craziest part about all this. Like technically, you're still in between that candle when that all came out. The straight reminds you of the bully that wants your lunch money and won't let you get down the hallway until you give it to him. I can see that. I think it's kind of like aggressive Monopoly. It's like playing Monopoly and that motherfucker won't sell you the last property to get the Monopoly. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I want all the free parking. I want reparations for all of my rent payments. All of the rent payments that I made. And you got to give me 17 of your other properties, and then I'll give you the blue one. That's what I mean. If you played Monopoly with me, you understand that a little more. I've played Monopoly with the Chads. This feel like this you know, this is there's negotiations just now with bombs, so a little different. We eating hummus. Said that 22 times on my way to Walmart. It's bad, bro. Be careful. Be careful, bro. I listened to that on the way to the gym, dude. I can't believe myself. You have no idea. SCDG. I think all just the energy companies are going up. APH dying. $2 down. Blew your mind with that Monopoly deal when we played. You were surprised. You're like, Josh turned into Trump quick. I'll make you a deal. Let's make a deal. Come on. We can negotiate. Who said we can't do that deal? Who makes the rules? There's no rules. Just pass go. Let's go. I like that. It takes a while, though. Even then, we played, but then eventually we were like, yo, we should make steak. You guys hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry. So it just takes a long time. For Google regarding memory, the reason I saw the energy one. What was the other one? I saw that, and then the one in the morning. Their compression algorithm makes models 6 times more efficient. If that's off of the morning, then yes. That's what I was saying. They have something. They say introduction to Lyra 3 unlocks longer tracks. But yeah, that's what I was saying this morning. Where like that's the reason you have memory. Pressure on memory. So essentially this like compute algorithm thing, it's like the TPU update but a little different, where the memory stocks pretty much. If Google has a new process, you won't need as much memory. Yeah, we talked about that in the morning. I didn't understand it fully, but that's what I was saying. Just watch if memory stocks get, that's pretty much the conclusion, is that you don't need as much memory if they have an advancement in this area. General Mills. Everyone keeps asking me about General Mills. I think it's decent. Again, at one point, that was like one of the only lagging ones, but I'm not, as long as Kimberly and Tap are down, even like Nike at a pretty good level, I'm going to prioritize other names that I've already built up and like. But I'm not too against General Mills. I just do think, though, now that staples have came off pretty dramatically off the highs, I think you could get better quality, but I mean, I don't think General Mills was the worst. That was like one of those laggers with KDP, with Dr. Pepper at the time. But yeah, I still really do like my Kimberly a lot, and then my other one. You think the memory companies will still profit? Classic case of Jevons paradox. They will run on more memory with better efficiency. Yeah, I think the real risk is just like the disruption trade. and what we've been seeing the last couple of months, really, where like one new technological update, everybody fucking freaks out, and then they're like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Is it gonna affect this? And then it chills, and then again by earnings or whatever, they're like, yeah, well, we're actually selling more now. We did that like 3 times with NVIDIA, if you think about it. If the war does not end soon, disruptions will lead to delays in the construction of LNG products. Freeport LNG CEO. Cintas? Didn't they? Are they going through the buyout? But yeah, I mean, they're pretty legit and been around. It's not one I can't say I've thought about it really, but I'm aware of what they are. Iranian military threatens if enemy wants to carry out operations through maritime to cause damage in Persian Gulf or Sea of Oman, we will open additional fronts for it as a surprise. So this operation will not only benefit it, but will also cause it double expenses. Yeah, he claimed the Bab al-Mandab Strait is considered one of the most strategic straits, and Iran possesses both the will and ability to generate a credible threat against it. Therefore, if the Americans want to think about a foolish solution to the Strait of Hormuz, they should beware of not adding troubles and embarrassment to themselves in another strait. Iran is fully prepared to escalate if the enemy has doubts and lacks the sense to learn from its experiences. It could try us again, like in the case of Abdullah and more. So that's the same thing. So I think they're saying the Houthis are going to get involved. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like they're saying if you try to use any other strait and try to circumvent Iranian control, I think the Houthis are going to get involved. Because remember, the Houthis, you guys remember that a while ago? You haven't heard about that in a minute. Strait of Hormuz, they trying to swarm us. Yeah, I think they're saying if you try to circumvent it. Because, again, there's definitely other ways around. And there's that pipeline with, what's it called? There's that pipeline through Iraq. But, yeah, I think they're saying if you try to do the other passageway, they're going to make a threat to it. Because I think one of them goes through the Red Sea or around there. It does sound like fuck around and find out. Okay, Donald. All I'm saying, you want to fuck around, you find out. Okay, is that how you say a faffle? Yeah, you was faffle. Do you not learn from your mistake? Okay. They did not learn from last time. It's pretty funny. USS Abraham Lincoln under constant surveillance will be hit if within range. Iranian naval commander. 7 minutes ago from Press TV. Apparently. I don't know. That's why I'm looking at all these Iranian headlines after that last one. That last little freak out. Yeah, but he made that comment. Oh, no, today. That was in the morning. They're reiterating it. So I'm saying, I think today they're figuring it out. I think they're trying to they're figuring out that they could reiterate stuff. Google announces Lyria 3. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what Lyria 3 is. Lyria? It sounds like malaria. Well, it's kind of chilled, bro. It's kind of chilled. All things considered. Straight to hummus. We eating hummus. Sorry. I'm sorry. Where did the Bulls go? Talking retail. I want to hear, dude. I think that was the first crack, and like a good crack. That's the first sign you're closer to a bottom than not.
They both said the same thing to me. We're
retail
neutral
investor
in terms
sentiment.
of our bias. We've been carrying equity
we have
exposure
we got
to
Oracle
various
recently.
indexes
We got some Intel.
throughout the world.
We got Meta,
as being
some
long
Netflix.
for the last several years. We are now neutral. We flattened it out. Why? Today would be the 5th consecutive day that you close below the 200-day moving average. Now look, the 200-day moving average might mean nothing to you, but if enough people are using it, it's a variable in the market. And for those funds right now that are following that, and they are a force, they now have a bias
Very
of being neutral
on the
for
low
the
and
very
very
first
sign
time
on the high
in many, many months.
Can I say something on this retail investor?
Yeah.
I know I've mentioned this before, but like way back when I was an intern and I was interning for Laszlo Barini, one of the things that he taught us as interns was that the best contrary indicator was the American Association of Individual Investors. And that as a professional, you wanted to go against that. So when I read this headline that retail investors are net sellers, and the last time was 2023, what do I think? I think, okay, well, the market in 2023 was up 26%. 25% in 24, 18% last year. So I actually see that as a quite encouraging headline.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say, well, if you do, then you haven't been watching the same movie as everybody else in the market has for the last couple of years, right? For the last couple of years, because
I usually have a divergent
retail
opinion.
has not been a contrarian indicator within this market.
I'm just saying.
It hasn't. I mean, whatever you're
You know,
saying,
I think I argued this like 3 months ago.
Yeah, but whatever history may tell you, retail has not been a contrarian indicator over the last couple of years. In fact, it's been the right indicator.
In general, they are, and I know that we were talking about this maybe a month or 2 months ago when they all turned very actually bullish, or there was some like huge bullish thing. I think in general, I think retail is not really the source to listen to for a great indication of where the market's going. Maybe we settle
over
on
the
that.
last 3 calendar years, the market far outperformed the majority of active managers.
Nadru.
And retail investors
I'm
have
blaming
been
you
buyers,
for fucking
to
the
Scott's
Kirk guy
point,
being 90%
almost every
cash.
month, including
take
during the
responsibility.
Liberation Day lows. We actually had
your
massive
comments.
inflows from retail into that weakness. Can we say the
This is
same
your
thing
fault, Nadru.
about
Do you know
institutional
that?
investors? No, we cannot.
That's
That's
it.
the source
I
of the
thought we were
selling. So
having
I don't look at
conversations.
the quote-unquote
He's like, yeah,
retail investor as monolithically as
you're
many
right.
pros do
He
and just
agrees with
say,
everything
oh,
you're
if they're
saying.
bullish, it must be the top. That's just not been the right
He went to
call at
95%
all.
cash after
Retail
that.
investors have been bullish, and the S&P has been compounding at a higher
90,
than
I think.
average rate
When was our
for
last purchase
multiple
on?
years.
Maybe
and
80?
the two things don't always have to be mutually exclusive.
But I'm going to bet you, Josh, like, I don't know if you have the statistics on this. I don't have them at my fingertips. But I'll bet you that if you, of course you do. What do I call you? Investopedia Brown? Of course you have this. Like, what's the average return of the DIY retail investor over the last few years? I'll bet it's less than the market. I'll bet even though they've been
they just
buyers,
called you
I'll bet
DIY
they've messed around, I'll bet
investors.
they've market timed. I'll bet on
We're talking
average
about
they have
sentiment and
outperformed.
whether or not,
CSX.
but we're not
Check,
talking about
I don't know if any other
performance.
railway.
We're talking about
CSX by
when
itself,
retail
dropping.
investors are buying. Is that
Netanyahu military campaign against Iran is in full swing, extending buffer zone in Lebanon to remove threats.
Is that in and of itself the same sell signal that it might have been in the 1990s? And I would say no, it's not.
I would. That's I think the point that we were making. That whatever you want to look at from the Barini days of whenever that was.
I'm just telling you. And you know what else? Like, I also look at other things, which don't forget, there was that Bloomberg article going into this year, which said every market strategist expects a positive market this year. Every single one on retail.
Sure, but I would
I'm just saying, like, I always take a contrary opinion when I see these
the people who say retail is a contrarian indicator are the people who have thought that for decades and just who can't get their arms around, maybe you included, the idea that, God forbid, retail investors have been pretty damn smart, enlightened by the amount of information they have access to, the kinds of stocks that they're interested in ways that they haven't had
Stop trying to be my friend.
in the past, and they've made damn good
You
investment
said a
decisions.
DIY investor, bro.
In deference to our viewers,
God,
which
they
are
just
probably more
compared you to
sophisticated
a
on
middle-aged
average,
white
that's
woman
probably
watching
true, but I just
TikToks,
think whenever
building
you
cabinets.
See these big,
You understand?
Everyone's going this way,
But
everyone's
with
going
money.
that way. It always makes me skeptical.
I don't think I've been offended
That's a
by
different
that, but that's
nuance
pretty
than
offensive.
suggesting the retail investor is just an automatic contrarian indicator, as you were suggesting that.
A DIY investor.
Then we go back to, sorry, let me
What's
just say
the
one thing.
alternative?
Then we go back to, and I know
Like,
I'm like,
you know what I'm
acting like
saying?
a, old codger.
What do you
all the
mean?
stuff
Like,
I'm
so
saying.
what's the-
but
what-
then I always
if
go
I
back
wasn't
to
doing- so you want me to
most
pay-
dangerous words in investing
you
are
want me
this
to
time
pay
it's different. And I
some
think
fucking
the past
dummy
5 years are
who
not
doesn't
a
even
great
know
time
what the
period to look
Ayatollah
to
is
because
to
it really
manage my
has
man.
been
This is
an anomalously wonderful environment. So if you've been bullish for the
I know,
past 5
bro,
years,
I
great.
would've
Like
just-
everybody wins.
No, but the point
Yes.
is that there have been numerous occasions when you've had every
What does this
opportunity
bitch look like?
to
I haven't
get all
even-
bared up, whether it was back to deep sea,
Hold on, I haven't even looked over.
or
What is-
whatever the event has
who's-
been.
Go,
Our
cut to
point,
the lady.
and the data would suggest that retail didn't
And
get
then I could-
all bared up, and they stuck with the story because they believed in the story and they turned out to
Well,
be
let's see
right.
what their actual numbers
I'd love
are.
to address why it is different right now with the retail investor. Right now, in the last 3 years, they've been the backbone. But why is it different right now? Two reasons. One, and I talk to retail investors all day long. Jenny, I know you do. Josh does. Joe, you do some. I know you do more institutional. Retail investors are scared. There is legitimate worries out there with what's going on in the Middle East. Add to that that any advisor who is talking to their clients with definite certainty about
guys,
how
make
this
no
turns
mistake,
out
I love
is
this
throwing
shit.
his or her credibility out of the
That's
wind.
what I said, man.
There is
Y'all
a
were like,
degree
Josh,
of
I'm gonna sell my
uncertainty. It
lawn
has
chair. I
nothing
said,
to do with
fucking
the
do
Trump
it,
put.
dude.
Trump can do whatever
Do
he
it.
wants to do. But the
I need
Iranians
a
have say in
solid
this, and
bottom
that's
indicator,
that's a
okay? I'm
degree of
sorry.
variable
Okay,
that
I don't
nobody
care
can
if it
guess,
comes
and
at your
that's why I
expense.
think
You
people
chose
are
to
on
broke
their-
the
on
rules.
their hands
It's
right
not
now.
like
You were
all
like,
of a sudden,
oh,
oh my God, you know,
oh,
retail's the
I'm gonna
only
be
cohort
scared.
that's become
Oh, I
skittish.
watch these
Bank of
guys on
America's equity
TV.
client flow. We're
Oh,
talking about institutional
oh, they're right.
investors.
Oh
They
man, the
bought
war.
tech, they sold almost everything
I don't
else.
know anything about
Joe,
Middle
you're just-
Eastern
Joe was
history,
just
but
saying
now
that.
I'm
Of course,
freaked
but
out.
also to your point,
Fuck.
war is different because
War
it
is
makes people
different.
nervous
Yeah,
in
you
a
hear that,
different
Josh?
way. Because you can't predict an outcome, especially in this kind of context.
You can't predict an outcome, even though every single time it's happened. Like, literally.
We've got boots on.
Got boots on
We've
the ground.
got Iran saying all
dude,
sorts
they're
of
just
bellicose
fucking
things. We've got a
hammering you.
15-point plan.
So again, if you
We've
guys
got
need to make a
questions.
choice,
Are they actually talking?
like I
What's
said,
going on
little
in
by
Pakistan?
that's why if
The
this cracks
fog
one more
is
time,
thick right
retail's
now.
gonna
The
fucking
institutional
panic.
community
Not even retail,
represents
everybody.
The tactical
But then
sentiment
we'll know.
of the market. Right now, they
They'll
are
be like, who
biased
even fucking
neutral.
invests?
The retail community represents the long-term bias of the market. For
Yeah,
them,
what's up?
on one day,
Shout out to
Monday,
long-term.
to be sellers for the first time since 2023 is not confirmation to me that they're reversing that long-term bias.
All right, let's talk about some individual things that need, I think, to
Yeah,
be
she just fucking giggled.
discussed a
This
little
bitch
bit
giggled
more.
that
and
long
that
term.
is, if you look at the mega caps, because it's a standout in my mind about one of the reasons why that group is uneven. Microsoft. Let's throw it up. It's been a battleground of the week. You've had a couple of conflicting calls. One price target goes down, and then there's a defense of it. One analyst says, hey, somebody's got to say it. This company's off track. That's my paraphrasing of the words that they actually used, but the point was pretty clear, I thought. If you look at the cohort today, it was all green earlier. Well, what's one of the first ones to go negative? It's Microsoft. Jimmy.
I think that there's a lot.
No, I wanted to hear the retail discussion because I was telling you guys that right from the morning. That was very surprising. Like I'm telling you, we've watched a lot of things over the last 24, 36 months that did not get retail to sell like that. Like I'm telling you, even in the chat, I was telling you guys even the other week, you guys are like, oh, it's happy. I was like, it's not there yet. Believe me, once motherfuckers start throwing me side-eye, they're like, fucking Josh, I can't believe you told me to save 10%, care about my future, and hold for 10-year minimums. And now the first couple of months, oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? Once I start getting side-eye, once you get a couple more people, one person, I think somebody sold out. Somebody, that's why I said do it. But yeah, the fact that you're getting the first outflow, very fascinating. But again, it just goes to show, seems like that might be the weakness of retail, geopolitics. Geopolitics might be the fear weakness. Everything else, people have been going to the buy the dip mentality over the last couple of years. You know, you've seen a lot since COVID, but yeah, geopolitics, they can't handle it, ironically enough. Because geopolitics usually doesn't have the same longer lasting effects as most of the other things we've dealt with. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The Bloomberg. I don't think it was Bloomberg. That was, I think, Goldman Sachs. And then I showed you guys this on Monday over the weekend, the fund manager survey from Bank of America. You still have 46% of the market believes in a no landing scenario, or fund managers. These aren't retail. 44 believe in a soft landing, and only 5% believe in a hard landing still. So that's shit. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Ironically enough, you've had times like, look at one point when the odds of a hard landing in May were 49%, retail was buying. That's what I'm saying. Going back here, retail was barely even selling when hard landing odds, before you even knew what a fucking no landing was. You guys remember when they invented that? Remember, they were like hard landing, soft landing, and then some dickhead was like, what if it don't land at all? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's like a solar data center? It don't land. You know what I'm saying? It just don't land. And then there you go. That started. And then the odds split up. So, yeah, here we are. 18, almost 21. You've been investing. Good, bro. Keep that up for a while. You are gonna be very nicely well off, man. Believe me. Most people who invested early and then stuck with it, man, follow the rules. That's not something you regret. Like, oh, I saved a bunch of money and grew it, and now I have a bunch of assets as I get older. And then now with the AI stuff too. So yeah, man, keep it up. There will be a time when buy the dip will not work for a good while. I don't disagree with you, but that's why I keep telling all of you the way you're going to win. It's up to you to listen. You're going to win through diversification. You know, you're not going to buy the dip on everything. You can't just buy the dip on every single thing, the same crowded trades. One thing goes down, another thing goes up. That's one thing I've always told everybody, you know, especially even when things go down. A lot of people focus on, they're like, oh, I should buy a put. No, you could buy something that benefits. You could buy something that ends up going up. But that's why I'm saying not too much cash, not too little cash. You don't want too much growth. You don't want too many dividends. You want to balance it all out. That is that, whether we get massive demand destruction, inflation or not, that is going to be the way you're going to play this all out. And that's what I'm saying. You play that with time, in a solid management of that, oh, I think you're going to have a glorious time. A glorious time, my friend. That's it, man. Did you guys go outside and touch a tree? It's amazing, bro. You know that? They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. I try to tell them. Where is it? Don't buy the dip on something up 100% in a year. It's up from 100% for the year before. Hey, man, we're coming to agreement, Nadruk. We're coming to agreement. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, one day the whole buy the dip on the same thing everybody's buying and the same crowded trade. Like, yeah, it's not. I've never been a fan of that. But it's like, you know, if you're being wise with it, you're taking advantage of the laggers like we've been talking about for a couple years. You guys have seen that work out nice. You know, it's going to be slower when everyone's hyped. It doesn't feel, you're like, man, be nice to follow the crowd for a little bit. But you follow quality, you follow fair prices, you know, you don't avoid the extremes to the higher lows. You're going to be fine. That's what I'm saying, though. That's why, like, most people in the geopolitics, it's getting people to swing towards the extremes. So I'm saying, bro, like, just if you avoid the extremes, like, you're not going to die tomorrow and you're not going to live forever. I think if you could truly understand that in your heart and in your investments, you are going to be fine. You see what I'm saying? The certainty of, oh, oil down, SPY up, something's popping. Hold on. The low ticker did the gap down. High ticker just went. SPY's lagging behind it. Hold on. U.S. working to arrange a rant. Oh, fucking CNN. No, it's going to be bullshit. It might go. Vance may travel to Pakistan for Iran talks. That's all it is. It's CNN. Bro, remember I was saying the last 48 hours, bro, the market loves the CNN algo. Because, again, geopolitics, it's affecting retail. CNN is moving you more than, like, real market-moving shit, bro. You sold 1/8 of stocks, 1/4 of crypto to cover debt and get lined up for a second home. All right, SPY's popping off of that. Literally, again, oil took it's just CNN. I don't think that one has the most juice, but your biggest reaction yesterday was the CNN headlines. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. You don't buy U.S. stocks for 10 years? Okay, well then do you have any good fucking Pokemon cards I could buy? Y'all gotta give me an alternative if you want to convince me. You know what I'm saying? I'm down. We could talk about it, but like, shit, what are we gonna do? Happy Hormuz Days. Hey, happy Hormuz Days. Even though the global economy is to a standstill because of oil, still want to let you know, saving 10% and holding for a long term and avoiding extremes is always a good strategy. Happy Hormuz Days. Thanks to Long Term Monthly, a Chad sold his long term. Not because he's terrified of what could happen, but because he's buying a second home. Happy Hormuz Days. That's how you should do it. Well, yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's what I was saying. I don't know if the Iranians want to negotiate with J.D. Vance because because they could kind of hold the political carrot, you know, around that situation, or they might just want to clap him. That's what I was saying. It might be a security risk, if anything. They like, meet us in Islamabad. I send you the location. Kremlin, Russia has convened concerns on Bushehr nuclear power plant to U.S. Remember, that right here was the Bushehr attack from yesterday that everybody reacted to. And now Russia apparently weighed in on it. And then 7 minutes ago, Iran reported Israeli Air Forces target city of Al-Qiyam in southern Lebanon. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you get another year for the long term, baby. Any other birthdays out there? This one's for you. Horna! Amen. Amen, bro. Happy Hormuz days. Okay, listen, JD. Meet us on the side of the building. Come alone. You have had unfaithful negotiations. Don't bring Witkoff. Don't bring the Kush guy. Meet us alone. Alone only. And tell me I am daddy of Hormuz. Tell me who owned the Hormuz. Say it. Say it. Say it out loud. Okay, you own the Strait of Hormuz. Say it louder. Okay. Fuck. And I want a $10 trillion to repair. Stop. What? 11 trillion. You want to keep going? Okay, fine. 12 trillion real or whatever the fuck you use. There, that's it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. You don't announce your birthday security concerns, OPSEC. I feel you, man. I feel you. Netanyahu ordered maximum effort to be made in the next 48 hours to destroy as much as possible of Iran's weapons industry. New York Times citing sources. That might mean you get peace, because that's what they do every time. They're like, Joshua, we are going to have peace deal. Let us fuck everything up right before. That's what they do, though, bro. Hella symbolic, and at the same time, they go back and forth, and then they're like, okay, peace deal is on the table. Let's make one final push. Israel races to hit Iran hard while they still can, leery of possible talks. CNN or Channel 12 News, Mujtaba Khamenei is alive and it seems he is involved in decision-making in Iran. We eating, huh? All right, you're going JetBlue on the high with kind of a stick. Yo, JBlue, do not put $10,000 down on this one. We eating hummus. All right, I went for the April ones. You got more time for a cheaper one. There's a 1 penny, but with no time. That's up 10%, dude. We eating hummus. Straight up hummus. Ooh. Come on, big money, big money. Straight home. I don't do 10%. It could be a dud. I've seen that one dud before. It's easy to move it, so be careful. But yeah, JBlue pop. I don't know if there's a headline. JBlue is now owned by the Iranians. No, that's not. Straight up hummus. We eating hummus. Okay, those 1 centers are gone if you got them, but I see what you can fill them for if you took those. The ones with time are up about 200%, but it has to fill. Oh, no, I might take 100. Call it a day. Yeah. All right, I made it. Oh, fuck, they filled me at the 200. All right, I filled out 200%. So be careful. But now you hold the rest. Free with the time. JetBlue explores potential merger. Semaphore. Again, 10%, bro. Some of these candles today are big enough. Oh, yeah. Watch AAL and sympathies. That could be a good one. Literally, JetBlue. So I caught it off the first candle. I just saw the size of it. You had a little bit. Oh, fuck. Okay, I thought they were about to go for fucking 1,000%. I said, these are bullshit, man. Tell JD I need another one. Tell JD, no bullshit, man. You got 300% on the... Someone did 900% if you got that 1 center. I went with the one with time. Straight up. Hummus. Hummus. JetBlue explores potential merger partners. It's on my Instagram for the song. Because they take it off of YouTube. The last 2 merger stocks dropped. That is true. Quickly spikes there. It already came down. The premiums are still up. They dropped the bids though. Straight up hummus. We eating hummus. None of them you ain't passing. Some Iranian officials said late Tuesday Iran was considered meeting U.S. negotiations in Islamabad over the next week, president's proposal, but would not entertain a temporary ceasefire. BP on the high too. SPY still doing good since those last headlines. Again, even Israel like going hard right before that. Literally, like that's what they do before these ceasefires. Sadly. So I don't know if that gave it a little bit of a upside or not. Got a boat you ain't passing. PTRN. Dude, there's been some movers today, dude. JetBlue weighed regulatory risk of potential mergers. Semaphore. I mean, some people were saying it's not, that there was like doubts on it, but I mean, it's still up 20%. I don't think it's been fully negated or confirmed. It didn't meet one part of their schedule. But yeah, I'm glad. I mean, we had a nice discussion while it was halted on how to maximize the pricing. Like I was telling you, that first 50 was going to make you the most money, even if it hit it again. So cool real-time learning. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Most of you, your biggest amount of money you were going to make was right after it happened. Especially if you got it early enough. You got my password and texted my wife? How do you have my password but not know I don't have a wife? That's amazing. But I'm down. Tell her I got kidnapped. I'm just kidding. I love her. She's not my wife, but she would probably troll you. Alrighty, JetBlue. They dropped the bids, but they're still moving up. The stock. Trump had yet to receive any official messages from Iran rejecting offer. Axios reported Barak Ravid. EU ambassador says U.S. LNG exports to EU will increase 57 to 60% in next few years. I know they're coming after me today. I know. Well, can you guys just go back to like attacking legal and not me? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like I told y'all, man, I'm not. Just don't stab me. If y'all stab each other, I'll just film it. You know, I'm learning from the younger generation. What happened, man? You're like, Joshua, I have your password. You give us a reparation for Hormuz if you want it released. All right, well, JetBlue's up 15 now. SOC. Everybody in the SOC. That's taking a stick. I don't know if that's 3%. Oh, it is, I think, on that can. It was already up, though. That might be a trigger. I'll see if there's a headline. Straight to hummus. We eating hummus. Denali Therapeutics accelerated approval. Didn't you say that in the morning? I think somebody brought that up. Chad Star. Got a boat you ain't passing. Oh, dude, JetBlue hit 15. So again, do you notice that? You just hit a new high on JetBlue. Those options are the same price. So that's what I'm saying. If it's early enough and it's developing, that first quick move gets you the bigger pricing. But then if it keeps going up, then they're going to adjust. SOC's still going again. Okay, that one's a trigger now, but SOC's kind of flaky. So be careful on that. That one even has a lot of volatility already priced into it. There's nothing on there. Got a bow you ain't passing. Yeah, YouTube. No, I was gonna get banned if I kept it up, and anybody who's posted it got banned. Trump Truth Social. If it's another one about the Democrats, yeah, I'm proud of our ICE patriots. They were unfairly maligned by lunatic Democrats for years now. Airports, in addition to what's been happening. So yeah, he's just honoring ICE. Emergency fuel charge on trades from Red Sea and East Africa. Drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory. Are we gonna start reacting to this damn thing? To the what's it called? Are we gonna start reacting to the how you say, the Ukraine-Russia? Because again, that's been going on. I mean, that 40% headline seemed big, but now, yeah, that'd be terrible actually, unless you get the real off ramp. But because then if you take Russia oil as like, that's like a parachute, but you take that off the table, it's not good. These updates, I have a news wire, and then we have the hive mind. So again, like, thank you to all the other chats, even in your guys' chat, they're posting it. Then that's why we have rules in the locked in. But yeah, you have a lot of people posting info. I have an ability to verify it as well, and I have a bunch of other news wires, but yeah, so it's pretty good. What is this? It's not clear how much of the Iranian posture is posturing versus actually closing the door on negotiations. U.S. official told Trump admin. Oh, that's that Axios one. Yeah, there's just an extra headline on there. EU ambassador says no way EU will go back to Russian gas because of Middle East crisis. So Ukraine, if you could stop. Okay, we promise. Intel? Where are the chips? It sucks, still up. A couple names on the low. SRPT, a couple biotechs. Yeah, Intel's running up. You could join the Locked In by hitting the upgrade membership. Should be there. But then also, too, like I said here, I mean, that's kind of the bad part, is that if you're having too much fun with the no rules, there is rules in the Locked In chat. So if you're not locked in, as the name says, you will get banned. We don't want to hear about your politics in there. You will not have the ability to fight with each other. That's all you could do is be locked in the Locked In chat. So yeah, it's been a fun time. And then when you join, there's a separate video to it. So go to the live video and you'll see a members only live stream. It's the same exact thing you're listening to now, just without a delay. So most of you're getting a lot of the same information, just difference in timing, and then the chat reads different. It's the Strait of Locked In, yes. You must acknowledge the rule if you want to be a part of it. You must pay the passage fee and acknowledge that there is a rule in order to the Strait of Locked In. If not, then we will continue. Don't make the same mistake of thinking you could bring your politic to Locked In. It's not Locked In. Otherwise, I call it Strait of Politic. So yes, 100%. I'm glad you guys are getting it. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. It's very simple. Schwab is bugged. Well, Intel and chips still up. SOC. And again, the Russia-Ukraine headlines. And then again, those last other ones. U.S. attacks on Iran power plant would be a war crime. Russian professor. Iran news out. Dude, I'm telling you, it sucks that we got one of those moves from it, but now, like, all of their other ones are crazy. But then again, that Russia headline to the IEFX or whatever, they were talking about it, saying they were concerned with the Bashar nuclear plant. The Locked In is just on YouTube. I don't know, you might have to be in the US, but the stream alerts, you can't be in Texas and you can't be outside of America. Isn't that fucking ironic? So like stream alerts is only for people in the United States, but then if you're ironically in the most American state, you still can't get it. I haven't been willing to work around that. But if you're in Texas and have a different area code as your phone number, you could join. But yes, okay, spies kind of moving. Ship loaded with LNG stuck in Middle East are losing product to evaporation, Mitsui OSK line says. I don't think that's the headline, but you're moving on something a little bit. Oil's kind of gearing up, and then SPY back to VWAP. ODFL. Hot dog. Yesterday's stream is gone. Forever. Netflix kind of turning up, and then Nat Gas is going up. Yes, bro. There you go. Netflix is Josh Brown. Downtown Josh Brown. Greg Abbott, more like Greg Ayatollah, right? That's what I'm saying. The court guy, yeah, he closed it right away, he said. So he made, I'm sure he held a couple of them, or I don't know, but he said he made it free and then he went to work. He said, I'm going to go finish planting these trees or cutting these trees, which is dope. Not a bad idea. Hit a fucking play, run it up, and then don't find an opportunity to give it back. I mean, locked in, you could join if you're out of US, but I think some countries don't let you. It's a YouTube thing, so just click on the membership thing, and if it lets you, it lets you. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You've never heard of evaporation? I mean, it does make sense, but I agree, I haven't really heard about that before. But then again, when was the last time shit was just sitting there for a month? And the desert is hot, very hot temperature. It's very hot. ARTL looks like a biotech. It's down. Small moves. Strait of Hormuz. Tehran residents divided on prospects of U.S.-Iran talks. Yesterday was a good feel. It was, man, but, you know, maybe it was just meant for those who were there. Unfortunately. It's my fault for playing the whole video of Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, it happens. You had to fly back to the UK to upgrade and then fly back to Indonesia. That damn, dude. Did you use a VPN or did you actually take a flight? It's amazing. You're from the States, all your info's the States, but you live in Costa Rica, you can't upgrade? Yeah, I mean, again, oil, I was just saying, oil was tweaking a little bit. Let me check. Any weird lags, I'm sadly going to Iran State TV. It's really funny. 1 minute ago, Defense Secretary Jim Mattis calls President Trump's demands of unconditional surrender absolute delusional. They're just reiterating anybody who disagrees. BMY, a little bit. A couple of biotechs were going up. I think that ARTL one was one too. The VPN didn't work? No way. Was it birthday Philo too? Happy birthday. It's okay. Enjoy the moment. It was just in the. At least you got to hear it live. It's one of the best things. Be in the moment. Be locked in. Be locked in. But yeah, that was unfortunate. You just got back. You're Costa Rican. Damn, we got multiple. You guys always do that. You guys will be like, I'm over here. And they'd be like, I'm in Cambodia, I'm in Indonesia. And then another chat would be like, so am I. You have your Round TV channel. I know where to get it, but yeah, I think my mom might. I don't know if you guys know about Middle Easterners, but they all have satellites. I learned this when I was young. And they have satellites that broadcast to the Middle East. So I'm pretty sure my mom has it. I'm probably very certain. But yeah, that happens. The bomb sirens were going off in Laguna? No. I hate that sound. Shayla. Welcome. Welcome, Shayla. Long time no see. Is there a live streamer on Hormuz? No, man. I kind of want to go, though. I'm thinking, bro, like straight up, if we just paid them $2 million to, like, tour, do you think they would let us? I think it's overpriced. I would definitely smuggle a couple of barrels, but I'm thinking, I'm like, should we go? I had this idea last time. AI was not down. Mm-hmm. Is there a way you could do that, Tim? Can you do it cheaply? Because they still charge a lot of money to send them. That's the only problem. Oh, you live in Atlanta. You want to move to Costa Rica. Oh, it's a big difference. I was like, dude, I didn't know we had multiple Costa Rican Chads. Yeah, we got a lot of Atlanta Chads. We have a lot in New York and California, and then Texas. Trump says ongoing successful military activities against the Iranian regime is more important than ever. We must remain vigilant and protect our troops. Is Trump going live today? I'm sure we might get one. And then he had a Truth Social about judicial control. He actually just went on a tirade of Truth Socials, but none of them related to the war. Yeah, clean 18-month extension of FISA. That Denali one is going. Straight to Hormuz. Costa Rica, dude. Costa Rica is popular. Oh shit. I like Latin America. Caroline has a presser. I feel like we haven't heard Caroline in a minute. But she's at 1, so isn't that soon? I guess we'll do a little bit delayed Philo. That's why they make it more important. Oh yeah, the presser's live already. She's not up there, but you know, they're in the room all giggling and laughing. Straight to Hormuz. We eating hummus. Valero on the low. And then JetBlue chilled out. KCMO. I haven't heard that. Yeah, you gotta be old to hear that. I do like Fiserv still, but as long as my other quality picks are trading lower, I'm definitely going to go for those more than not. You need to go? Maybe. I told you I'm going, I don't know what I'm gonna do end of the year, but I gotta go to Europe middle of the year. So I'm gonna try to stream from there, but I do sometime in the middle of the year. I have to take a week. I have an important wedding I need to go to for my good friend, and like, of course, he's like, oh, it's in the middle of the country of the world. So I'm like, fuck. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm very proud of him. But other than that, I'm gonna try to stream from the Middle East or wherever I end up. But I don't know. I don't know if I like Latin America a lot. I really do. I like Mexico. Anywhere in Mexico, bro. I'm a big fan. I'm getting married. I would tell you guys. Why would I hide that? You know, I don't think. Well, actually, never mind. Homeboy's like, I texted your wife. I got your password. But yeah, I would tell you. I'd invite you. I'd have 2 weddings. I'd have one with nobody. Because, like, I don't even, like, I think weddings are cool, but, like, I told you, I was like, why wouldn't we just, like, you know, no Epstein, why wouldn't we just get married on an island and call it a day? You bring your parents, I bring my parents, that's it, you know, get a camel. I'm gonna get a camel at my wedding, that's only fitting. But then, like, that's it, like, why? But then I think I'd have one that we'd live stream, you guys could come. Caroline is about to speak, yes. Apparently at 1, I don't know, 15 seconds. I don't know if she'll be late or not. Verisign again, Verisign and Verisec, and then DraftKings and CNS on the low. A wedding in India, dude, they turn up. They're dope. It's like it's a long trip to India, and like India, if you've never been, I have a lot of Indian friends, and I've seen their pictures of their wedding. They go crazy. You gonna come home with the henna tattoo. That's it. But they dance. They know how to dance, bro. A person replying in your IG comment section super angry. Yeah, man, it happens. Like I said, unfortunately, although I do feel bad for y'all, as long as I'm not getting stabbed, I'm fine. But that's what happens. Imagine, bro. Imagine. But yeah, I don't know. Somebody got mad at the dude for being first. You know what I'm saying, bro? Someone got mad at being first. They were like, someone was like, first comment. And then they were giving him shit. I'm like, why the fuck are you mad at that? How are you beefing with somebody over one of the oldest internet adages of the world? Like, it don't even make sense. So yeah, the when issued is 3966, 5-year auction. So get ready, TLT might move a little bit. Remember, the short-term auction even came in bad yesterday, which is kind of weird. We haven't seen that sort of volatility in a minute. Ecuador, yeah. What's the other one? Nicaragua. My homie went there recently. I think he went to Ecuador too. And that fuel waiver has been signed. Venezuela oil production 1.1 million barrels a day. I'd want to go to Josh said, better you than me. Fuck yeah. I said, you know what? If y'all gonna beef, I'm like, here, watch out. And then I trip them. I trip them in the comment section so that all of the fucking chronically online doomers, they get you. I'm like, oh, too bad. The zombies got you. I gotta go. I just keep moving, bro. I encourage you to do the same thing, but like, you know, you gotta either get entertained by it or not. But if you fall for the trap, you know, my trap card has been deployed. What was it? 3996? Spy's moving up a little bit. 3980. I think that just came in lower. Hold on, I just missed the when issued. Yeah, 3980, a little higher versus 3966. But not too bad, but that should bring it down a little bit. you told your girl a big wedding's a bad investment. She was offended. She doesn't understand the LT. Yeah, man. You guys gotta deal with that. I could give you the farm. You know, if she's down to get married at the farm, I'll give you a free venue. That's it. You gotta pay for the food and shit. And then I don't know if the grass will be cut, but you know, that's the only I don't have good decorations, but if you decorate it, you bring your catering, I could give you the venue for free. That's the best I could offer for that situation. Assuming you got the long term. Assuming you have the long term. Yeah, it's a ranch, not a farm. If it's going to be, you're right. If it's a wedding, it's a ranch. Sounds fancier. It's the same people that disturb the vibes. Well, that's the thing, man. The vibe is internal. You know what I'm saying? If you're listening to me, just follow my voice. Just follow the advice, the knowledge. Smell the good flowers. And if something bothers you, I encourage you to just laugh at it and not engage. But that's why, I mean, like I said, man, if I try to engage, you know, somebody gets bothered either way. And like I'm telling, I want y'all to just focus on the mission, get to the goal. I honestly think they're all good learning lessons. It reminds me of electricity. You know, you have to conduct the right way. It's on whatever you're going to bounce off of is your choice. Found a way, a resort in Mexico? Ooh. So the people we invite, the more credits towards the way. That's smart. Yeah, it does sound like a Ponzi scheme. That's dope, though. I guess, hey, seems like a win-win. Would I sell the long-term to pay for a wedding? I mean, how much do you love her? Sadly, I would ask you how good, like is she chill? But I wouldn't be my first choice. But then again, if this is the best, truly the best, like what are the odds of divorce? You know what I'm saying? Like, it all just depends. But I would try maybe get a loan before the long term. Because one thing I think is good is that if you guys are married, like I would, you know, thinking ahead for your future, you guys, it would be good to have assets. It would be good to start the marriage on something that you guys can establish your future with. So that's why I would try to find other, like I say with everything, I would try to exhaust every single avenue before touching the long term for anything. That's what I'm saying. And if worse comes to, if you have zero options available in emergency, even in desire, I guess, then that money is there for your future. And if you believe that is a solid investment, you can. But like I'm saying, I would try everything besides doing that, because after the marriage, you guys, you know, again, you're going to want a house together. You're going to want to do a lot of things together. Maybe you even want a vacation. So it's like things like that where, you know, down the line, I think it'd be a nice thing to lead to step number 2. Trick question, don't answer. Not too late. Too late. I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. I think I've seen, just depends how good is this girl. But then if you answer that with anything less of like the greatest woman I've ever met, then that tells you something. But at the same time, bro, I know, you know, I think people work. That's just one of the best things, you know, and I don't want to knock anybody's marriage or anything like that, but like usually your partner will work with you. And, you know, that's the whole idea of partnership, is that, you know, people come together and you welcome the life together. So you guys are going to have to work on, you know, coming to agreement on things. And that's what I've noticed. I think a lot of Chads, you guys like your long term. You see the future. You understand how important it is. And then you have to make these certain investments or do stuff. But like meeting in the middle, finding a halfway, you know, it's good. Buy a house before the wedding, in my humble divorced opinion. Don't sell it. Yeah. Everyone has a different view. Call me a hardliner. I would just negotiate. Just negotiate, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I don't know if it's because my girl is not from America, but like, you know, she's really bougie. But like, I've provided alternatives. You have to have a solid alternative. That's it. You know, she wanted caviar. I was like, have you ever tried a 10-piece McNugget? You know, it may not. I said, don't knock it till you try it. Now she loved McDonald's. Okay, that backfired because she likes it too much. Even my sister was making fun of her. She's like, you like McDonald's? What's wrong with you? I'm like, my bad. But other than that, like I said, bro, I showed her some clothing. I'm like, yo, you ever check out fast fashion? Well, look at what the Americans do. That's it, bro. Save 90%. 90%. How did I meet my girl? Arranged marriage. So it was just planned out. And I was like, all right, I'm down. That's it. I didn't even see her until she got to the United States. That's it. But yeah, and I think, do you have alternatives? So let me ask you that. If you didn't want to spend your money on a wedding, what would be your alternative that would not make anybody pissed off at you? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say you just gotta think about it a little bit more. No, they do, bro. That's why I told you, bro. Like, if aliens ever invaded, I would just, like, get them addicted to American shit. Because she hated the fast food at first. I said, just, bro, slowly but surely, she's fully become Americanized, and she loves it. She she used to be a hater, bro. You know that? But that's, you can't fight the fucking American capitalist system. I'm telling you, bro. Chick-fil-A, dog. Your invoice passport, bro. I guess I say I imported. I'm an importer, but I wouldn't go there. I've never even been to Switzerland in my life. Yeah, bro. I don't go. No, I import, man. Import. It was a good decision. That's what I said. Unfortunately, I think we got some amazing women in the Chad, but like, for how messed up this generation is with everything, they're like, I'll never find someone. I'm like, y'all just need to go find you a European girl, bro. Call it they're just really different. I don't know how to describe it. Be careful though. You gonna meet a Russian and she gonna take your entire long term. You're like, you don't love me, Donald? You don't love me, Donald? How dare you, Donald? You are not a man, Donald. So that's, I don't know. The Russians scare me, Russian girls. But sorry if you're a Russian girl. You're beautiful probably, but at the same time, I think you get you a European. I think I was pleasantly surprised. She's just, I don't know. But then also too, her mom beat her growing up. So, and then, you know, she has the Christian background. She loved Jesus. That goes a long way. Like, that's it, man. I say amen. Praise God. You've never dated an American? Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's what you're around, but like, I was surprised. There was a lot of cultural differences that were like, that ended up being way chiller. A watchdog group is calling Department of War to review contract with Oracle. Habibi. Your girl's from Iraq and Muslim. I'm Christian. How you got a Iraqi Muslim girl and you ain't? Oh no! I thought you were the guy who's never seen the beach. I read the profile pic. I was like, what? She's like, I never been to the beach, but I imported my wife from the Middle East. Yeah, it's usually not a problem. I mean, it all just depends. From Florida. You dated a girl who was a contestant on Love Island? She sucked? I don't know what you're trying to say, but that's, yeah, a reality star. That's cool. That's that's the problem, man. I feel like that's a lot of energy. I couldn't deal with that. I don't have energy for that. I'm an excited person. I have a lot of energy, but you know, people are the most either draining or uplifting. Like it's like a plane, the drag, the lift, or what is it? Thrust. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Now that I think about it. I mean, at one point I was gonna date Selena Gomez, but you know, I stepped off of that ledge, and then she ended up marrying my doppelganger. They're gonna send the JD Vance body double to the ceasefire meeting. I could see that. Is this the real JD? Hold on. You don't look like the meme. You don't look like him. Alright, guys. Why isn't your girl live, man? You don't look like Benny. He's cooked. I'm sorry, man. I know some of you may look up to me, but I'm definitely cooked. Unfortunately. I've made the most of it. I've accepted the challenge in life, and I've gone pretty far. You know that? Like, you know, even then, like, he's just hot girls love ugly guys, bro. Y'all will realize this one day. That's I don't know. Now we're waiting for this. We're waiting for Caroline. Remember, market likes to move even during it. I'm sure. I mean, we've been pretty void of any war updates today, besides the stuff in the morning. But you might get some stuff. Hey, yo, O'Reilly and then Pivla? Get you a girl where you could, the privilege of becoming a U.S. citizen. Calm down, Big Ed. But no, I don't know. I think I'm going to advocate Switzerland because the girls in Switzerland are kind of arrogant. Because my girlfriend thinks I just want to be with her to get a Swiss passport and a Swiss bank account. So if you could find some sort of equitable playing field, it might be a little bit better so that you don't get robbed. I don't know. It just, again, I've heard bad stories. At least that's what the Colombian guys tell me. Isn't that true? It is kind of true. It is. I would probably get more benefits becoming, because if I marry her, I could get a Swiss passport and a Swiss bank account, which is fucking dope. And that Swiss passport go hard. Is Caroline coming out? You're getting a little pop. The Arabic hexagon statement, Dortmund sells lawyer to Iran are planning to destabilize the security and stability of the region's countries. I don't know. I think she can move stuff. If Benny treated me the way he treats her, I would marry him too. Like I said, they love ugly guys. So I'm down. I'm chopped, cooked. But I be cooking, you know what I'm saying? The mainlands? Did you grow up in China? No way. How much money for a Swiss account? You need to be a citizen. Well, I was gonna do Philo, but it's already 20. She's 20 minutes late, bro. I know, we could have done Philo. Well, now you heard 90 Day Fiance and sell long term for the wedding. Yeah, every bond auction was bad so far. No, I was just making fun of you, bro. You're chill. I just thought it was funny. Google found liable in youth social media addiction case. How about for banning everybody for no reason? No. Your family just calls it mainland. Came from the deep south, Hong Kong. It's kind of crazy. That's dope. I like China. I mean, all the communism aside. But that's like China, Japan is like the only places I'd want to go. Okay, and then, bro, this is, again, since we were talking about a lot of random things, and now they're making us wait here till Philo. We should have done the Philo. I bet you if I started the Philo now, she would walk out. But I think I have to bring this up, you guys. Did y'all see the quadruple amputee who caught a body? Literally, the professional cornhole player, quadruple amputee, shot and murdered somebody. Did you see this? Bro, I can't. It's the wildest story, probably. There's been a lot of wild things this year. Yeah, while driving, and then he somehow got the body into the car and then dropped it off. You know, it's a real-ass story. The Professional Cornhole Association declined to comment. You know what I'm saying? No, bro, this is real. Dog, this is a real... That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry for bringing this up, but... Well, like, bro, there's videos of him, like, even hunting. Wow. If you have not heard about this, this is going to blow your mind. Here, I'll play this while I go to the bat. It's only a minute long.
I'm Dayton Weber, and I'm a professional cornhole. I had gotten a bacterial infection when I was just 10 months old. The infection that got into my arms and legs was called Streptococcus pneumoniae. They had actually given me a 3% chance of living, and the only way that they were able to save me was by getting the infections out of my system. They had to amputate my arms and legs to keep me alive. I'm thankful for the Lord and giving those surgeons the power that He did that day to be able to make such a miracle happen. Inspiration to me is a daily driver. I believe that God put me on this planet for one reason. Everybody's got their reasons for being here, but my reason I feel like is to inspire other people just by me doing my daily task. I want them to have the sense of I can go out there and do anything I put my mind to. If they say, I want to go out and become a pro cornhole player now, I want them to look at me and be like, I can do it. I know I can. Anybody can play, anybody can win.
I'm still peeing, but that thing is the craziest thing ever. Bro, a straight murder charge. He straight shot and killed somebody. Bro, he shot and killed somebody. You understand? He got a gun. He loaded it up. He aimed it. And he shot somebody. And then he moved the body and then dumped it in a yard. He was a professional cornhole. I don't know. I've never heard anything like this in my life. I've heard a lot of evil. He said still an inspiration. It's terrible. I don't know if that's a good inspiration that for anybody, but I didn't even think that was a possibility. But yeah, man. Oh, banner blocked half the video. I mean, you got the idea, right? I don't know if I can show the video of him shooting a gun. But yeah, there is, bro. If you go on Twitter, there's a video of him in the woods loading up a gun, cocking it back, aiming and emptying the entire magazine. It's actually crazy. Yo, that's crazy. He said, I can't believe nobody disarmed him. That's, Lord forgive. I feel bad for laughing. I wouldn't laugh if he wasn't a murderer. Okay? I feel like the fact that he is a murderer, I could laugh. That's probably the funniest one-liner that I have heard regarding that situation. That's it. I don't know how mad he was. I don't even know who was beefing with him. I bet you the guy who was beefing with him was probably talking a lot of shit. Like, he probably thought it wasn't going to happen. I don't know. It's sad, bro. All of it's sad. There's, like, a lot, like... I can't believe nobody disarmed us. No, apparently people were in the car with him, and they left and called the cops on him. So after he killed the person, Meta liable for 70% of the damages on that case. So Google and they're ripping off of that. Google the other 30%. They said not bad. See, buy the invasion, buy the multi-billion-dollar fine. No, but like he had people in the car with him, and then he killed the guy, and then he was asking them to move the body for him, and they were like, "No, dude." like, what are you talking about, man? So yeah, then that was it. But then he did move the body somehow, or at least if it wound up in a yard, and then yeah, that's crazy. Oil. Jury finds Google $3 million in damage. I thought it was $3 billion. Oh, that's not bad. Well, yeah. Failure to warn about YouTube dangers. Meta liable. $3 million awarded. He shot the dude sitting in his passenger seat. I think it's one of the craziest stories you'll ever hear. It's sad all the way around. Because I usually, like, again, like, you know, he's like an inspirational figure. Where's Caroline? It's bullshit. I'm sorry. Dude, that's crazy. It's just sad. IRGC claims they struck U.S. F-18 fighter jet. Al Jazeera. Coinbase dropping. Coinbase with a stick, $3 down. And then SPY's not moving, bro. 7 hours to nowhere. Nowhere. I'm still laughing at the other joke. It's terrible, bro. Groupon too. Small pop. It's not a trigger yet. And then again, Coinbase still. Sweet Caroline. Oh. Long term. Long term. PPG on the high. All right, bro. Well, I guess your philo is going to be a little late. You could blame the White House. Because, again, I think it's going to be, all things considering. Remember, last time we had one of the rumor days, and it was a bigger rumor, you did have, Caroline did confirm and deny a little bit. It did give you a pivot point. Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan issue joint call on Iraq attack halt launched from its territory against neighboring states. I think you are. I think that's why we're not moving. Because, again, all you've had is Truth Socials today. You've heard from Iranian press. White House denied the J.D. Vance thing last night. But technically, you haven't heard from the United States today on this situation. If you really think about it, it's been most of the other one. Gulf and Jordan joint statement. Iran-linked dormant cells plotting to destabilize. We already had that earlier. Caroline. Oh. Sister's long term, it's good. She hasn't, surprisingly, man, like most of the liberals, I don't think she cares too much about this situation because she hasn't asked me to sell it. Last year she was trying to sell it. But yeah. Hers is actually still green year to date, believe it or not. So Colt Sister, again, different holdings. Started at a different time. It's there. Coin and Oracle? Or Coin Oracle News. But yeah, I see Coin was moving on that. But yeah, Colt Sister is up by 0.8. Oh, Circle. Crack! So good. Yeah, they both... I don't know what the news is on any of these, though. Caroline. Coinbase not sold on stablecoin promise. Coinbase told Senate officials it does not support the latest stablecoin bill. Yeah. That's the one I see it too. It's sad. Even people are mad at even how Coinbase kind of imploding everything as it comes to the bill. SOC again, yeah, it's actually doing pretty good. Actually holding up. Caroline. I think she's going to come out soon. But yeah, Cold Sister's doing good. It was up again. All the accounts, we hit new highs this year, believe it or not. But then that's it. We didn't react. We reacted a little later, but yeah, the war shit got in the way. But yeah, her account's still green year to date, ironically enough. Good for her. Tether's okay. USDC looking sketch. They told Senate officials they could not support the latest version of a compromise intended to address bank concerns about stablecoin yield, according to 4 sources. Representatives told Senate on Monday they had significant concerns. Thom Tillis, and Angela, top American crypto base, most politically active to enact landmark crypto structures. They've been bullish on stablecoin compromise, but opposition from Coinbase would be a major headwind. It's weird that Coinbase moved down more on it. Maybe because they're getting in the way. All right, you're moving up. Oil's coming down. House Speaker Johnson, troop buildup near Iran does not necessarily signal ground invasion. Addressing the Strait, a huge undertaking, and will need support from global allies. So he's indicating it's just there to move ships. All right, man. The room is more filled, though. Bro, how is she 36 minutes late? She is pregnant. I will give her some grace. But, come on. All right, let me go get a carbo. I'm very tempted to begin philo, though. I could have finished it again, probably. I have a quick one. I don't have one too crazy, actually. I do have a video I need to show you. Small clip. 2 minutes. See, man, this. Down in front. Down in front. Sweet. Yeah, the whole time. President. Here's the cuts. What do you care? Change the camera. Right. Do you think she starts with Iran? Or does she start with lunatic Democrats? That I don't know. Things could go both ways. So good. So good. She was throwing up when she found out what new lies she has to deliver. I thought that was because she was pregnant. But yeah, you're right. Nobody is as good as Corinne. You remember Corinne? I make my girlfriend watch Corinne videos. So I'm like, this is how you need to support me. Okay? This is what I expect from you. That's like, I told you, man, one day in life, I hope I find somebody who has my back like Corinne. Corinne Jean-Pierre, I love her. I admire her. Like, you know, I may not have agreed with her. I may have been disappointed by some of the things she's done. But the way that she supported her man, that was, you know what I'm saying? She wasn't even in the guys. But the way she supported that man, bro, I'm telling you, I'm looking for that in life. That's what I expect from all of you. You know that. Don't call me your friend if you can't have my back like Corinne had Joe Biden's back. It don't matter what the fuck happened. It don't even, bro. She invented new words, phrases. Man, even when the evidence was right in front of him, she was like, well, yeah, but nah, he was good. To the very last minute, bro. Even when he said he's not running, she still had his back. Y'all don't get it, bro. And she had great fashion taste. She dresses a lot better than Caroline. You know, that's what they were saying on r/short, you guys. You know? You gotta like literally, you could dress better. That goes a long way. Because I'm telling, Corinne was killing it, bro. That wasn't 2 minutes! Well, it's true, dog. Caroline is sweet, you know. But yeah, that's a nice, classy outfit, bro. I ain't seen one hot pink. She ain't wear hot pink. Nothing.
Thanks for coming today, as always. We're going to start with some scheduling announcements.
Boo.
This evening, President Trump will deliver remarks at Union
Tell us
Station
about the
for
conflict.
a political dinner.
Straight up,
Tomorrow
homie.
morning, the president will host the second cabinet meeting of the year and the 11th cabinet meeting of his second term. And later tomorrow afternoon, the president will host a Greek Independence Day celebration in the East Room. On Friday, the president will celebrate National Agriculture Day alongside nearly 1,000 farmers who are coming in from across the country for the first event of the season on the South Lawn, so pray for good weather, to highlight the president's successful policies in support of America's
Estee
farmers,
Lauder again.
including efforts to lower input costs, open new trade markets, bolster the farm safety net, double the death tax exemption, end taxes on rural property loan interest, and create rural opportunity zones. Also, I'm pleased to announce that President Trump's meeting and a long-awaited meeting with President Xi in China will now take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th.
Oh.
First Lady Melania and President
May
Trump will
14th,
also
15th,
host
China
Xi
meeting.
and Madam
That's
Ping
new.
for a
Remember, that was supposed to
reciprocal
happen
visit
in 2 weeks, a week.
at a later
So it
date
got
to be
pushed back
announced
by a
this
month.
year. Turning
May
to the
14th,
ongoing
May
military
15th in
operations
Beijing,
Iran.
in China.
The United States military continues to decimate the terrorist Iranian regime's offensive and defensive capabilities. Just over
here's
3
Iran.
weeks in, it's abundantly clear that Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding military triumph. More than 9,000 enemy targets have been struck to date.
I think she's saying we won.
Compared to the start of the
I don't know.
operation, Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's
I think
navy.
the China meeting is
We have
kind of
destroyed
bullish.
more than
That means we're probably
140
closer.
of their naval
Maybe this
vessels,
off-ramp Israel.
including almost 50 mine layers. This is the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. Again, let me reiterate, this is the largest elimination of a navy on the face of the planet in a 3-week period since World War II. We are systematically dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti-ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and this military mission continues unabated. From the outset, President Trump and the Department of War estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve this critical mission. 25 days in, the greatest military the world has ever known is ahead of schedule and performing exceptionally. Day by day, the Iranian regime is being crippled, and their ability to threaten the United States and our allies is being significantly weakened. Their ambitions of building a nuclear weapon have also been crushed to an even greater degree than they were in Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025.
You'll be in China.
That's why
then?
you're
Wow.
beginning
the wires
to see the
are
regime
picking it up. I think
look
that's
for
what
an
that little
exit
pop
ramp.
was.
They recognize they are being crushed, their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory is dwindling literally hour by hour. Following President Trump's powerful threat on Saturday evening, it was made clear to the United States that Iran wanted to talk. President Trump is willing to listen. As President Trump announced on Monday, the United States has been engaged over the last 3 days in productive conversations, which led the president to temporarily instruct the Department of War to postpone planned strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure only. The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to understand they have already been defeated and refused to come to a deal. Here at home, we are now on day 40 of the Democrats' shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats in Congress are forcing American travelers to wait in hours-long lines at airports across the country, robbing TSA officers and other federal workers of their hard-earned paychecks that they use to feed their families, and causing billions of dollars in damage to our economy. A father of 3 recently told CBS News that he felt he had no other choice but to quit his job as a TSA officer and find other work as the Democrats shut down DHS
they're saying productive talks over the last 3 days.
This is a quote from the father, and I encourage everyone to listen. I think the hardest thing is seeing the struggle that my wife was going through and not being, not trying to bring more stress to her. The father of 3 said, but seeing her cry every night, how am I going to feed my family? How am I going to survive? For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began. President Trump, to alleviate this pressure, made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics
if they
of
refuse
this
to
solution
accept,
a few days
Trump
ago
is
when it was
prepared to
proposed by the
escalate with
president,
stronger
it
action.
is yielding results. Wait
KMX
times
down
have
3.5 now.
since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens
these are just
than American
wires
citizens.
hitting what she's saying
you have
on the
Democrat
wire.
elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here. In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence of this deranged policy of Democrat open borders and an illegal alien first agenda. A beautiful 18-year-old girl, Sheridan Gorman, she was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning while walking in a park with friends. The suspect in custody for murdering her is a Venezuelan illegal alien who was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in May of 2023. Why would the Biden administration catch and release a Venezuelan illegal alien? That is not happening anymore under this president. But there are still tens of thousands, if not millions, of these illegal aliens in our country who seek to do harm to innocent Americans, like this beautiful young woman whose family will now never be the same because of her death. To make matters even worse, This monster was also released from local custody again after a shoplifting arrest, where? In the sanctuary city of Chicago in June of 2023. Again, another innocent American citizen had her life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary city policies, which put criminals back into American communities. How many more Americans have to die before the Democrats end this madness? President Trump's position is very clear. He wants the federal government opened, he wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately. The president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen, including all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions, and here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Gabe, for being here.
Thank you.
Kind of underwhelming.
First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point,
still
either
feels
a
like
number
we're
of
a day
ground
behind,
troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know, right now,
the China thing was the only new thing.
Formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary, but of course, the President in this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe, or do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure, go ahead.
Second question.
Sure.
In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration is going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected.
As I say, we want to answer to kind of what we heard this morning.
War. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to.
So that 15-point plan,
president here at the podium.
No confirm or deny. Some elements of truth. Because again, we were going over that yesterday.
Details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big
more wiggle room or less.
The Iranians had given the U.S.
Because remember, the Iranians were even saying that's too overbearing.
That was carrying 2 million barrels of oil that made it through the state of Hormuz.
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
And then finally, Caroline, today Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal. There was an attack in Iraq that hit a military clinic, killing 7 soldiers reportedly. What's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll get you an answer. Etrade.
Thank you, Caroline, too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflict.
They did. That
So
started
does the
with
White House,
Axios. That even started from Friday.
consider this conflict
Or
as
excuse me,
wrapping
Sunday.
up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning
Some
of
true,
my
some
remarks,
lie,
we
some
are,
not true.
meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the commander-in-chief. For any specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, "The president cannot pardon you." Has the president seen Krasner's comments? Does he have any response?
The president cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are handing out water bottles and are helping people move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work, not just in our nation's airports, but again, to remove violent, dangerous, illegal alien criminals from our country, to protect this individual and all of us in this room and Americans across the country from murderers.
Yeah,
pedophiles,
Golubov,
and
based
rapists
on
who've
data,
been
Iran's
allowed into our
enemies with
country by
support of
Democrat politicians.
one of the regional companies
Mario,
are
good to see
preparing
you.
to occupy one of the Iranian islands.
Just given,
All
the
enemy
president
movements are under
postponed his
full
original
surveillance. If they
trip to
step out of
China,
line,
because
the
of
vital
the war, should we
infrastructure of
infer
that
that the
regional
war will be
country
wound down
will,
and
without
concluded by the
restriction,
time
become a
of that
target
May
of relentless
15th,
attacks.
14th visit?
Again, as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks, so you could do the math on
Golubov
that,
is
Mario,
talking
but
about
we do
taking
look
an
forward- I know
island,
the president looks forward,
and if anybody
to
gets
going
in the
to
way,
China
they're
on
going
May
to clap
14th
him.
and 15th, and of course, as always, we'll provide
I don't know
additional
which one he's talking
logistical
about.
details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
Follow-up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling of the meeting between the president and President Xi. President Xi understood that it's very important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
On the negotiations with Iran, are there still face-to-face talks planned perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've seen a lot of speculation.
Deal values.
And
KKR
reporting
strikes
about
deal
potential
for
talks
nothing
that could
but
happen
cakes.
later this week. Nothing
KKR
should
is
be
buying
deemed official
nothing
until
but
it is
cakes
announced formally
for
by
$2
the White
billion,
House.
including
I would,
debt.
not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this
Dog,
week.
how is
until you hear
nothing
directly
but
from us.
cakes worth more than fucking
That
Papa
all
John's?
of the allies will go along with whatever
Is
the
it?
U.S.
I think it is.
concludes with these Iranians. Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will
Papa
follow
John's is
whatever
shit.
agreement
Okay,
is
I
made?
get it.
I
Thank
think
you.
the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world.
I have had one back in the day.
Various
That red
examples
velvet
of
one
the
goes
12-day
hard.
war between Iran and Israel.
It
the
is
ceasefire
very
between
good.
Israel and Gaza, the president has shown.
I
a
understand.
very
I see where
unique
you're coming
skill
from.
at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign
Big
policy like
dairy.
this. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question, Ed. I don't have a specific timeline for you today, but it's obviously something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions to stabilize the markets. We directed the U.S. DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the strait. We issued that temporary waiver to allow countries to purchase sanctioned
I think they're
Russian
talking
oil,
about getting
to
the Houthis
alleviate global
activated.
pressures. We're working with the
So we're
IEA
gonna
to
have
coordinate
troops
the
in
release
by
of
the
another
end of the
400
week.
million barrels. We
And
issued
then they're
that
gonna call in
60-day
the
Jones
Houthis.
Day, Act waiver, and then
That's what
just
it sounds
today,
like,
EPA
with the
Administrator
Galabaf
Lee
comment.
Zeldin, if you missed it, in consultation with the Department of Energy, announced a temporary emergency fuel waiver to allow nationwide sales of E15 gasoline blended with 15% ethanol, to remove all federal impediments to selling E10 gasoline across the country. The emergency fuel waiver will temporarily waive the summer
Ethanol
low
is bad for your
volatility
engine.
requirements and blending limitations limitations for
I said the
gasoline
same
to
thing
provide
under
additional
Biden.
flexibility to the fuel marketplace.
Boo.
So as far as tankers through the strait, something we're tracking very closely, but obviously the administration is coming up with creative new solutions by the day to keep the price of oil stable, something the president wants to see. And I know Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, EPA Administrator Zeldin are all working together closely to find ways to do that.
The president gave that 5-day timeline
oil
for pause in operations. Would a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz be one of the conditions that he would extend that?
That's only something the President of the United States can answer. I won't get ahead of him.
I think that was the answer.
Are the TSA lines that we've all seen the video?
So if they let a tanker go through, they'll extend the negotiations.
Stalemate in Congress to get DHS funded.
Well,
You got a
look,
little
it's the
oil down,
Democrats
spy
who
up,
have
it already
led to this
snapped back.
stalemate over the past 6 weeks. The president and the Republicans' position has been very clear: fund the Department of Homeland Security, and we have attempted in good faith numerous times, both the president himself and lawmakers on the Republican side on Capitol Hill, to go to the Democrats with reasonable offers, with real solutions. They'll ask for something, we'll give them that concession, and then they say, oh wait, that's not enough, actually. So I think that's why I said earlier, the cruelty is the point. They want this chaos. They want to distract, I think, from the success of our military overseas right now, totally obliterating the Iranian regime. And it's very unfortunate because there's only
So they're literally
the only
going
people
to
that are
test the
suffering
waters,
from this are
yes.
the American people. And I hear that Democrats might be flying out of town tomorrow. How convenient and lovely of them that they get to go to the airport and that they'll get to go home to their families when you have families, TSA workers who are suffering. You have people across the country who are missing flights for funerals and for work commitments because of Democrat politicians on Capitol Hill. Mary in the back.
I think she laughed because I don't know if that guy was supposed to know that. That sounded like a
Is
leak.
the White House satisfied with Republican leadership's efforts
Because she
on
was
the Save
giggling.
America Act?
I think the president has made it very clear.
She said if a
he
ship
wants
did go
everyone on
through, but
Capitol
that's
Hill
up to
move
Trump.
as quickly as possible to get the Save America Act passed, and he wants to see that legislation on his desk as soon as Republicans and Democrats can move to pass it.
But are there any lawmakers in Congress that the president is frustrated with on this matter and feels could be doing a better job?
I think the president wants to see everybody on Capitol Hill move faster all the time. That he wants everyone in this town to work at Trump speed like we do here at the White House. We'll go to Karen.
Two questions on Lebanon, if I can. Is the U.S. providing support at this point for Israel's ongoing offensive
I mean,
in
I think
Lebanon?
people are
And is the president concerned
are
that
front
now
running
there
a
are
lot
more
of
than a
things,
million
but I don't
people
think
who've been
oil is
displaced
rigged.
and potentially
What you
could
guys
be
are
for a
noticing
significant
is
amount of
just
time?
the
That's
difference
not something I'm in a
between
position to comment on.
oil
First
supply
question.
and
Second
oil
question, of course,
transportation.
that's something that would concern the
And
president.
that's
I think
all it
why
is.
he's again
That's why
quickly
physical
moving to,
prices are higher.
eliminate
That's
the
why
threat
depending
of
on
the
what
Iranian
area
regime in
you're
the Middle
at
East,
and how
including
soon you could
weakening their
access it,
proxies like
it's
Hezbollah,
kind of
who
like
have
supply
terrorized
chain shit.
Lebanon for far too
So it's
long.
like
And I know that the
we've
president
talked
wants
about
to
this
see
from
this
day
again
one.
move as quickly
We
as
have a
possible
fuck ton of oil.
as we
It's not
can
this oil
over
has
the
not
course of
disappeared
the
anywhere
next
in the
couple
world.
weeks.
The problem is moving it. And that's why if you're closer to it, easier to access, load it, all of that. That's why if they banned the exports, everything would change. GSA sells vacant office building in DC for $24 million.
They're unable or unwilling to help.
Look, that's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question. It's also a decision that would have to be made by the commander-in-chief.
I think Bessent is rigging the bonds and the dollar, not oil.
What has changed that has
Do you guys see how I'm agreeing with you, but then focusing on the where it's
I
at?
don't think anything has
Don't get don't fall for the misdirection.
a key member
You see what I'm saying?
of the president's
It would be
right-hand
much
man and a
harder
key
to
member
rig
of
the
president's
oil
national
and do
security
something
team.
they've never that
He's
they
been
don't have
part of these
authority over
discussions,
than to rig
throughout
what they
the
have
entire
authority
course of
over.
the administration,
And like I'm saying,
with respect
what you're
again to the
noticing, you guys are
12-day
noticing
war that the
something
president and his
with
national
oil,
security team
physical,
negotiated a solution
paper,
to,
spot
with
prices.
respect to
So I
the
said pay
ceasefire
attention to the
between Israel and
futures,
Gaza and the
pay
release of
attention
the
to the
hostages,
who is paying
which
what
there was a lot of
depending on how
criticism
much
that
they
could get
import
done, and it
how
did.
much they need
The
it.
vice president
It's
has
a
been by the
transportation
president's side
thing.
every step of the way, and any reporting otherwise
So
is just
I hope that
completely
helps.
false. I see him in the room.
Keep digging.
Again, the president seeks his counsel on all matters, both foreign and domestic.
Can you just tell us who exactly the U.S. is negotiating with in Iran, and why the U.S. and this administration trusts that person?
Again, as I said to Gabe's question earlier, we're not going to get into the details of these negotiations and conversations that continue to take place, as of course you can imagine, they are very sensitive diplomatic discussions. And I would reiterate, I do recall giving all of you the same answer when we were negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Gave you the same answer throughout the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. Gave you the same answer with respect to many of the other global conflicts that this administration has negotiated solutions to. President Trump is going to give his diplomats the freedom that they need to have these sensitive.
Well, even if you have Venezuela, like you got to think about it. Venezuela could pump 10 million barrels tomorrow. If you can't get it to Japan or Korea, you're still going to have the prices there substantially higher than America. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. The oil's there. You just can't move it.
Things that the president has laid out that he wants to see a couple times.
Postal Service to impose first ever fuel surcharge on packages.
As well as the objectives of
check
Operation
UPS and
Epic Fury,
FedEx.
Said repeatedly. I've said them from this podium. The Pentagon.
Yeah,
has
they got a little
them.
candle
That's
there.
why we've taken military action.
Does
to
that
achieve
make them
So
more
of course,
competitive to
those
the
are goals
post
that we
office?
want to see, but this full 15-point plan that's been floating around in many of your outlets, there's a lot of misinformation to that as well. And again, I would caution you from taking things from anonymous sources rather than verifying them directly with the White House. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 on Iran. First, would the president consider loosening asylum restrictions for Iranians trying to flee the country right now?
Again, that's a question for the president. I won't get ahead of him on that. I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. And then secondly, you mentioned at the top that Iran would be hit harder than they have been to this point if they don't recognize the fact that they're losing this war. Could those strikes happen before this 5-day negotiating window closes if the president doesn't think they're negotiating in good faith?
You're asking
Infosys
me
to
tell
buy
you the
healthcare
Commander-in-Chief would
digital
authorize,
transfer Optium
very
Healthcare,
strong strikes against the
465
Iranian
million.
regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not. Phil.
Here in the back. Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would
Optimum?
respond to some of this criticism.
I don't know if they're public.
Of the administration from past allies like.
But Infi
Joe
buying
Biden,
someone.
who said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
First, Senator
The
Mike
Save
Lee.
America Act.
Save America Act. The president corrected me yesterday. That was my fault. Senator Mike Lee said it's essentially impossible to pass the Save America Act through reconciliation. What's your reaction to that? Is the president worried that that strategy might fail?
I think he's willing to try all strategies. I spoke with him about this yesterday, and he said if we can make it work through reconciliation, let's absolutely do that. These, again, are common sense policies that are backed by the vast majority of voters across this country. The only people in this country who don't support them are politicians on Capitol Hill, and you all should ask them why they don't want voter ID, why they don't want proof of citizenship to vote in our nation's elections. Again, these are common sense proposals that are wildly popular, and the president is willing to use any means necessary to get this legislation passed and onto his desk.
And then on the DHS shutdown, do you expect deportations to decrease while ICE is in the airports? And what are the trade-offs of having ICE in the airports right now?
Well, to address this obviously short-term problem and the chaos that has been sowed by these Democrats on Capitol Hill, to address the lines and to get Americans traveling and get them to where they need to be. So the president, I think this was a creative solution, again, that was criticized, but we have seen wait times decrease, not as much as we'd like. Hopefully they will continue to, but at major airports over the course of the last few days as ICE has been facilitating with travelers in these airports. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in an interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's
Putin signs decree restricting gold shipments
obviously
abroad. Signs decree restricting gold bullion shipments abroad.
Position in the
Said it
Iranian
twice.
regime, that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be
Death
good
to
common
America.
sense
Death
for
to
the United
America.
States
Big
and for our
difference.
allies, and I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day. Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of,
I mean, has it not?
well, the leadership.
Their
has
entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So, wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There has been a change in leadership. I mean, do you
There's been
feel
a
as
change
though
in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So, thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied
Israel's
with?
working assumption Trump may declare a ceasefire
So
by
highly
next
enriched
Saturday.
uranium
Channel
in
12
Iran
News.
Right now. Is your expectation, I mean, the
Yeah,
stated
Vance
desire
has
of
been
the
involved.
president is to prevent nuclear
That was her
weapons.
last
Is
statement,
your,
but Margaret's not really
expectation
reacting to
that
it.
The end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll somehow have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it.
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to
It's
achieve
economic,
that
a debt
goal.
to
That's a
America.
decision for the president
You
to
guys
make.
a big difference.
Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ?
That was 5 minutes ago from
alleging
Israel.
That the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's documents.
Yes, I saw
Are
that.
you the only one who
letter
feels
from
like something
Congressman
big is
Raskin
about
this
to go
morning,
down?
Who I would add has
Unfortunately,
zero
I've heard that
credibility,
every
and
day
this
for the
letter
last
was clearly
month.
a cheap political stunt. What the congressman did here, Brian, and
We're
for
getting there
everyone
like
in
this
the
feel
room
like
who's
COVID.
hopefully not reporting on this
That's it. But then
as
again, they
fact,
were
is
like
that he took
energy
untrue and
fucking
salacious
lock-in. So
claims
I don't know.
in a memo
but
that was produced by
I have been
Jack Smith,
hearing
who
that
has
for a
been
long
completely
time.
discredited for his lawfare and his witch hunts against this president, and that information was unverified. It never even made it into the indictment because it was so unverified. And what happened to that indictment anyway? It was thrown out. And Jack Smith has been proven, again, to be a prosecutor on a witch hunt against President Trump. He tried to throw him in jail ahead of the 2024 election. The Biden Department of Justice was fully on board with this lawfare campaign. And in fact, this story that was concocted by Congressman Raskin was so ridiculous. I understand his communications team reached out to some outlets in this room who responsibly said, we're not going to write this because this is just too much. However, of course, MS Now did write that story this morning because they continue to be left-wing propaganda for the Democrat Party. But I think Jack Smith has been proven to be
done.
A liar and a fraud. And this is, again, a cheap political stunt from a Democrat on Capitol Hill who I think wants to get himself on cable television. Thank you all very much.
Yep. Thank you very much, Caroline. Like I said, kind of underwhelming. The China thing was new. Everything else, she kind of, it's still just like it didn't. She's saying, as Trump said 3 days ago, it's still this whole negotiations, talks, but like you didn't really, again, she said when asked about Iran denying it, she just went back to pretty much the last 72 hours of discussion. So didn't even answer the, what's it called? The troop deployment. You didn't get any clarity on that. So yeah, man. Maybe 7 hours to nowhere. Well, wait, you had the Galabov. I keep calling him a Gaddafi. Galabov comments. But, like, did you guys... that's what I was saying. I think that's what's going on. I think you're probably going to get troops around this weekend. You know, we already know they're getting headed over there. And it seems like Iran's plan is to... it seems like they're planning to activate the Houthis. That's what we were talking about earlier before. So, all pretty fascinating, but I don't think, the information, the fog, I think you're used to it by now. I think you are used to it right now, man. Ta-da! It is. I mean, I think the problem is the market is too bullish. Even though we're down on the year and all that, that's what we were talking about earlier. One of the issues is that even after this whole decline, oil, everything, that's why a real repricing needs to take place. Because even if you were like, wow, I'm willing to take risk because the market is so discounted, You don't even have that. It's not like you're not even getting a good enough deal to become a contrarian, unless it's software. I mean, software is still pretty beaten down. I mean, especially with IGV coming down, but none of this. That this is why the Lord hates lukewarm. You know what I'm saying? This is why the Lord hates lukewarm. I think maybe you guys are understanding it a little bit more now. Because if this was really low, this would be easy. If it was really high, it'd be easy. But you're like in this weird middle ground playing this game of 7 hours to nowhere every single day. Iran is welcoming them. Iran says they're looking for payback. So they're pretty much threatening to kill a bunch of American troops. Yes, that is what one of the other Iran military people commented during that. And then you notice Golubov in the other comments came as Caroline was talking. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This Saturday, not next Saturday. Tech, isn't that this Saturday? Well, isn't next Saturday? If like today was Saturday, then that would be a week. But if they say next Saturday, isn't that in like 3 days? 4 days? I don't know. All right. The bond fixing, we could go over. We had a little bond thing talk yesterday. But you could go even look and see, this was even before all of this happened. Go look into the, for the first time, Treasury was buying back bonds and doing operations like that. And then it's one of those little jokes but serious things I've said where every time the bond yields get to 5%, something gets engineered financially. But yeah, we're going to go over that in a little. I've already delayed too much, man. I've delayed too much. So let's get ready for Philo. So give me a second, and we'll get ready. If if the words of Jesus Christ turn you to salt, you may not want to hang around, but you could do whatever you want. It's your choice. It's your life. You could believe what you want. You could act on whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? You could do all sorts of things, man. All sorts of things. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Don't see his Costco headline
I put Jesus on the beat
about
so I can
competing
listen to
with
it.
energy
I got reason
drinks.
to believe that we living in it.
You could say it's one hell of a decision, isn't it?
Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Yeah, no, Celsius came out and they're saying that the value-priced brand can get a trial, but too early to conclude that it becomes durable. So yeah, they're reacting now. They're saying it doesn't change their conviction in company's growth story. So yeah, the company's responding to it all. Yeah. They said they generated close to 11% of sales from Costco last year. So that's the kicker right there. They're saying that they got 11% of sales from Costco, and now they're not worried about the energy drink. But it's reacting. You got it within seconds, my friends. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I would love a Red Bull IPO. Well, Chad. Oh, thank God for today. Thank God for Philo. I know it took a minute, man. Once the war, bro. The back and forth, man. The back and forth all day, every day. So I hope you guys are feeling good, man. I hope you're living blessed. It is time for Philo. How come this isn't loading? Oh, I was trying to get this loaded up, bro. I was trying to run it up. So yeah, man. I have a couple things I want to talk about. They're not anything too crazy. It might be, again, I could have done this earlier with how long we had to wait, but you know, this is it's gonna be a quick one. So I'm gonna play a Richard Feynman for you, and then I'm gonna tell you something about how to think and thinking effortlessly, better, just thinking better, man. Oh, I love it. I love this one a lot. And then yeah, I'll have another thing to tell you. So here it is. Take a listen.
Let me ask you something. How much matter do you think it takes to destroy an entire city? A kilogram? A ton? No. When the bomb hit Hiroshima, only about 0.7 grams of matter was converted into energy. That's less than the weight of a paperclip. So how does something so small create something so devastating? Mass is just energy in disguise, Einstein's equation. E equals mc squared. Tells us that even a tiny amount of mass can release a huge amount of energy because the speed of light is incredibly large. And when you square it, the result is explosive. Inside every object around you, there's hidden energy, locked, silent, waiting. The atomic bomb didn't create energy. It simply unlocked it, and that's the terrifying truth. It doesn't take much to release the power of the universe. Follow for more mind-blowing physics explained.
Love the Richard Feynman fucking accounts, bro. You should go look into them all. My guy, do you get it? Yeah, you did have a true social. Donald Trump just confirming the Chinese meeting. So I'm saying that was the only new thing. But oh man, do you get it? Isn't that cool? Did you know that about the atomic bomb? Only 0.7 grams of matter. I think Donald Trump would like that headline, smaller than a paperclip. But yeah, bro, you got to think in terms of unlocking. You know that in a world of everything going on, I don't know how you feel right now. I don't know how you feel about your future. I don't know how you feel about your life. But my brother, all you have to do is unlock what already exists. I keep telling you, look in, not out. But you know one thing that I told you, and I think a lot of you really like this one. I think this was probably one of the greatest, this is a top 10 quote of the year, man. God is not making any new materials. You know that? There's no new dirt getting invented. How long have we had gold, silver, platinum, copper, aluminum? You realize that, right? There is no new materials being invented. That means you have everything right now. It's all about how you combine it. I would argue that Mr. Feynman would tell you it is all about how you unlock it. So that's what I want you to think about. I want you to start thinking about what the hidden energy that's there, the energy that already exists. All you have to do is unlock it, my friend. You have what you need to change everything. is very, very simple. It's already inside of you. It's just a matter of combining it and unlocking it. That's all it is. That's all it is, my friends. It's actually a trip when you really think about it. Again, energy is hidden inside of you. Your next idea, that's what I think. I think a lot of you guys have great ideas. But if you keep thinking about everything around you, you keep looking externally, you think about everything else but besides thinking, you think with fear. You got to really, it's already there. So that was the first part. I really like it. But now I'm going to give you the main philo. I'm going to give you probably one of the best commands. This is, some of you may not like it. It's Old Testament. But, it's so important. I think this relates to everything. You got one thing to do. Only one thing you need to do. I think you need to do more, but I would argue you're not going to do the other things until you get this down. You know, a lot of people have even asked me questions on a lot of different things lately. And they're asking how I do certain things. How do you know this? We were talking macro yesterday. How do I learn more? How do I get into this? What do I do? It's very simple. Remember. 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 You understand? I think some of y'all you've said that. You've said that about my memory. I like my memory. I have a great memory. Praise God. I think some of y'all have good memory. I think everybody has a good memory. It's all about how you're using your mind, what you're focusing on. Some of you remember pain more than you remember goodness. Tell me I'm lying. Some of y'all remember pain, trauma. You remember corruption more than you remember what you have actually gone through. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't think y'all feel me. Remember. You are using your mind power to either remember the wrong thing or using your mind power to focus on everything else but forgetting and getting caught up into one of the easiest silent traps of forgetting. Oh. Do you realize what remember is? It's not a strategy. It's not a military tactic. It's not political. It's remembering. That's what I was saying. I think some of y'all, you would learn you would be way better at markets. I think you could apply this philo to the markets. You could apply this to whatever you want. I think all of your businesses and anything you are doing will see a noticeable increase if you actually start remembering things more. I hope that makes sense. Why? How many times do things happen in the market? I'm saying, hey, do you remember? Oh, well, this happened in the past. What is history? History is remembering. Only way they change history is if people can't remember. No? But this was the command that God gave the people. This was a command the people failed in. He said, remember. Remember what I took you through. Remember what you've actually been through and what's been done. I think God knew clearly what was on the other side of not remembering. You know what happens when you don't remember? You forget. You're not aware. You know what's even worse of not remembering? Comfort. Familiarity. It's a slow and invisible process that just leads to taking things for granted. That's what I was telling some. You asked me why do I like the economy so much? Why do I care about macroeconomics? Why do I even give a shit about it? I was like, wow, I want to learn this. I think it's fascinating seeing how all this stuff that works. But then I told you, how did we get here? How many of you are on a computer spending money and you are just taking it for granted? I don't mean that like you're ungrateful. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean you're taking it for granted. I mean that you're just like, oh, it already existed. It's always going to exist. It's always going to be here, right? Think about it. Even the access to information, people take it for granted. It wasn't always like this. Again, the monetary system that we live in today, this isn't why, again, I was born into it. Some of you weren't. Some of you existed before, literally. There's some people who don't even, again, people born 10 years after you, they experience something different. You get what I'm saying? That's a comfort. That's being familiar. If you don't remember, how are you going to avoid this? Very simple. Anytime you've gotten too comfortable, anytime you've gotten too familiar, taking things for granted, I would argue you forgot something or you're not remembering. So I hope you could feel me on this one. I really love this. Again, I love that this was even a command in the Bible. I love that this is where, again, he told them a lot of things, but one thing he kept telling them was just remember. You ever go read the history, the tribes, and how it all plays out? You think you're chosen? Do you remember? My guy, how many of you are going to remember right now when we get into the end of the year? Better yet, how are you going to remember as we start knocking on the door of 2030? Do you remember what happened in 2020? Not the spark notes. Do you remember? Do you remember how people acted, how they behaved, what they did, what they didn't do? Do you remember what happened during the Fed meetings? Do you remember before that? Oh, remember, my friend, remember. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this. And I think I'm excited. I hope you take this one. I hope you use it like I'm telling you. I think it means a lot spiritually. And I even think, man, at the most shallowest level, you want to improve anything you are doing right now, start remembering. Now, believe me, you would be surprised what your brain can do. You have memory. Before there was memory in a computer, there was memory within a human. Remember. All you have to do is remember. Then we talk about the other stuff. Because do you see the problem? Imagine trying to get into all these different things. Imagine trying to follow the rules, the instruction. What are you trying to accomplish? How will you accomplish this if you keep forgetting? You know why I'm laughing? You remember what I was telling you, bro? When I started my little clawbot? It was so cool. I was like, this is awesome. It broke my heart when little guy didn't remember. Losing the memory. I was like, dog, no. You don't think that's hilarious? I think it's funny. Just goes to show. Bro, imagine every time you worked on a project, you built something on a computer and it just wouldn't get remembered. The computer reset every 3 days. How would you feel? What if it reset every month? What if it reset every couple of years? My guy, that's how we behave as humans. That's why go read the book. You'll see. I kind of understand it now. I always wonder, I was like, how do they do that? Why do they keep making the same mistake? Why do I keep making the same mistake? Why does everybody? I get it now. It's memory, remembering. This isn't a matter of if you have a good memory, a bad memory. It's an effort. That's what I'm trying to encourage. I encourage you to remember. Remember everything as we move forward. Bro, remember how you got here. Remember the worst time, the bad, and again, the worst time so that when you're in a good time, you know the cycles. I hope you remember the winter so you could appreciate the summer. I hope you remember the summer so you can appreciate the winter and understand the winter ain't going to be forever. But memory, remember. So, before the strategy, before the politics, before the military, before the technological advancements, what good is it all without remembering? You are commanded to remember, my friend. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and my channel. First link for the Scramalots. Trump could cease hostilities if Iran offers a major concession. Israeli broadcasting. There's a couple of those. Chances of detailed Iran deal are slim, but framework remains viable and Israel must prepare for it, says Israel. Remember.
Call, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Hey man, it's a cop, 2020. It's one love, man. Yeah, it's feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. Put the same enemies, made the satellites. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, maybe good lies. But the same enemies made the satellites. Yeah, and I ask a couple questions, please. Why the people with all of the money freaking out? Why the stadiums got tents and no more bleachers now? Had the teachers not paid enough, gonna teach them that. Oh wait, I'm freaking out. Maybe I should grab a drink or eating that. See, I'm feeling fine. told you all the news is lies, blame it on the orange guy, right? The problem with invisible, any premise to disprove or conclude is still visual. I keep it simple, bro. Anything is seen is many things unknown. You can't explain the tree, you can't explain the snow. If you ain't know the seed, then you ain't know the code. What I know is I don't, and if I don't, you don't. And if you sick, I'm sick. Fuck your selfish shit. Yeah, they're poor and rich, but same depth of 6. They gon' bury us the same. Only real question is it by myself or in the mass grave. I'm just saying. I think a lot of things have changed. That's what happens when it's different, but it look the same. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, hear my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lies. But the same enemies made us allies. Yo, can you wake the fuck up? This ain't a conspiracy, man, this ain't about Trump. Who framed who and made this a cover up? They planted the 201, the Pope was raping the nuns. So they thought they'd make a virus and let it out in Wuhan. Or maybe this is a plot to get oil out of Iran and plant people with the chip, Jerusalem, Palestine. Then maybe Jesus will come, or maybe my freedom's gone. Nah, my bad, I ain't trying to be wrong. It's just hard to say true when they get paid for the views. PPC, CPNs, how they evaluate news. That's what incentives will do, that's that senator do. Well, fuck it, I sounded petty, I should just be getting ready. Did push-ups, this shit ain't heavy. I'm patient, my aim is steady. It's moments they turn to deadly. Don't lose your life over petty. We tried divided already. Define life in terms of pennies. We done, we done. I hope you know we stronger as one. I hope this ain't the end of the run. Welcome to the war with no guns. Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, maybe good lies. But the same enemies made us allies.
PPC, CPNs, how they evaluate news. I don't know if AI will take Uncle's job. You know, I could play this one. This was the last AI for Uncle. It sucks, bro. I told y'all from time to time, bro. I be enjoying AI slop. I'm ashamed of myself. Yeah. This ain't even the good one, bro.
Straight run thin at homers. Bullshit drip by homers. Turn right back at homers.
Turn right back at homers. Yeah, that's it. I know, bro. I know. I like the AI slop from time to time. You know that, but that's it. I've been becoming an enjoyer. Just enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. Skirt. You remember when that was a big skirt? Oh man, what else? There's skirt. What was the other one? I remember when Migos first came out. They don't know. It's a long time ago. But Chad, we're back. Galaboff, any further action will result in all vital infrastructure of that regional state. It's the same one from earlier. Mama. No, there's another one though around the skirt. I think AI slop is good for satire. I agree, but like you don't know the problem of what they say. They say like AI slop is like when you make something like even like AI music. Like if you make it, you'll listen to it over and over again. But then like it doesn't have the same appeal to like everybody else. But then again, I've seen these like AIs on Spotify. Apparently, some of them they got a lot of people, man. LMT talks of imminent data leak from hack. LMT? They hacking LMT? Block info said Homies. I know, man. All right. Well, Power Hour is fast approaching since we don't know. Power Hours haven't even been that crazy. You might get one or two more headlines. But in the meantime, we might as well get into it, man. We might as well get into it. You know what time it is? That's why, bro. I'm telling you, I love it. It sucks that, you know, you guys, but I hope by giving you this exposure on a day-to-day, Yeah, the daily Reddit scroll. Because, like I'm telling you, bro, once you're going to see it eventually. And then once you realize, like, how the communications are, you know, maybe it'll encourage you to focus on what really matters. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why at some point, I feel like Reddit has helped me a lot. At first, I was like, how do people think like this? Are these real people? And then I'm like, wow. It was a very eye-opening experience. So I'm going to go through the homepage of Reddit for a little bit. And then I'm going to show you the two sides of life in Reddit. And it's very simple. If you are depressed about something, I would not go on Reddit. I'd even be careful of YouTube chats. But at the same time, because if you're sad about it, it'll only make it worse. But if you want to brag and you feel like you love life, then and it's related to something specific, you will find your community on Reddit. That's the beautiful one. All right, so number 1, bought a house that this isn't the first example. I got to do my daily scroll. Trump big beautiful bill is hitting Republican states hard. What TV show hooked you from episode 1? Iran rejects peace plan, issues 5 conditions to end war. Palantir billionaire CEO says only 2 types of people succeed in AI. Either trade workers or you're neurodivergent. Wow. Amazon wants death certificate and government ID before they'll cancel my deceased father's Prime membership. Wow. Facebook family member, what is he holding with this can? Looks like a needle. Dude, it's kind of boring now that they got rid of it's not as political. Dude, it used to, bro, during like all the ICE thing, bro. I didn't see this. What? First Lady Melania enters room accompanied by an AI-powered robot? Huh? Bro, when did we skip this? Blocking boats at Hormuz. That's amazing. Meta YouTube found liable. All right, man, that's it. So now we're going to go to r/short. So like I'm showing, they weren't as depressed. Like I advocate for you guys to spread propaganda on r/short and encourage them. I think we could really change the world. And then for the tall guys, I just think you guys, man, keep living life, bro. If you need any workout advice, I got you. Because that's a big deal. The tall guys are like, how will I gain muscle? My strides are so large. It's hard being a pterodactyl with these long arms. How will I ever gain muscle mass? Aragachi, U.S. has failed in its war objectives, including swift victory and regime change. So yeah, but let's see how they feel at r/short. I encourage you. I don't know what's on here today. It could get depressing, so be ready for it. Wow. First post. Short King representation is growing. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Okay. This is in fucking Spanish? I'm 5'3" tall, but I don't know how to accept my height. I don't know how to fucking... sorry, guys. That one's... I could probably translate it. Society stuff, I guess. What the fuck is this? Is this a question? I'm 5'7", and I enjoy being my height. The thing I do dislike is the stigma that follows a short person. Does anybody feel this sort of way? Speed is 5'8". I think you'll find pretty good people here. I don't agree. Does anyone feel tall compared to their parents? Average height is 5'4". I'm not married. I don't have siblings, so I'll focus on my parents. My mother is 5 foot. My dad is 5'5". I am 5'3". I don't feel short in many settings. My parents seem like real shorties to me, though. My mother, to be more honest. I'm very curious if you feel relatively tall, short, or on par with your relatives. Okay. It's not bad. We're not. I think my bloodline reached the ceiling. Okay. Shorties. Why is everyone saying shorties today? How do you feel when even children start to talk about your height? Hey, I'm a teenage and my height is shorter than average. Adults talked about it. I didn't give much fuck. but I heard a group of children judging me on my height. I actually felt really bad. Like, it's like I asked to be this short. I hate children now. Okay, I added that. Okay, what's GHD? Damn, these guys taking steroids to get taller? I started HGH around 12. What the fuck? And I was able to reach 5'8". I just didn't realize the rarity. People have always joked about my height, even though 5'8" is average. I just get to laugh. Would have been less than 5 foot, so I could always look on the bright side. Kinda cool having a rare condition. So he had a condition and then took HGH? That's what it sounds like. Business attire brands. So between COVID and being overweight, pretty much lost any fashion sense. I used to travel a lot because I was overweight. Ironically, there were options. I didn't have to do MTM if I wanted to elevate. That's obviously the answer, but I was promoted and need to travel to Miami. I want to come off with an executive presence so I have time to get shirts tailored. I was 5'1", 250. Now I'm 5'1", 115? What the he lost the whole self? Good for you. All right, well, that first fashion advice, I mean, that's good. That's what the tall guys do. They're like, I have no worries in life. How do I fit in a t-shirt? 5'7" and feel fine. I always say I'm the shortest in my class growing up. My sister, mom, dad did well in school, played in a band, and never had problems meeting women. I did have confidence issues. I'm now 48, married with 3 young kids, a good job, not amazing. Wonderful and attractive, sporty and smart wife. We have a nice white life and a great life. A nice house. Do I wish I had a couple more inches? Absolutely. Maybe I would have even looked at a leg extension in my early 20s. But I was only in my mid-30s when I heard about it. But in the end, my life is great. My peers respect me. I have great friends. One of my friends is 6'5" or something, many above 6. One of my 6'3" buddies said, I don't see you as much different than me. Not trying to brag, just trying to explain that height is such a non-issue. That's why I mentioned all of my tall friends. Perhaps my height was a blessing as I busted my ass working for what I love. Stay fit, be self-respecting. Height will become a non-factor. I will admit I've been rejected by women for my height or maybe passed on sports teams, but people get rejected in life for all sorts of reasons. So who cares? Get with the people who value you as a person. I'm not sure how I come across on this sub, but it kept popping up. I wanted to say, height is only an issue if you make it an issue. That's probably the best one, though. I like this guy. They all did good. Honestly, it's not as depressing. That's it. He's like, I'm short. How do I deal with it? How do I deal with liking it but not liking it? HGH and then getting bullied by children. Okay, not bad. We've seen worse, bro. They've been improving. They've been improving dramatically. I think they know what we're up to. All right. Now, get ready for r/tall. Are you ready? Aragachi, neighboring countries, distance yourself from the U.S. Fellow tall people, I was curious how many of you follow tall influencers. This is a fucking idiot, man. Oh, look at my leg room. Nah, they can't go a day without leg room. Too much, too little, they don't give a fuck, bro. It's the #1 issue in life if you're tall. You know that? Maybe I have been insensitive. I didn't realize this was so important to y'all. That's look at #1. #2, leg room. It's a daily occurrence. Oh, where do I find a pillow that fits? What do you mean fits? I'm a side sleeper. Every pillow seems to be thick enough to support my head at a reasonable height. Ends up squashing out after only a couple days, but I'm back to square one. Do you have a pillow? Where can I get a good pillow? Tallest person I've seen. Verified by asking to their face. What's the tallest person you've seen not on Instagram? These chronically online people. Oh, spoiled American. Leg room. Leg room. Tall girls. Where do you find? That's it. They don't even post anything today. That's it. They gave leg room. Look at me in the mirror. Yeah, bro. So do you have a pillow? Do you follow any tall people in leg room? This is bullshit, dude. Okay? No concerns about their bloodline. Nothing, bro. Nothing. None of them even tell you about having a house or anything. They don't even care. Short guys are like, I've accomplished a lot. I have employment. I have a home. They're like, yo, where can I get a pillow? Well, good for them. But yeah, not bad though. It has been, I think they know that we're watching. Because I feel like it's slowly gotten less entertaining. I feel like we've gotten more propaganda posts, and then the tall guys are like, yo, man, maybe we should chill out on all the legroom posts. Where can I find pajamas? Legroom, I'm going to hit my head is a constant thought. As a tall, I'm only 6'3". Bro, are you fucking with me? Are you trying to like, bro? Are you? This is like subtle racism. He said, as a tall, and then I'm only 6'3". So what the fuck am I only? If I'm what? I'm only what? I'm on a lot of it, only it. This is racism, heightism. As the guys on the r/short say, you think I asked for this? You think I chose this? Are you threatening my bloodline and safety in public? Only 6'3"? Man, the only time I was 6'3" was when I was 63 centimeters. Some bullshit, which was like 2 weeks ago. I don't even know how many centimeters I am, to be honest. The plane rides suck. That sucks, bro. I didn't know they had lie down flat beds until like much later in life. Because like I was so small, when I go on a plane, I would just lie down flat on the chair. It wouldn't fit. I wouldn't get in anybody's way. What do tall people do with the armrest? How do you guys do you guys like dominate the armrest? You know? I try to do it by like being smelly. You know what I'm saying? Like I try to be like, but like, do the tall people, do you guys are like, it's mine, I need it? And then I'm like, yeah, you do need it. This is charity. So I gave you the armrest. I'm fine. I could sleep here. I don't even like planes. You know that? Tall guy's not propaganda, bro. They just live life. They live life, bro. But they do want you to know. I do feel bad, though. Like I'm saying, the desks and the chairs. Very, very difficult. Spies dumping. Oil taking a stick up. Aragachi says enemy failed to divide or secure quick. That one's old. I think there's something else. Hormuz. Aragachi says there are no talks with the U.S. That's the headline. That's coming out right now. So again, we already had his other ones. Let me double check, but I think that's it. Yeah, Aragachi says no talks with U.S. So again, that just voids pretty much everything. But then again, Caroline went on, and then, yeah, she didn't say anything else. No talks with the U.S. Hormuz. No, that's ain't that Hormuz. I'm 5'6", and I'm proud to be a shorty, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget Napoleon, and then made my life for me, and I'll gladly stand up next to you, and you probably won't see me, and I won't forget the short people. God bless r/short. Yeah. Well, remember, everything she said was old. But yeah, Aragachi, that's new. He's been, last week, homeboy was chill, bro. But now he's saying there's no talks. What time is it over there? Ron B. SpaceX stake 14%. Kathy Wood's ARK Venture Fund to bet on possible SpaceX IPO. Who's a Ron B? Almost. Do I get annoyed with the headlines back and forth? No, I'm not I don't expect much. You know, that's why I love it. I love this market. At least we get some volatility. But yeah, I've been amply trained. You know that? I get trained through the Chad. Like, bro, you haven't seen how much bullshit I just ignore in the Chad? Imagine now doing this with the stock market for like 2 decades almost. So yeah, it's not new. And then especially when it's wartime. Wartime? Split in his head, divorce time. They're getting better at their wording. They are, but that's what I was saying, bro. They definitely know what they're doing. I think Argachi does talk on CNN. Sometimes. I mean, he's been nice. Low key. He's been chill, bro. But then he, this week with everything and the escalation and then all of the other stuff, he's not been down. Hamas. Midnight in Iran. Sounds like a Drake song. The ranch, chilling, dude. Chilling. We've been talking about setting up a meeting for the cult. On it, man, Hamas. Alrighty. I need to go to the bathroom. I might need to take a dump, dude. Is that bad timing if the market takes a dump? So again, you're reacting to the Aragachi saying no talks. I mean, just flat out denying it. When again, remember the earlier Reuters report and a couple of others, they said Iran was going to respond to the Pakistan stuff. So I don't know. Let me check the fucking press TV. Iranian media, what do they have to say? Resistance over surrender Hezbollah fighters. Damn, they post Donald Trump Truth Socials on Iranian TV. It's dope. All right. BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I got some stuff there for you.
Longest in history. These travelers missed their flights due to the long lines.
I did not make my flight. My flight took off and landed before I even got through security.
More than 480 TSA agents have now quit, and at multiple major airports, 40 to 50% of agents are calling out sick.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump will, quote, unleash hell if Iran does not agree to a peace deal. Leavitt also says talks between Washington and Tehran have not hit a dead end.
Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be.
President Trump will travel to Beijing for a rescheduled China trip May 14th to the 15th after a delay due to the war with Iran. An American citizen held hostage in Afghanistan for more than a year is back home. Dennis Coyle was released by the Taliban yesterday and greeted by family members when he touched down in San Antonio today. His sister, Molly Long.
There's been so many people praying and supporting our family, and from the bottom of our hearts,
We thank everybody for this day.
The NBA is eyeing expansion.
The league's Board of Governors voted to explore the possible addition of Seattle and Las Vegas. Seattle, of course, once had a team.
The Seattle Supersonics have won the
That was their only title in 1979. The Sonics moved to Oklahoma City in 2008 and became the Thunder.
Viva Las Vegas!
Las Vegas has become a booming sports town with the NFL's Raiders and the NHL's Golden Knights. Baseball's former Oakland A's are scheduled to move to Vegas in 2028. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
What?
U.S. troops headed to the region, to the Pentagon, but she did confirm that the president is meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That meeting has been rescheduled for May 14th and 15th. She wouldn't, though, engage on questions of whether the timing of that China meeting rescheduling means that the Iran war will be over by then, Scott. So you have this dilemma where you now have this time horizon for a Xi meeting. You also have the White House press secretary saying that talks are ongoing, but she won't point to any particulars in the 15 points that are accurate. And then you have the Iranians saying there are no talks whatsoever, Scott. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, of course. Eamon, thank you very much for the update. That's Eamon Jarvis. As we said, let's just take a quick look at WTI again, which Eamon at the top of his reporting said was starting to move a little bit higher. Maybe that takes a little bit of steam out of the S&P 500 in what's been a pretty good day. There's the late day move in crude being watched especially closely. And there, of course, the move that is commensurate to what's been happening in crude oil from an inverse standpoint. Now let's bring in Schwab's chief investment strategist, Liz Ann Saunders, who joins us with her view. So what are we to make, Liz Ann, of, and what are you making of the headlines that have been moving over the last few days and the way the market's been reacting?
Well, obviously, the inverse correlation between Brent oil and the S&P has persisted. It, varies a little bit in its direction. But I think what we're seeing is now that we're in what has been sustainably, at least the duration of the war, high oil prices. I think what traders are now betting on is a little bit of asymmetry. That if this drags on, we probably see a continued grinding higher in oil prices, but that the downside to oil prices, if there's some sort of resolution, whatever that looks like, is more swift. And that's why you see these sharper moves on the downside, and those have been the days where you get a lift in the equity market. But I think we're still very much at the mercy of oil, which is at the mercy of conditions in the Strait of Hormuz, even if there's trading around potential de-escalation, even though we don't know the details of what that looks like.
Well, jumping off of how you finished that, I mean, the market doesn't seem to be too concerned with the vagaries around these apparent talks, wherever they're taking and with whomever they're happening. We just have very little to no detail on that. So how do you deal with that as a market observer? I mean, the market clearly is at least willing to give some benefit of the doubt that maybe this is not going to be as protracted as once feared.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think it's sort of a mouthful of teas here. If you go back a year, you had, Trump's tariff tantrum taught traders taco. And I think whatever taco looks like, and the difference, of course, this time is it, in essence, is going to take 3 to taco this time, given we've got the United States, Israel, and of course, Iran, whereas a unilateral decision was able to be made to delay tariffs a year ago. But for whatever reason, at least short-term traders are still making that bet on de-escalation and tend to press it. Also, markets have been moving on a day-to-day basis.
Takes 3 to taco.
Having almost everything to do with positioning. You get these short-term trade.
Hummus. Back in them boats at hummus. Dude, I love it. I love it. Polymarket odds of ceasefire by December 31st is 77%. I think it's just all raw, and they hit the wire. The no U.S. talks, and then identifying who's friendly and not. Well, yeah, it's fucking Aragachi, dude. Yeah, market took the first candle off that headline. Oil spiked. I mean, see if it goes still at 91, which is crazy. Buckingham boats at Hormuz. Strait has become another loss of the enemy. Exploring special agreements. Iran is not seeking war. We want a permanent end to the conflict. There's all of these still say that's what they're doing again. You get one new phrase and then they go back to we want the end. That sounds like some of the ones in the morning. Karg Island processes 90%, critical to global energy. Building up defensive Karg Island. Is that the one they were saying? Remember, that's that could be the CNN off of Golubov. Remember, Golubov was saying that, but I thought they were referencing the other, what's it called? The other strait, and that they were going to bring in the Houthis. Again, bro, the market's been loving the CNN algos lately. Hormuz. I don't think I've said Hormuz this many times in my life. Yeah, remember the fertilizer stocks were down on all the peace stuff, but they came back up. SPY's reacting a little bit. Gold is starting to dump. No way. So yeah, gold just took a little candle there to the downside. Explosion reported in Saudi Arabia. That's not good, Habibi. That's not good. And then ZSL on the high. But yeah, well, remember, if Saudi Arabia was getting in the way of all that shit, whether it's Karg Island or whatever else, that's what Golubov was kind of hinting at. But yeah, we'll see. That won't be good, though. Because again, they slowed down the attacks on everybody else. But if they start attacking everybody else, that's where it kind of escalates a little bit again. Yeah, gold is dumping now, so SPY's not moving. But remember, on some of these peace talks, gold got a little bit of a bid overnight. Well, I don't know. Remember, everybody was saying if something was going to happen, the poly market people would leak it. But then where does that whole thing from the other day with all the futures being traded right before? Like, motherfuckers ain't use poly market. It would have been a little less sketch probably, but they went straight to the futures, bro. Hormuz. Blocking them boats at Hormuz. U.S. is sending messages through various mediators, but that does not amount to negotiating with the U.S. Aragache. Whatever, ZSL. Iran foreign minister, top authorities are reviewing the offered proposal. Iran has no intention to hold talks with U.S. They're reiterating that. Oh, ZSL is silver short, huh? You're right. I was going to say, I don't know why I was confusing it with Z Labs or whatever. Trump is live. Are you sure? Blocking them boats at Hormuz. The U.S. has failed to protect regional countries despite having bases in Tehran. A layover? And say, how long are you going to have a layover for? There's a taco stand in the airport, which is fire. It's not as, I don't know if it's as good as the, actual taco stand, but, nah, it's pretty good, bro. Well, that's the problem we were saying with the fragmentation. It's just hard to have talks when everyone's all over the place. You're talking to, there's military leaders, there's financial ministers, there's all of this other stuff. So, and that's why I say that's where some of the jawboning is so effective, because now If you don't have a coordinated, if it's hard for them to coordinate and have this leadership and communication, it's easier for them to be like, well, the war's over. They're like, no, it's not. And then they all say 5 different things. And then again at 5 different times. So that's kind of part of it. That's where I think the advantage is that they could drag things on, but then the disadvantage is that America could just say whatever they want. It's a giant game of telephone. At least it was probably easier in Russia-Ukraine. I mean, it kind of played out similar with Russia-Ukraine, but Russia-Ukraine, it was, again, Putin, Russia, that was it. Ukraine, Zelensky, at least the leadership was more established and it was a lot clearer cut. And then you had all the other people getting involved. Here, I mean, again, you have Golubov, Aragachi, you have like 3 other high-level commanders that you've been talking about. And then you've also had, what's it called? Then you've also have, what's his name? Khomeini Jr., Mr. Mosdaba. So I think it's like 5 different people. This is not as centralized as any of these other conflicts. Hamas. Some U.S. troops in Middle East moved to hotels and offices as Iran strikes force remote operations. Abavacious on the low. 90 minutes. Yeah, you're not gonna have time, bro. I wouldn't leave the air. I don't know how it is, but I wouldn't leave the airport if you only have 90 minutes. But in the airport, there's a taco stand, and it's actually like, it's pretty good. I've eaten there before at the airport before I left the flight. Some people talk shit about it, but I think it's fire. It might have a big line still too, but taco stand, it's in the airport. Dude, imagine if Putin opened the war by hitting Zelensky right off the bat. That would be crazy. It would be a lot different. That's why, I mean, again, that's still the craziest part about all this. Do you know that? I think we're caught up in the Hormuz and everything else, but at the same time, it's like, dude, it's, I'm shocked that still they literally got homeboy first day. Right off the bat, and then now that's what's making this even more confusing to a degree, but that's still like a crazy fucking outcome. Oh yeah, and you have the president, Prigozhin or whatever. That's like 6 people. Yeah, I thought you were about to leave the airport. I was like, dude, you're bold. 90-minute layover. He's like, let's go to the fucking beach. Yeah, taco stand for sure in the airport. That's definitely. Get the shrimp. There's like a shrimp one if you like shrimp. It has shrimp in that like spicy sauce. I don't know if it's called spicy mayo, but that's fire. Then get the steak one, and then anything else. I don't know if you like pollo or if you like pork, but the shrimp one and the steak one, just hands down. Nine days in NorCal. It's wild being on the West Coast for the market instead of the East. I know. Welcome, bro. I wake up at 4 a.m. every day for years. You know that? For years. I be taking a dump at 5 in the morning, bro. It's crazy. I like it, though. Because when the day's over, I could go and drive with my windows down, get sunlight. I could eat food. That's it. You guys end at sunset. That was the thing I didn't like about Miami. When the market was closed, it would be fucking 5 p.m., dude. The market closes and then rush hour traffic. I'm like, what the fuck? Who made this up? So, yeah. Same thing with New York. Trump rejected Prime Minister Netanyahu's idea to call for Iran uprising. I said the morning sucks on the West Coast, but it's not bad once you get used to it, and then you get the rest of the day. Torchy's Tacos? Nah. It seems like Bibi and Trump are drifting away. Yeah, or they're just doing it so that they look that they're like they are. Or so that they could get some, you see, like, see, take the deal. Israel don't want it, huh? I'm telling you, they don't need Bibi. Bibi would kill me. If he knew I offered you this, oh man, he would not. I'm telling you, you better act. You better act. He's not happy. I could get him to take it, but you gotta take it now. Did I get 2 days, 1 day? Who knows? He might change his mind. It's that, or I mean, again, I think at some point, if those troops ever get anywhere near there, I think they're going to try to move a ship. That is what I am starting to get fully convinced of. Is that, yeah, Trump denies it, Axios. But that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I think that's the next stage of all of this. So that's why I think they're even making these claims, maybe even going after Saudi. Israel's going to try to attack as much as they can right before, and then you try to move a ship through. And then if you move a ship through and Iran attacks, it starts to turn into the tanker wars, a low-key battlefield. Otherwise, if that ship goes through, then that's going to be a very, very good sign. And then now it's going to start changing the rhetoric of all this. But that's what I think is the purpose of all of them. But, I mean, I could be wrong, and at this point, it could go any which way. But I do think that is the main goal. Because that's you get them to negotiate. If they're down to end it, awesome. But then the moment you cross a ship through, like not like an Indian one, like a U.S. or a UK ship, something that's like, you know, like direct and obvious, like we just moved our ship through, nothing happened. That's it. It's calling the bluff, essentially. That's really what it would be. So that's why I think Iran had enough of a hold where you couldn't do it without the support. But then if you put all that stuff there, nothing happens, then what does Iran have now at that point? And then that would change their negotiating stance. But also too, I mean, this has been our first credible shot at some sort of off-ramp. But even then, that's why I keep saying, like, to a degree, troops hit the ground, I wouldn't be opposed to buy the quote-unquote invasion trade, because they might just, if they move one boat moves through without any bomb, any war, any mass escalation, that's going to change a lot of ideas in a lot of minds. And then again, Iran might be more willing to do a deal. Otherwise, if they move it through and then a boat gets hit and then this turns into another couple of, then that'll be another escalation bigger than the gas fields, bigger than the infrastructure. It'll be literally a U.S. ship, a boat, something more direct getting attacked. They could let one through, and then that would be the problem, 100%. But then it would just, the first one would get, but that could be the, what's it called? That could be the one ship goes through, we get our massive rip, and then maybe a week later, another one goes through, and then they clap it, and then we go right back down to all of this shit. Cato's chatter of contract win. We still don't know what the gift was, to be honest. Yeah. Aren't we in Taiwan, though? I don't think so. I remember when more people were concerned with the whole Taiwan thing. Have you guys heard the Taiwan theory? The Taiwan tinfoil? Do you guys know the tinfoil surrounding Taiwan? It has nothing to do with war. Do you guys know the tinfoil about Taiwan? It's pretty funny. The tinfoil of Taiwan is that they're aliens. Because think about it. Like 90% of all the chips get made in this land that no one's allowed to go to. Nobody sees. You don't know anything about it. Only like 15 people in the world actually know how to make a semiconductor, if you really like actually know, like, you know what I'm saying? And then they do all of these like magician microscopic laser things. So yeah, the tinfoil is that we have a bunch of aliens that we hide in Taiwan, and they're the ones that make the chips. I heard someone say that the other day. I was like, that's crazy. Kind of has a point. You know, I kind of see where they're coming from. Have you seen how chips are made, bro? Do you understand? We've been making chips forever, bro. Like, if you really look back, bro, like 20 years ago, how the fuck were we making computer chips, dude? And then motherfuckers were like, yeah, bro, if you microscopically drill this laser and then you do an etch-a-sketch on this board and then connect it to a metal, the rock will talk to us. What? You got a rock talking? Yeah, you just take the rock and laser it. You just got to do it in a pattern. So yeah, I feel bad that like I could see how plausible it is, but yeah, it's just conspiracy theory. It's just a bunch of aliens been making our chips forever. Yeah, you could visit Taiwan, but you can't visit the chip center. Like, you know, it's not like you can't. It's like, listen, like Krispy Kreme donuts are amazing. I see how it's made. I could watch the donuts go through the thing. You can't do that with no Taiwan semiconductor. You don't even know anybody who works for them, bro. I ain't never seen anybody make a fucking Taiwan semiconductor. Now that I think about it, I ain't seen none of it. Aliens making computer chips is more believable than aliens making the pyramids. Yeah, but I don't know. Them pyramids are trippy. Speaking as an Egyptian, you know how they line up. You know the coordinates of the pyramids are the speed of light. It's fucked up, dude. It's all fucked up. I don't think we traded with the aliens. I think capitalism and forced labor. Like I told you, like if I ever encountered an alien, I would get him addicted to nicotine. I put social media in front of him. I would give him a couple of Big Macs. You know what I'm saying? I maybe introduce him to a couple of Latinas, and that's it. After that, he's like, I don't want to leave. He's like, okay, hey, what do I do for a pack of Marlboro Reds? I'll be like, make that thingy you just did. Do the chip thing, the little rock that talk. Do it. I'll give you one cigarette, and then boom, that's it. That's all. I'll be like, I'll give you one day. I'll give you one weekend. You get to work if you give me 1,000 of them. He wouldn't, man. Show him Xbox Live. Are you kidding me? He's gonna fall in love with this shit. I mean, this is great. Because I don't know. Do you think they got civil rights on Pluto? No, they don't have none of that shit, dude. They're way too advanced. They all have harmony. They don't have nicotine. That's it. This guy ain't never nothing, bro. There's maybe I'll be like, you know what happens if you smoke this plant? Then you'd be like, oh, give him mushrooms. I'll be like, nope, I need him to make computer chips. Y'all fucking around. We don't got time for that. Okay? We need a short half-life. What's wrong with you? I see. Get him addicted. They don't get it. They don't got no straight up hormones. I'm sure there's something equivalent, though, with, like, space rocks. What's that noise? I'm hearing buzzing through my speaker. I think they caught on to me. My speakers are tweaking out now. I really think my tin might be true, bro. U.S. and in Israel temporarily remove Golubov from target list. Man, this was all job security the whole time. Bro, my speakers are tweaking now. They're just going bzz, bzz, bzz. I think they're trying to communicate with me. Josh, give us nicotine. I will make you news algo. All right, man, I'm down. Bro, what is happening? My shit's tweaking, bro. Hummus. Back of them boats at hummus. Well, it could be a phone call, but no one's calling me. Pick up the phone, long term. Iran fortified Karg Island to guard against potential ground. CNN again. So yeah, they're reiterating. They're doing another round of all those headlines we just got. And then now removing Aragachi from the target list. The link to the bonds is when it gets to 4. It's like 4.4, but really around 5%. So no time during this cycle have we gotten to 5%. And that's what I was saying, where it's just like, I think that has a bigger implication than not. I mean, let me put it this way. Oil's been to 120. It's been almost as high as, I think it hit 150 during Russia-Ukraine. But it's like, that's happened. You've lived. But if the moment fixed income and bonds go to 150, I really think that's a big problem for everybody in the world, especially the United States. And I think everyone's aware of this. That's why every single time we have gotten close, it's been there. Yeah, you hit 113 on crude, and then Brent, I believe, went to 150. So, yeah, but that's like the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. Last time the bonds got we literally had AI. Last time bonds were at the level the other day, AI was invented. Again, they pivoted. You didn't know about, let me put it this way. None of you motherfuckers were saying taco when the rates were at 3 or 4 flat. I rest my case. Do you not understand? Touching near 5% on the bonds? That invented taco? Y'all don't... Where's my alien, bro? Give me this alien, bro. Honestly. I'm about to force labor an alien. Y'all ain't paying it. You know the alien gonna fuck with me, bro. The alien be like, hey, honestly, you're right. Wow, great observation. Now, how can I acquire those Nick sticks? I'm like, yeah, now you're talking. Every single time. So taco was invented by the rates. So that's what I think is the issue right now. That's what every time it's been the issue. It's been the issue last year. Anytime the political pressure, anything it's all there. Always near. They come up with something else. Everybody gets distracted by something else or does whatever, but we've handled all the other stuff. All the other stuff moves. The commodity's going to move, but your debt, changing fixed income, the link to global bonds, and then the link to the dollar and price stability, that's shit that everything it's a domino you don't want knocked over. That's just the fact of the matter. They don't want the 5% domino to get knocked over because you hit 5, another domino is coming down, and then another, and then another, and another, and that's going to start a doom loop that we haven't dealt with. So, yeah, 2023, we went 4.93 or 4.9. We never got to 5. And then what happened? AI was invented. Sam Altman pops up out of nowhere. Again, you had a banking failure. You didn't even go near 5. Again, if anything, the banking failure helped buy you some time, as odd as that may sound. You would think banks failing would be bad, but no, it was the reverse. So, yeah. But that's why I was saying, it's like I think there's more of an incentive to control that in the dollar rather than oil. Because, again, it doesn't mean they're going to ignore oil, but there's something more important, and there's something that people are already tasked with handling. I think it would be borderline, it would be naive to think that hasn't been Scott Bessent's number one focus since he got in. Why? Because right when Scott Bessent got in, the bonds were already near that level. He's been doing everything in his power to jawbone, to talk it, to the Treasury even buying bonds to do anything to get in the way of this. Aragachi says U.S. talks signal admission of defeat. They're like, okay, bro, are we done? We'll let you say that. Fine, okay, fine. My name is Sam. I need more money. Am I an alien? No. I kind of. You know, it's funny because, like, 7 years ago, you guys would call me an AI. But I think we're all aliens. I think I'm a child of God. I think you're a child of God, whether you like it or not. And that's why the more you realize how fucking insane humans are. I just saw a guy with no arms and legs catch a body, okay? That's one level of the insanity. Go back to these damn chips being made, okay? Do you understand, bro? How did we even figure out electricity? Okay? Like, I'm telling, bro, I think we're all aliens. We just don't. I think we are a very, very powerful force to be reckoned with. I think humans are amazing. But yeah, you're probably an alien too, bro. You got 498 in October 23. And then you got AI. Yeah, every single time something happens, something changes. They pull something out of their ass, something new happens. There's so many every time something happens. It just doesn't happen though. You don't go above 5. That has been the real line in the sand. Just gotta unlock it. That's why aliens stay away from us. Yeah, if we stop fighting, we'd defeat them. I think we're just... Humans are objectively weird. Like, look around. Like, look around the planet, dog. Okay? You haven't seen anything outside the planet, but I don't think y'all know, like, dog, I don't think y'all... Like, dude, humans, we're crazy. So that's like in both a magnificent, scary, fascinating way. But I believe the brain is the most important, most powerful set of hardware out there. Again, it runs off electricity, but it self-generates all this shit, dog. It's not, and y'all like, oh yeah, that's normal. Oh yeah, I'm a human. Oh yeah, I advanced from monkeys. I ain't seen one monkey change to a human ever. Ever in my life, I've never seen it. Nobody 100 years old ever saw it. I don't even think the cavemen were drawing humans into monkeys the same way, bro. I ain't seen. So it's like, how come we ain't had one technological advancement? We had Punch. We got Punch with the stuffed animal. Y'all don't feel me, bro. So yeah, bro. I think humans are the aliens. Hike talks would break the market? Probably. I don't think U.S. would do that. I think the Europeans would make that error. They already mentioned it in the beginning. And then during like 08, part of 08 got really bad when there was the early inflation of 08. There was inflation, if you don't recall. But then the Europeans actually raised rates. It was seen as one of they even from like 2008 to 2010. And that's what even slowed Europe's recovery and then even threw them into a really bad problem. You were 6 in 2008? Well, get to fucking reading, dog. The fuck? You gotta catch up. I don't care if you were 6. Okay? That's it, man. 6 years later, 7 years later, I made my first trade. Okay? I don't even think I was allowed to. But still. So yeah, you better start reading about that 08. Okay? Big Short doesn't count. He's like, but Selena Gomez said that the bet on the bet, I think, right? No, you better read about it. You better go look at the damn chart. Go see the Kevin Warsh chart. Kevin Warsh was pretty young in 08, if you think. He was actually the youngest Fed member ever. Yo, and only humans get sunburned? I never thought about that. We don't have fur, but like, you're right. Is that true? That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. You were driving recklessly in '08? Nice. I'm glad you're still here. I think it was like 2009 or 2010, like peak financial crisis. I stole a shirt from my brother and I wore it to school. This was after the first Obama stimulus package, after '08. And I wore a shirt to high school that said stimulus package, and it had an arrow pointing down at my pants. I was pretty young. I want to say I was a freshman or something. I don't know, but so that's what I was doing. Again, I was getting involved in financial markets, but I was still just a kid, somewhat. I was old enough to understand that. I thought it was a great joke. That joke, people were sad, losing their jobs. It was a very depressing time. That shirt brought a lot of joy. Where are we? We just got some Aragachi comments. That was the biggest one. He said no talks with the U.S. And then we heard about they're fortifying the Karg Island, and that's pretty much all we're at. I don't know if you got the Caroline thing. Well, she didn't really say much. I remember, bro. The first stimulus package was Obama. Or no, was that Bush? I think it was Bush and then Obama. Technically, it crashed under Bush, but it was one of them. Did you know only humans get TDS? It's true. It's true. Aliens, bro. Who would have thought politics would be the one thing to disrupt the aliens? The alien superpower called humans. Get them to disagree with ideology. They will destroy each other. Keys. 2.5% drop. I got the keys. There's one cheap one, but not really cheap. But there's one that hasn't moved. But I don't know what the news is. Pretty big drop, though. 2.7. Most of that was in that candle. Dude, my speakers keep tripping every time I say alien. Damn it, it's because I found out about the time machine. I got the keys. You guys felt robbed when you got the first stimulus check? Dude, that was our first, free money. I don't know, bro. So, I think it was cool. I didn't know that was real. I didn't know they did that. I was like, what do you mean? They're just going to send everybody a check? And then they're like, yo, we'll pay you if you destroy your Ford Focus. How about it? Okay, nobody buying cars. I'll pay you to destroy a Ford Focus. Dude, I remember... Bro, do you guys remember when Ford used to have a buy one, get one free? I don't think y'all remember that, bro. I remember car dealerships used to offer a buy one, get one free. That's how bad the economy was. You could have went to a car dealership. If you bought a Ford Explorer or a Ford Expedition, they would give you a free Ford Focus. No exaggeration, bro. This is a real thing. Some of you have to remember. I was trying to explain this to my girlfriend. I was like, no, she made a joke. And I was like, dude, they used to do that back in the States. No, they would give you a free, it would be a cheaper one. But dog, buy one, get one free cars? BOGO? I'll take a Ford Focus. Mm-hmm. One of your family members had lifetime car maintenance, no cost. Yeah, bro. It's crazy, dude. Mm-hmm. You got your first car with cash for clunkers? I thought they were there to just destroy cars. I know. Well, some people, that was what people, I mean, after the used car prices went up, people have blamed the car prices going up because of cash for clunkers. They're like, yeah, well, maybe we'd have more Plymouth Voyagers if fucking Obama didn't pay them $200 to destroy them. And now these kids and then the population, why did we do that? Why the fuck did we destroy all of the old beaters? Now fucking entry-level Honda Civic is $9,000 with 800,000 miles. Yeah, Saturn just went bankrupt. You know, I still see Saturns every now and then, bro. That's the crazy part about California, bro. You'll see a Saturn. You'll see a fucking Saturn whipping it, dude. All day. All day. We'll have cash for clankers where you trade in your crappy robot. Oh, shit, dude. You might actually. You might. We're probably going to enter that era again soon. So you said you were 5 years old when that last happened? Y'all don't remember. I was old enough for it to be painful and old enough to still be young. But, like, no. But that's the problem. Some of you, like, young doomers, you got to be careful, bro. That was probably one of the most depressing times ever. I don't think you realize. Everybody went broke. Everybody. I told you, bro, the first ever Mercedes I sat in. So, like, 2 years prior, economy was fucking booming, dude. Right? Everybody's balling. You know, we weren't really even that balling, but like there were some people balling, bro. I sat in my first Mercedes. One of my brother's friends got into real estate, and he was just flipping them, bro. He had a SL55 AMG, bro. Hard top convertible. That was the first Mercedes that I sat in. And I was like, yo. And he was showing me this dog. I was tripping, right? Right? Bro, 24 months later, that dude went broke. And then everybody was broke. That's it, bro. It's a sad, sad time. It was, things changed. I'm telling you, my parents lost every single thing they owned. We were foreclosed. We were about to lose the house that we were living in. Dude, I saw neighbors do the same thing, and it was, everybody was getting clapped. So it was one of those things where maybe like a middle ground, you know, maybe we pull back from the highs, you know, pay down the debt. There's a reason why the plunge protection team and that changed the fabric of society. You don't realize it, man. What do you think happened after that? Everybody became a fucking nut job, and they're like, okay, I want the government to control everything. I guess you could say it happened on purpose, but yeah, dude, it was crazy. Yeah, people were offing themselves. They were doing, dude. It was a very, like, the rates shot up, dude. It was very, very bad, very, very bad. I knew a lot of people, whether you were in stocks, real estate, even if you just had a job. That's what I was saying, bro. At one point, dude, if you think it was hard getting a job now, it was complete. You weren't making money on the internet. You could have a little bit, but it was way different. But then, like, dude, you couldn't get any job, bro. You were watching people go from even making millions of dollars to lucky if they could find a literal minimum wage job. It was a trip, dude. It was a trip. You want a generational buying opportunity? You'll get one. I think they're right in front of some of you guys. I think you guys, with your knowledge and where you're at now, it's not like you have to be a master coder, but like, I think very soon you're going to watch things develop in front of you with AI, and like you're not going to need the global economic crisis. You're more or less going to, you have opportunity right in front of you guys. I mean, like I'm telling you, You know, I made a lot of money just at the onset of new technologies, cloud computing. That's, again, my Amazon, again, social media. I was probably what you got, your age that some of you are now, that they just invented social media. You guys are at the beginning of the invention of AI. So it's like, you know, that it's not like that crash offered the same opportunity. I just got lucky with Janet Yellen. And then I was old enough when they started pumping out free money. And then my Arab parents, real estate. But yeah, man, it was a very interesting time. So I think you have an opportunity, man. That's why I want to say, like, telling you, even Benjamin Graham will tell you, one of the worst financial strategies is banking on everybody losing. That just doesn't work. Like I'm saying, if you're waiting for pure calamity, it's usually doesn't end up working out. Well, you'll see. It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, that's why I'd encourage you to get familiar with some of you younger guys. Get familiar with the past so you could kind of understand it, but I wouldn't hope for the good old days, if that's what you call it. I would definitely just be where you are now, bro, and take advantage of your opportunity. And I'm telling you, the ones who are going to see and make opportunity, you are going to do very well. I believe you have a bright future ahead of you. I encourage you to believe it more than I do, because that's all it takes. And you guys, you'll see it. You're going to see opportunities right in front of you form. That's why I keep reminding people, your brain and how you are viewing this emotionally even, it's so critical. Because like I'm saying, bro, if you're already beaten down, you're oppressed, you feel a certain way, my guy, the fucking door, the key could be in the door and you won't even turn it because you're like, it's no use. Nothing's going to change. Nothing will ever happen. Why? I'll always be. No, I'm telling you, bro. So we are fast approaching a disruption moment. And I love disruption because that's, like I said, my whole family's life changed. It wasn't, again, I was there in 08, bro. I suffered 08 and even shortly thereafter for a very long time, bro. And really, when it was that disruption of the internet and social media, that offered a lot of big change. Again, there was the consequences of 08. What happened after? Look ahead, and what is it going to lead to? That led to my real estate career. That led to opportunities. Again, the whole time I was buying real estate, from early to the middle time, there was people saying it's no use, it's going to crash, it's going to be this, you're an idiot, oh, you're young, go do this instead, go do that instead. And then in the disruption of social media, oh, it's a bubble, it's this, all this shit, bro. So to say that stuff's not new, but I'm telling you, when that disruption happens, that is the opportunity to balance out the scales. If you don't have something, you are not born into a position, you think you're behind, real disruption is going to change the balance of power temporarily, and it's your job to fucking seize it. I praise the Lord. I hope they feel me, bro. That's your 10-minute rig, bro. I know, man. It's gonna be fun. It'll be scary. It'll be life-changing. That's why. Control yourself. I don't know if it'll be a golden age. Fuck the golden age. It's going to be a golden age for you, and for somebody else it might not be. It's a golden choice. That's what I believe. It is a golden choice. The key is in the door, brother. You know, the spoon is in the bowl, brother. Are you going to lift it up to your mouth to eat it? Are you going to turn the key and open the door and walk out of the box or not? That's what it is. I think it's a golden choice. Ready is a decision, baby. Tell them. All right, man. Well, a wraparoon, Chattadoon. A wraparoon. I don't know if Trump's going to be after the bell. I thought you said Taco Bell for a second. I said, that sounds kind of good. No, I don't see anything. I see this.
Like your mama, just wanna vibe.
I didn't even want to work out today. Now I want to work out. I was gonna chill. I'm sore. Yeah, but it's a good song. If you knew something in 08 that you knew now, what do you wish it would be? Have no fear. I was still terrified. That's what y'all don't get. I just watched everybody get clapped by everything. I was still cautious, and I took certain risks and did good, but I was still cautious. I wish I wasn't afraid. I really wish I wasn't afraid. Again, I had my doomer loops that ended up helping me at times, but yeah, I wish I wasn't afraid. That would be my thinking would have been more critical and advantageous to myself and my family. Was terrified of? I just watched my family lose everything. Everybody around me lost everything. I didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen with the future. I was like, what do I go to school? Do I not go to school? Even being in school, do you stay in school? What the fuck do you do? Again, every time I say, wow, this looks like an opportunity. Oh, should I be more cautious and preserve because you don't know what's going to happen? Look at what just happened or not. So it's like, again, it's not like be foolish, and like I did things thinking I was wise, and I do think wisdom helped me. But at the same time, it's like you were scared, bro. There was a fear, the doom loop, bro. I can't stress it enough. You have opportunities every day, but don't get your hopes up, because then you're going to be like, it didn't happen after a week. I hate this. Just remember this. Every day, a portion of the future gets released. That's it. Your future is drip feeding right now. Most people don't realize that. I know you want it all now, but you can't handle it. Nobody could. They'll go insane. They'll go buku. But it's very simple. So as far as the same thing goes for opportunity, every single day, a portion of that opportunity is being released. So literally, that's it. It's on a schedule. One day passes, 1 month, 1 week, 1 year. That's opening up more and more for that understanding and comprehension. So don't miss it. Just want to vibe. All right, man. Well, have a good day. If you're going to head out, you only got a couple more minutes, man. So wrap it up. Dude, it's like slightly lower. Oil came up, but still down only 1.4. Only 1.4, but you were down 5. But market did 0.5. That's pretty much what the gap was up until the morning. So, yeah, dude. 7 hours to nowhere, a couple of headline movements, but not much. Not much, my friend. Not much. So yeah, Rapparoon, get ready for Friday Junior tomorrow. Oh. I don't know. I think Friday's gonna be more. What's gonna happen? Are the troops? You're gonna hear a lot of troops on the ground on Friday. A lot of movement. That's what they kept bringing up last time. Just want to vibe sometimes, not all the time. You don't want to hear me on your mind. DRVN at the bell. Driven 5%. It was just up 10. I don't know what that is. Activist investor 2.5% stake. That's right now. Capital pushes to be broken up and sold. There's not any cheap ones. You're better off with shares on that. There's one that same last trade. I'll leave it for you if you want it. 2.5% stake. That's not even that much. Activists push Menike owner-driven brands to explore sale. ADW says driven owner Rourke Capital is distracted. That's coming out. DRVN. DRVN, driven. Like I said, the shares might be better on that. It's up 3%. It just ticked 10% and came right back down. But again, that's right at the bell. You're probably going to hear about that tomorrow. Market cap 2.1 bill. So yeah, I didn't. Okay, someone took the. Damn, they just went for 70. So that 30-cent option just went to 70. And now the ask is at 270. So yeah, chain's going crazy now. But like I'm saying, shares would seem like a better value. GG's. That news is confirmed. Wall Street Journal exclusive. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, my brother. It don't matter. You're going to play this game tomorrow. Thursdays have been terrible. We got a lot of the same news today. A little bit cold water on the peace deal, but borderline, this is the closest you've been to an off-ramp. And if this off-ramp don't work, oh, you're screwed. You're screwed. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Ding 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 ding. Horna Tatadonia. Wow. What a day. What a day, my friends. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Practically 7 hours to nowhere. I need a good game in the chat. Maybe even an adjusted one, baby. But God bless you and GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. A lack of doom loop. Some beauty. Some contribution. God bless you. And let's go. You gotta, bro, remember. Just remember. You might not even remember this month. You know, end of the year. Do you remember the beginning? Oh, feel me, bro. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in. Anybody with a law term. Anybody following the rules only for themselves. There's no rules in the chat, dog. It's rules for your life. Rules for your future. Good game. God bless you, baby. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for your time. GG, baby. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh, this comes on next. Oh, can we listen? Do you remember?
Yeah,
y'all don't remember.
Come on.
Man, oh, man.
I mean it.
Yeah. 4 p.m. when I wake up, bitch.
Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them would say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They like you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh to the bread truck. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. Who I think they mad? My fault, talking about inflation. I caused, dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Then we'll say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. Dog, all my bros in they dough. All of them got climate goals. Strategically releasing the ore. Stop. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Shout out to Nancy, man. You can search Uncle Answers. I helped him with that one. I helped him with that. Good guy. Good guy. So, Chad, that's the day. God bless America. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're living good. But that's the day, man. You go relax. Wednesday, I don't think we're gonna have a watch list. So you rest up. I might have an Instagram video for you. I don't think I post the other ones on YouTube, bro. Because YouTube, everybody turns it into Reddit, bro. But Instagram, some of y'all fighting on Instagram now, though. I don't know if I'm glad to see that, but that took a little bit. But either way, God bless you. And I hope you're excited for more. I think this is still, we got to close out this week, man. I'm sure by the time we both end the day, go to bed, wake up, and then the market opens again, I think you're going to get a lot of headlines still. Or again, just a lot of fog. A lot of fog, my friends. So God bless you. Thank you for your time. God bless America, the troops, all of y'all holding it down. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, why you need to remember. Remember. That's all you got to do. I mean, you got a lot more to do, but it starts with, I'm telling you, it starts with, that's fundamental. That's, your life is going to change when you start remembering. You know that? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonian. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. And peace out. Oh, wait. I forgot. They almost fined me. Just remember, all of our content, thousands of videos, 7 hours a day, brought to you by our sponsors. Give them a listen.
Put your moderate to severe volatility
Have
in
a good
check
day.
with long-term once
Bye.
monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.